reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with the developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service (NOCAS) is designed for national rents and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
Well rested and ready for today. For those joining us today, my name is Susan Otieno. I'll be your MC today again. I would like to thank all those people who are joining us online. As it is right now, we have 28 people online. And I would also like to request all those who are outside kindly come in. We will pause the registration, but make sure during the breaks you finish the registration and get your badges for those who are joining us on site. Now, because time is far much spent, and I still have a few backlog from yesterday, I would like to welcome. I would like to move on with the backlog from yesterday. But before that, I would like to welcome us all for this day 2 of AIS 25. And remind us just a few house rules. The Q&A, for those people who are joining online, please engage us in the Q&A. And also for us who are in the room, please, if you're on X, kindly engage us on AIS_Africa. We have put nice things out there, and we'll like your like and your retweet. Thank you. Also, I'll now move on. There is an address from MTN who have graced us today. Mr. Ibrahim Misto, the Chief Digital Officer at MTN Ghana, will give us this address, and then we can proceed. Thank you. You're welcome.
Good morning. You know these checkpoints when you know that internet has been there for 30 years then you realize how old are you, you know? So good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, partners. On behalf of MTN Ghana, it's a true honor to welcome you to Accra for the 30th Africa Internet Summit. It's the celebration of Ghana's 30-year journey with the internet. We in MTN as well, by the way, group, we are celebrating our 30th anniversary as well. So the story of MTN as a business is a reflective of the evolution of internet within the African continent. Our services and infrastructure have evolved to support a plethora of services beyond just what was used to be known for, which is voice and SMSs, right? This is how it started. But over time, we started providing 2G data, the 2G, 3Gs, 4Gs, wholesale, enterprise, IoT, digital, fintech, and other services. So telcos have evolved to become a technology company, and this is what MTN has moved to. So even my role as a chief digital officer would have not existed without the internet. So today, the internet is more than just a tool. It's a lifeline powering businesses, connecting communities, enabling education, and fueling creativity from bustling cities to remote villages. MTN Ghana is proud to have played a key role in this transformation through investments in infrastructure, 4G expansions, and digital inclusion. MTN Ghana has committed more than $1 billion since 2021 to modernize our network, expand 4G, and extend fiber into homes. Through mobile money, MTN now has more than 17 million customers driving financial inclusion. Looking ahead, we envision an internet ecosystem that is faster, smarter, and more inclusive. Through the government's robust digital agenda, Ghana is positioned to lead Africa's digital future. But this future must be built together through collaboration between government, industry, civil society, and the youth who will shape it. MTN Ghana remains committed to this mission. We will continue investing in connectivity, digital literacy, platforms, and innovation hubs that empower the next generation. Together, let's build a resilient internet that reflects the values of access, equity, and opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, so for those who are need interpretation services, channel 1 is in English, channel 2 is in French. So we will start. Today is AFNOG Day, and as such, I would like to tell you something small about AFNOG. Now, AFNOG stands for the African Network Operators Group, and briefly, it is a forum for the exchange of internet-related technological information. This forum engages in issues like the implementation of new networks through community participation. Workshops and meetings allow network service providers to gather and discuss on how to provide a stable service to end users. So today you will hear a lot and deeply more about AFNOG. You will find ways to engage, and it will be a good session. Now, before I tell you all about the session and mess it all up for the presenters who are coming before me, I would like to welcome Professor Nee and Madam Nancy Doche. Professor Nee will come here and Madam can sit as they take us through the welcome address and the opening of the session. Thank you.
thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I'm also pleased to have had a chance to finally hear from MTN. We're in day 2, and I just want to welcome you briefly and then share a little bit about what we can expect, and then invite a coordinator of AFNOG to then give the real opening remark. But since I'm here, I'd like to know if we are ready to receive these messages. And I usually do that by finding out whether the community is charged for cooperation. AFNOG. AFNOG. Thank you. Well, I usually also like to check whether the other half that shares the same community as the operators is also represented. AFRINIC. AFRINIC. Okay, please, let's make this really festive. You know, we need to ensure that we are going together. Of course, you know, AF Star has several groups, and they all have their own chants and so on. But as we go, you will learn about them. We are well represented by Wakren here. I can see Wakren. And as I see the others, I will also point to you. This year, since COVID-19, AFNOG has resumed with some face-to-face workshops. Normally, we start with a week of workshops, several tracks. It used to be 7 tracks. But we did some, effort on a 2-track organized by Garnet and GHNOG, and mostly covered scalable internet services and incident response. There were also some tutorials online, and Madame will share some more. But today, you're going to hear from some very important colleagues of ours that will try to steer our thinking regarding the NOGs and the NICs and so on. And we are very fortunate that we'll have a keynote from Dr. Stephen D. Crocker. He's an internet pioneer known popularly as Mr. RFC1. And if you know what RFCs are, request for comments, prelude for building consensus on what eventually may become standards or informational documents and so on. But he is the one who wrote the first one, demonstrating how community, through a multi-stakeholder process, can develop a document that we all, by consensus, rough consensus, accept. He was inducted into Internet Hall of Fame in 2012, and he won the 2024 Jonathan Postel Award for his substantial contributions and pioneering work of the Internet. It might interest you to know that in my graduate school at Stony Brook research team with one Professor Arthur Bernstein, a colleague of mine there called Rick Shantz worked with Steve at BBN, Bolt, Beranek, and Newman on what today has become popularly known as routers, but they were IMPs, interface message processors. And so many of our relations in the NOGs actually go very far back. So we should be looking for long-term relationship and cooperation and coordination among professionals in this community. Part of the Internet is really lifelong cooperative relationships. And I'm glad to have Steve to share his enormous experience with our community, especially at this particular juncture. Next, also very important, is Dr. Philip Smith, a well-known network operator group evangelist, internet routing expert, who will dig into what NOG became 30 years after. Now, Philip Smith is a senior engineer at Network Startup Resource Center. You know, it's another long-term colleague organization, NSRC. And he's executive director of APNOG. So just as we have AFNOG in our counterpart Asia, where we have close collaboration, we also have APNOG. Philip has been working in the internet industry since the early 1990s, and after catching the internet bug in the mid-80s while in the university. He's been an AFNOG instructor since 2002, and he's known in this community as Mr. BGP. Okay. Philip Smith was inducted into the Internet Hall of Fame in 2021. Once again, Philip is the one who connected Ghana to the internet. The other half of that's our upstream. And that was while he was at Pipex UK, which later became UUNet. So once again, we are illustrating that in the NOGs, we build trust, we build cooperation, and we have lifelong relationships. So as you've come, please stay in the community and volunteer and help each other to grow our networks. There will be a full technical discussion that will follow, and I hope you enjoy it, and I wish you a good AFNOG conference. So with that, I'd like to invite Madam Nancy Doche, the coordinator of AFNOG, to truly welcome you.
Good morning, everyone. Speakers, delegates, IT professionals, ladies and gentlemen. It's our pleasure to welcome you all to this year's AIS 25 AFNOG Technical Conference. The last time AFNOG was held in Ghana was in 2001, and we are excited that after being held in over 20 African countries, Ghana is privileged to hold this event once again. Today, we gather to explore the latest trends, innovations, and best practices shaping the technology. Our conference theme, that is a resilient internet ecosystem for an innovative digital Africa, reflects the rapidly evolving nature of our industry and the need for knowledge sharing and innovation. Prior to the AIS 25 summits were online tutorials, physical AFNOG workshop, which started from 23rd to 26th September, and they were run in both English and French. On 29th September, which was yesterday, we had simultaneous sessions on the 30th anniversary of Ghana's first connection to the internet, and Smart Africa session on multi-stakeholder forum on AFNIC reforms. This was followed by the opening session of the AIS 2025, which was graced by the Honorable Minister for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations, Mr. Sam George. AIS 2025 will cover 4 days of technical presentations, keynote address, after updates, open forum on AFNIC, women in tech sessions, WACREN infrastructure launch, ISOX sessions, and ICANN sessions. The AIS Summit has strategies to bridge the digital divide and ensure Africa leverages the internet to its fullest potential. We are honored to see such a diverse group of experts, engineers, regulators, business leaders, and internet enthusiasts coming together to share insights, learn from each other, and network. We are grateful AIS 2025 country co-host, that's National Communications Authority, Ghana.com Limited, for graciously accepting to host us as well as sponsoring the event. To our sponsors, ICANN, the Internet Society, NRO, Network the World, GMPC, WACREN, Garnet, Registry Africa, Links, iServices Systems, Main One Cable Company Limited, C-Squared, and AfriBand, who could not have done this without you. Thank you. to our partners, AFSTAR, institutions, and many more. We thank you for believing in us and appreciate your support. We wish you all a productive and engaging conference and look forward to seeing the impact of our collaborative efforts in driving technological advancements and growth on the African continent. Enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Nancy. Now we move into our keynotes on internet collaboration lessons to the internet today in Africa. This will be presented to us by Dr. Steve Crocker, an internet pioneer, and he'll be joining us online. Hello, Dr. Steve.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good, thank you. Well, a distinct pleasure and a serious honor for me today, even though I'm not with you physically. I'm in the Washington, D.C. area where it's still dark, but you guys bring a lot of light. I was particularly pleased to see my old friend, Nick Quainer. I don't think I've ever had a chance to see him that he does not immediately bring a big smile to my face. A very warm and very, very important pioneer for Africa and for the internet as a whole. I was asked to speak today about collaboration and lessons from the past that might be applied to modern day and to the future. I'll try to say a few words, but I hope and I actually expect that most of what I have to say will be completely familiar to everybody. Let's see. So it looks like I have control of the slides. Is that right? People can see? This is good. Very briefly, my history goes back to the very beginnings of the network era. As was mentioned, I sort of by accident of a certain point in time, we started the RFCs, and I wrote RFC 1. I think that's going to be on my tombstone. Nothing else I've ever done will be remembered for as long as that. Definitely not what I would have expected when I was a youngster thinking about what my future was. The ARPANET was conceived in the mid-1960s, and serious work began on it in 1968 and 1969. The first node was installed at UCLA in September of 1969. John Postel, Vint Cerf, and I were all graduate students at UCLA under professors Jerry Estrin and Len Kleinrock. And the initial network consisted of just 4 nodes. SRI, University of California, Santa Barbara, and University of Utah were the other 3. And in the August of 1968, before the work had been done building the IMPs, the routers, the original routers, and before any of the lines had been procured for the network, we began to meet each other and think about how we're going to use this network. That resulted in the network working group, which over a long period of time grew and morphed into the Internet Engineering Task Force, the Request for Comment series, emerged out of that as a very informal and collegial way of sharing our thoughts about what the protocols should look like. I then interrupted my graduate work to go work directly for the US government at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency in the office known as Information Processing Techniques Office, a very bureaucratic sounding office. And in that office, it turned out there was a vision of everything that you see today was absolutely part of what that office was thinking about. Very visionary, very long time frame, and funding for artificial intelligence, funding for graphics research, funding for time-shared and interactive systems, advanced programming languages, and of course, networking all came out of that office. A long-term bet that was a long-term investment, I should say, inside of a very smart agency that was formed in response to the Russians putting up the first satellite, which caused quite a reaction inside the US government. Years later, I joined the IETF as the first area director for security, spent some time on the Internet Architecture Board, and then yet later got involved with ICANN, first as the founding chair of the Security Stabilities Advisory Committee, and then joined the board, and over a long period of time, spent 6.5 years as chair of the board. I finished my tenure on the board in 2017, and I have been running a small research operation called the Edgemoor Research Institute, very much focused on sorting out who is. I won't say much about that in this talk, although a few words at the tail end, but I thought it would be helpful to give you a brief picture of my involvement over a long period of time. I want to talk about multiple timeframes here. I won't say a lot, but a few things that are worth bringing to your attention. The very early days of putting the ARPANET together was highly collaborative. And it was highly collaborative for very simple reasons. None of us had any reason to compete with each other. The money that was supporting all of us was coming out of a single source, out of that office. And we all understood that this network was only going to have value if it worked for all of us, if we cooperated to put the pieces together. So we had a strong incentive to cooperate, and we had really no financial motive and no cultural motive to compete or to be adversaries of each other. In those days, the results of research were published openly. There were no intellectual property issues. We shared everything that anybody wanted to know. And out of that original work came what I would say are three very powerful results, all involving different degrees of openness. One is, from a technical perspective, the architecture that emerged, multiple layers of relatively thin layers of protocols, an invitation to build more layers, to go around the existing layers and dig underneath if necessary, or to provide alternatives, made it possible for endless innovation. And endless innovation is what happened. The original focus that we had was the very simple tasks of how do you move a file from one place to another, and how do you log in to a remote machine. But we knew right from the beginning that although those were the initial applications, they certainly were not the last. They were only the beginning. So our attitude was that we were not building a product in the usual sense. We were building more of a toolkit. Second and third parts of this were social. Anybody was allowed to participate. There was no limitation. We started with a very small number of people from these first 4 sites, but very quickly, over a period of time, others joined and were entirely welcome. And the last of this was not only open participation, but open access to all the documents. I cannot begin to tell you how important that is. We had not, at least I had not, been involved in standards efforts previously, and I really had no appetite for getting involved in the bureaucracy, even though, as my life has turned out, I now spend too much of my time doing that sort of thing. But it felt very comfortable and natural to us that everything we were doing should be open, and not only open to each other who were involved in the creating these documents, but open to anybody, anywhere, anytime, all over the world. And indeed, there are many anecdotes. I have some, my brother has some, and I know that there are many, many other anecdotes where the mere fact that these documents have been available online anytime, free of charge, around the world, has resulted in initiatives that we either stumble upon or some of them become very visible, but in any case, empower people everywhere. I made my first trip to India in 1994 to Bangalore. I visited, among other places, the Indian Institute of Science. And after I gave a talk there, I was introduced to a graduate student and was shown a rather amazing amount of software that he had put together. And I asked him, well, how did he do that? He said they just downloaded the RFCs and read them and put the pieces together. Very, very powerful. Well, the ARPANET was a single network, and it was limited in the sense that the only way to become part of that was to receive funding from DARPA, from the US government. That did not grow. It was immediately obvious that there had to be a way of having multiple independently operated networks. And so the organization of AFNOC, for example, although we didn't focus on Africa per se at that moment, but the idea that there would be multiple networks and that there would be organizations of networks regionally and in other ways was clear from a very early stage. So from a technical perspective, it was important to design a way of interconnecting independently operated networks. This is what the essence of the internet is. Bob Kahn and Vint Cerf led the way, did technical designs and the political activities of organizing the funding and promulgating the ideas. It was not a simple, straightforward activity. There were competition from another group of folks who wanted to design things from the top down, the OSI protocol suite, and in the end, the TCP IP suite of protocols won the day. As part of the huge expansion from a network of a few dozen nodes to an uncountable number now, excuse me, measured undoubtedly in the millions, and serving, instead of hundreds or a few thousand people, serving literally billions of people. We had expansion in every respect. Just the simple task of naming the nodes turned out to be a big deal. In the early days, we used names like 1, 2, 3. Very quickly, we added acronyms, UCLA, SRI, etc. But it became clear that this needed to be expanded quite a bit. That led to the creation of the domain name system. And as part of that, the big question of, well, how do you organize those names? John Postel had spent the bulk of his life focused on the RFCs and the internet architecture, and worked with Paul Malka-Petras on the domain name system. The big decision, one of the big decisions, was that every country should have a top-level domain. And so, and very cleverly, he avoided having to make up names for each of the countries and made use of the United Nations system which is closely related to two-letter postal codes with the two-letter codes for each country. Down the line, many years later, there was an introduction, as you are undoubtedly aware, of so-called internationalized domain names that accommodated other scripts beyond the basic ABCD type names, the so-called Latin scripts. As I was preparing these notes, I remembered that Egypt was actually the first country that got a internationalized domain name. A big event, very, very well received. Creation of the internet had, as I know every one of you has lived through, a huge impact. Telephone connections prior to the internet were extremely expensive and were controlled by the national telephone companies under a set of treaties, basically, through the ITU. And it would cost dollars per minute, and sometimes many dollars per minute, to make a long-distance phone call around the world. I don't know how many of you remember those days, but you would make appointments and you would have to watch how much time you were using and so forth. Today, obviously, it's a huge reduction in cost. I'm talking to you in my youth. If I had tried to give this kind of talk at this point, it would have required a budget allocation as opposed to a few messages from old friends saying, could I give a talk? Half the world is now connected, roughly. Only about 1/3, I think, in the case of Africa. So there is, one could look at that as a glass partly full or partly empty. I think the positive way to look at that is that there is enormous opportunity for expansion and innovation and creation of new opportunities in Africa. One of the concerns that I think is undoubtedly very much on your minds, and I can assure you that it is equally on the minds of all of us who have been involved in developing the network over time, is avoidance of the colonialism activity. A lot of investment that has been made in Africa and a lot of the development in Africa in years past has been from the developed countries making investments, or in earlier days, of course, conquering and controlling the people and the governments in Africa. Fortunately, almost all of that sort of stuff is behind us, but there's still an issue about how much local control versus external control there is. One of the things that I think we in the networking business can be very proud of, and that has turned out to be very important, is that we wanted the control of the networks in each country to be done by the people in those countries. One particular aspect is that one of the RFCs, RFC 1591 by John Postel in 1994, talking about the domain name system, the structure of the names, and the delegation of top-level domains, contains a very simple and short sentence that there must be an administrative contact and a technical contact for each domain, and then saying for top-level domains that are country codes, at least the administrative contact must reside in the country involved. Very straightforward, very simple. I can tell you that we've actually had occasion to pay attention to that particular sentence. I was on the board of ICANN in starting from a pretty early time, from 2003 until 2017, And there came a moment when a new country was created, or a new top-level domain. It was slightly complicated. The Netherlands had decided that they were going to change the administrative structure for the islands in the Caribbean that were part of its Commonwealth, and a new country code was assigned to one of the islands, and the island people were very, very eager to make this happen extremely quickly. They acquired the services of a very good guy, technically competent, very helpful in Europe. And when it came time to write down who was the administrative contact, his name was there. Came up to the ICANN board for what should have been a very straightforward, almost pro forma approval of that. And one of the people on the board, and I'm pleased to say he was an African, Katim Touré from the Gambia, said, wait a minute. It says here that the administrative contact has to be inside the country. Caused us to stop and say, you know, you're right. We cannot approve this as is. And we had to respond that the country had to choose somebody who was physically inside the country. There was a short period, measured, I think, in days, maybe a couple of weeks, of urgent back and forth. But eventually, that change was made. And I think we all felt very good that the concept, that the principle that was written down many years earlier was invoked and brought into action here. Well, that's a very limited picture of some of the things in the past. A short while ago, Sally Wentworth, President and CEO of the Internet Society, in July, gave a talk, which I suspect at least some of you were at, and included a number of statistics, and she graciously has allowed me to make use of the points that she made. So here are some statistics that she shared about the state of Africa's network ecosystem at the moment. 10 operator groups, peering forums, 57 internet exchange points, 62 government networks, numerous community networks, and a very large number of organizations that rely on network resources that are managed across Africa by Afrinic. This is both a great achievement, great start, and also lays the foundation for much more to come. Now we have to talk about the other kind of things. What goes wrong in these situations? Well, I think we have instances of problems which you are all familiar with in various ways. I've listed here financial stability, technical resilience, community control of governance, with Afrinic being probably the most visible and important one at the moment, and bandwidth and connectivity issues, particularly in the interior. We have seen from time to time cable cuts, some of which are known to be purely accidental, some of which are less clear about whether they were or were not accidental. But in any case, making the point that it's not sufficient to simply have a connection from one point to another. One needs redundancy and enough capacity to route around failures. I'm only partially familiar with the ecosystem of the connectivity in Africa, but I know that submarine cables around the outside of Africa, around the coast, it provides connectivity for many of the countries that have coastal connections. The interior is another matter, but I understand that there have been huge developments there. My last trip to Africa was at the ICANN meeting in Rwanda, and I can tell you that it felt the same as being anywhere else. could sit down and be connected cleanly, quickly, and very efficiently to any other place in the world. There have been instances of government shutdowns at a country level when there's been contention or civil unrest inside of a country. We do not like to see that, but there's not a whole lot that anybody outside the country can do about that if a country genuinely decides to cut itself off from the rest of the internet, except that when a country is sufficiently interconnected, not just with one or two connections, but with a sufficient number of interconnections to its neighbors and to other points, it becomes much more difficult to disconnect an entire country. That is a useful lesson, and one of the ways of measuring how far along the development path a particular country is with respect to internet connectivity. Let me now move briefly to kinds of things to think about going forward. Going back to our original experience about the development of the ARPANET and then the internet, one of the major lessons is how important it is to form alliances. The regional internet registries and ICANN operate on a world scale and provide excellent forums for cooperation. The regional alliances, of which AFNOG is obviously all important in Africa, is absolutely vital. There would be no network in Africa if it were not for the network operators, quite obviously. I don't know on a day-to-day basis how much cooperation and how much competition there is. There is always, because there are human beings involved, a degree of both competition and cooperation. It's the nature of the human condition, I think. I would counsel that it's important to ask for help, to resist external control, and to provide help to others whenever possible. Those are the bedrock of being successful in this world. I would also counsel that reach out and interact with the rest of the world, invite experts in, send students to other places, create recognition of talent pool, create schools, create badges or certificates of accomplishment, and raise as much as possible the technical and the administrative, bureaucratic, political, organizational talents in Africa to build a very, very strong basis. I would counsel also to develop metrics and goals. I've mentioned a couple of statistics on a very gross level about the percentage of connectivity in Africa. There are many other ways of measuring the state of affairs and the progress, and to use those as a way of setting what the goals are. One can also divide the goals along, look at them in two separate ways. One is how much participation, how much capacity, etc. And the other is how resistant is the entire system to outages or other kinds of problems, how strong and robust it is. So I would counsel that there should be metrics of both kinds and goals set in both kinds. Let me emphasize again and again how important local control is. Local control means that the people who are affected are also in charge. And it's important not only to have a political basis for local control, but facts of life are that if you don't have the money in the bank to support the activity, then you're in trouble from the beginning. So there has to be a strong financial basis for each of the pieces of the operation. All of this is in the hands of the people who know what networks are about, who know how to build networks, how to operate networks, how to serve their customers. Also, obviously, very, very important is to educate the people who are being served and the political leaders who are in charge of the laws and the operation of the governmental, not only at the national level, but local levels as well. So educate governments. They are necessary, and done correctly, government people are your friend. I mentioned in my early part of my career that I interrupted my graduate work to go work in the U.S. government, in the Department of Defense. I was a civil servant and had a top secret clearance, and got to work every day with colleagues deep in the bureaucracy of the government. And I found that to be an extremely positive experience. Everyone I worked with was committed to trying to provide the best possible use of the resources that we had available, and to pursue the overall vision and to support the people who were doing the real work. We were deeply conscious that it wasn't us sitting in government offices who were making things happen. We were simply enabling others to do the work. And I think that largely around the world, that is an attitude that anybody who serves in government, particularly if they're doing it not as somebody seeking to have power for themselves, but seeking to be helpful to their community and to their colleagues, will have. So that is the essence of what I would share with you today. I mentioned at the outset that I'm now spending my time focused on the who is problem, is where the access to the registration data associated with domain names. Our small effort is gathering some force, and I'm hopeful that it will not only become visible, but that at another time, perhaps next year, have some opportunity to interact with some of you, perhaps in this forum or in other forums, about the progress being made there. So with that, let me say thanks, and again, express my appreciation for being asked to speak with you today. I'm available if anybody wants to ask questions. I'm available by email if anybody wants to follow up. And I wish you a very positive and successful experience with your conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for this insightful keynote. We took note of all your advice. We will resist, and we will make sure that we find the money to support or scale the thing based on our pocket. So now that I think it's less dark in the DC area and you are already awake, I hope you will stay with us a bit and follow the rest of the day. So once again, thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Elaine. So we move on to the second keynote. It is on Internet Network Operator Group 30 years after. It will be presented to us by Mr. Philip Smith. He is the Senior Network Engineer at NRC. Yes. If you're online, Mr. Philip Smith.
Yeah. I am here. I'm having terrible problems with my Zoom. So it's all going to work for you.
We can hear you though.
Yes, you can hear me.
Yes. Okay. You can proceed.
So please bear with me. This may or may not work. If it does work,
right, that's gone now, so I can do that. Right. All right, so sorry about being not able to join you. I'm actually here in Mongolia at the Mongolian Network Operators Group. This is the 7th meeting when it was started back in 2018. So I've just finished teaching a BGP workshop. I've just managed to chase the participants away before this session starts. So I'm very happy to receive the invitation to come and talk to you. Apparently, I know a little bit about network operator groups, and I know quite a few of you from AFNOG over the years. My first AFNOG was in 2002, and I really enjoyed coming to all the events I was able to. And my life is still keeping me pretty busy traveling all around the Asia-Pacific region. Whoops, so a little bit about me. As introduced, working for the Network Startup Resource Center, but also relevant to this, I'm the Executive Director for APNOG. APNOG is the Asia-Pacific Network Operators Group, which is the legal entity for looking after APRICOT. And APRICOT has been running since the mid-90s. Some of you probably know I've spent quite a few years teaching about BGP best practices, designing backbones, building exchange points, deploying V6, and really helping encourage the creation of network operators groups and helping the NOGs as they grow and develop in all parts of the world. So I'm just going to look at 4 things. I don't want to overrun time into your break, so I'll keep this to the point. I want to have a look really at what the network operator groups are about before I look at some success stories, and then just share some advice about what I think the NOG functions are and how things would work onwards in the future. Now, when I was developing these slides, I actually looked back through some of my BGP materials, because I say teaching a workshop here in Mongolia. And there was this slide that I dug out from the training. And it was for internet operations groups, for network engineers and operators and colleagues. And it's many things, but fundamentally, it's all about keeping the internet working. And you find today NOGs cover all aspects. It's the peering business relationships, it could be technology discussions, it could be social events. Don't tell the management, but it can also be for employment opportunities as well. But it's really a great opportunity for the network engineers, systems engineers, and operators to get together and really discuss the bits and pieces used to keep the internet working. So if we look at the first 30 years, NANOG is really what started it all. And this was the North American Network Operators Group. And this evolved from NSFNet Regional Techs meeting in 1994. Today it's mainly US and Canada, but it does attract a lot of participants from Europe and Asia as well. 3 meetings per year, and one of those meetings is held in conjunction with the regional registry, with ARAN. And this really was the inspiration for the NOG movement. And I mean, if I move to APRICOT, APRICOT was formed because David Conrad, who was the Director General of APNIC at the time, had been to the first NANOG, came back to the region and was kind of, we need this. We need something like this in Asia Pacific, because crossing the Pacific just to get to a NANOG wasn't really very practical. So the first APRICOT was January 1996, and it's been running ever since. And every year, more and more success. We don't go for size at our event. We go for quality of content. We keep a high standard. And plus, we try and ensure that we have other AP organizations, including APNIC, the regional registry here in Asia Pac, to hold their events as well. Moving onwards, of course, AFNOG, we know AFNOG, that started in 2000. Some of you probably will remember the Internet Society's Network Training Workshops program. I've participated in those as well as an instructor. But that was being wound down in 2000, that was the last one. And so AFNOG, really to keep that momentum going, was formed to really bring all this network education to Africa. And of course, AFNOG is now part of the annual African Internet Summit. SANOG was interesting. This is a spin-off from Apricot. It started in 2003. Again, the demand, the starting growth of the internet in South Asia. And it was because Apricot could not come to South Asia often enough. We held our event once a year. We couldn't turn up. There are, 40 plus, almost 50 economies in the Asia Pacific region. It's hard work getting around them all. And so SANOG held 2 events a year until this year. And this year, the SANOG committee, the core steering committee, agreed that because we have NOGs in every country in South Asia now, that the country NOGs carry on the function of the workshops, training, local presentations, and SANOG moved to the annual conference. And that was held last month in Bhutan. We've got NPNOG, BTNOG, BDNOG, LKNOG, INNOG, AFNOG, which is Afghanistan, PKNOG, and NVNOG. And the latter 2 are in formation. And so it's the last 2 countries in South Asia, and those NOGs are happening. Maldives is very, very small, as in population size, but they now, and they're keen to get this network operator group going, because getting from the Maldives, you go to Sri Lanka or India or further, it's not so straightforward for them. PACNOG, I think by geography, is probably the biggest of all of them. This covers a huge geographical region across the Pacific Ocean. And this one launched after APNIC held its member meeting in 2004 in Fiji. And PACNOG has been running ever since. Training is the focus. A lot of the folks living in the Pacific Islands, they will probably move to New Zealand or Australia, North America for career and growth. And so we have a big challenge in the Pacific of new talent, training new talent all the time. And the brain drain issue is very, very serious for them. So PACNOG serves such an important function in really making sure that we can keep the internet running and growing across the Pacific. So these regional NOGs gave rise to the country NOGs. Maybe some of that was my fault. Maybe it was just also the obvious thing of the regional NOGs can't come to visit the countries as often as the country wanted. And so certainly in Asia now, almost every single economy has a NOG. If I remember correctly, it's China, North Korea, and Brunei are the only places where there's no network operator group. So it's actually very impressive that all the economies in Asia have developed their own country NOG over the last 15, 20 years. I haven't done extensive research over the other regions, but if you look at Europe, most European countries now have their own country NOG. I didn't miss out the RIPE meeting on purpose, because that was kind of a little bit different from NOGs, but RIPE meeting was run by the RIPE NCC for the community, so it's a little bit different, but certainly looks more like a NOG now. But again, RIPE meetings can't go to every single European country all the time, so country NOGs focusing on their own language and own requirements. But the rest of the world seems a little bit kind of interesting when we have some standouts, of course, in Africa and South and Central America and so forth. But Central Asia, Middle East, apart from MENOG, is what's really going on. And then Pacific Islands. PACNOG has been around so long, yet struggling to get a NOG going in Papua New Guinea. Fiji's been talked about forever. Guam has been talked about for several years. So there's still struggles there to try and get a local operator group happening. The benefits, I've mentioned the niche at the start, all the benefits of the NOG from the old slides. But really it's the network and systems folks have a local opportunity to meet colleagues and peers. It's the personal meeting interaction that is so important. And I think we discovered this, unfortunately, during 2020, 2021, and even early 2022. We were all either locked at home or locked in our countries. There was no travel. And many NOGs tried to replicate the events online. For some, it worked. We did 2 apricots online. It kind of worked, but it felt like you were almost on television. There wasn't really this social interaction that was possible. And of course, networking can only be done in person. Because on the internet, of course, no one knows who you are. And especially these years, the world is full of fake everything. And what's also interesting, certainly in Asia Pacific region, is a lot of NOGs are trending towards big meeting places. People go for the social meeting of fellow network engineers to talk about, network infrastructure. The presentations may be there, but the primary goal is to see the fellow network folks, meet potential suppliers, sponsors, and so forth. And those are the, some in Southeast Asia are more like that now, which is great. It's exactly what they need to be able to do. So there are a lot of NOGs, but I always see it also from the sponsorship side. The poor old sponsors are trying to sponsor more and more events. And I remember 15 years ago, I was trying to get around all the NOGs in Asia Pac, as well as my AFNOG commitments and so on. You run out of days in the year where you can try and cover anything. And of course, sponsor budgets are limited. Where are you going to get the instructors from? People want the same big names and so on. So it is a really limited pool. So some of the country NOGs wanting the big names, they struggle to try and do that, getting the sponsorship and so forth. So there are quite a few challenges, and I have no real answers for that. But to help sponsors and help international participants, the calendar, the conference organizers calendar, NOG organizers calendar has been around for years. It used to be run by NSRC for the Internet Society, but NSRC, we now do this on behalf of the entire community. And I know several sponsors will say, we will not sponsor your event unless it's in the NSRC calendar. We plan our annual budget and travel and NOG participation based on what's there. So that calendar is actually extremely useful for the network operator group coordination. I want to look quickly at 3 success stories. I mean, I've only really got 10 minutes left. So this one, this was last month in Bhutan. Now, Bhutan, country of about 600,000 people in the Himalayas. Internet only arrived there in 1999. It took many years to get a NOG actually functioning because I suppose the original network internet folks, the older community, didn't really see the need of the NOG because they knew each other. But if you look at the photo, this was like 130, 140 people turned up for BTNOG. It was along with SANOG, but the majority were the local participants. And it's a young team, and this is what's quite incredible. Yes, some of the old folks are still there, but it's a young team, really enthusiastic about what they can do. And the other important thing is, they're not just internet service providers. It's any and every entity involved in internet. So, we had universities, we had, government sector, we had banks, we had, data set hosting, small companies doing services and so forth. They all were taking part in the operator group. Here I am right now in Mongolia. MNOG was quite a story. I don't have time to tell the whole thing. I've been coming here for 20 years. I've been trying to encourage them to create a NOG. Well, we don't need. No, I don't talk to them. It's this typical story we see all the time. And it was only in 2018, and it was an APNIC training that I was helping out with, that we got the local community together. And the people you see in the picture barely knew each other. And after, get together with a bit of social discussion, explaining we can't come here every month or 2 months or 3 months just to do trying to organize or help you with your community. I mean, I look at MN Nog now, it's one of the most amazing, incredible success stories. Again, a young, enthusiastic team. In fact, one of the committee members is working in the Democratic Republic of Congo for a mining company. Mining companies can go to NOGS too because she's running the network infrastructure for the mining company. She flew all the way from DRC to Ulaanbaatar here to help organize the event. So it's quite incredible. And you know, PHNOG is different. It's an interesting but different NOG. It's a modern interpretation. The first effort was tried by an expat who I helped, but he was outside the country. And if you're outside the country, it really doesn't quite work to try and get the locals going. It was rebooted a few years ago by a local team, and you know, you look at the team in the picture, this was from last year, the 50-50 men and women. And they're all young people, all really enthusiastic, and what I would call a modern interpretation. They've got peering personals, tech talks, selfies, sponsor giveaways, game shows. It's all in the style of what the Philippine community love. When I first went to see it, it was like, this is not real. Well, yes, it is, because it works. They get a huge turnout because people just love this mix of tech and fun for a couple of days. So, you know, is there a future role for a NOG? I mean, if I sit here, Asia Pacific, oh, absolutely. It's really vibrant, active. But what format? There's so many different formats that are possible, and it's a format that matters to the local community. We can be the very traditional technical training, bit of technical talk, but there's so many other things that are happening as well. And I'm finding these days, you know, compared with even 10 years ago, the format really needs to fit what the local community wants it to be, and that's such an important thing. And you know, we look at the regional NOGs, fair enough, but what about countries? As I said earlier, every country in Asia Pac, bar 3, has a NOG. Europe is similar, but it seems to be harder to establish them elsewhere. And rather than saying, oh, you need to do this, that, and the next thing, which I think is the wrong thing to say, look at the success stories in other parts of the world. Drivers in Asia Pac, local community. Here in Mongolia, the conference is in Mongolian. The foreigners, like me, speak English. Understanding of English is quite good. We go to Japan, JANOG is all in Japanese. And so rather than trying to do the NOG for the international community, they do it for what they need. Local language, local culture. MNOG here has lots of other get-togethers rather than just the annual event. The people involved in it meet every few weeks. And that way they can keep in touch, deal with local issues and so on. So what could they look like? A lot of social gathering, some are technical operationally focused, others are mixed. You know, some have just as big a sponsor exhibition as they do at the conference. So it becomes a big social event, but people will go to it. They take part in it because they can keep connections between people. I hear things, oh, you don't need them now, peering forum is happening, but that's the peering community, and it's often business development, sales, rather than the network engineers. Exchange point meetings, some NOGs have grown out of exchange points. But exchange point meeting is focusing on the IX, and it's not the general network operations. What about the registry meetings? Well, the registries can only do so much and get to so many places, so that's not really a replacement. Or other specialist groups, for sure. There was the MNSEC conference happening, just a couple of days ago last week. That's a security, Mongolian security community. It would be nice next time to have MNSEC and MNOG coordinating and cooperating or co-locating their event. So specialist groups can often co-locate with the NOG. I know, I'm being slightly cynical, saying, well, do we still need, if there's no NOG, maybe everything's perfect. I'm not going to read through them, but there's so many issues here that you can find. I mean, some places don't meet. Community might be too small, which is what we often hear in the Pacific. Or there's just distrust of competitors. That initial catalyst has never really happened. So just quickly looking at recipes for success, catalyst is so important. that's what I hope I've been trying to do, as well as colleagues around the world have been trying to do, be the catalyst. But you can't be the person who's doing anything or doing everything. Because one person trying to drive the whole thing they'll give up, they'll burn out. It's much better, it's a local group of friends. And, here in Mongolia, we helped them become friends because they didn't know each other. And it's a local group of friends just get together and they can widen the scope, simple technical discussions, and maybe after that, look at trying to hold a more formal meeting. And it doesn't need to be a fancy venue or organization. Keep it nice and simple. But aim for a strong technical program. Make sure they're good technical program and local talks as well. MNOG here, like many NOGs in Asia Pac, no sales or marketing talks. It's for technology. Internet operations is so important. We found in Bhutan last month, local language makes such a difference. If English is the second distant language or French is a second distant language, use a local language if that encourages people to be less shy. And meet regularly, not just the annual formal meeting, but the informal one as well, because that helps people to stay in touch. And just keep volunteers interested, give people reasons to volunteer, give opportunities for new helpers. So I've got a long list of things that don't work. This is experience over the years, and there's one NOG in formation in this part of the world. They're set up offers bearers, committees, hierarchy, you name it. Before any meeting has ever happened, it doesn't work that way. It's really a casual get together and put in the structure afterwards once you know that it's actually all going to work. Trying to do a big budget event. I mean, MNOG 1 was a big budget event, and it was incredible that it worked. I couldn't believe my eyes when I first arrived here to the first MNOG. That was, I think it was a gamble, but they pulled it off, and they got such a good reputation that people are coming back. Transit provider, incumbent, government, regulator, we've seen all that happen. They're not the network operators. What's their interest in trying to do this? It's really got to be the friends or people who know each other in different providers and IP operators. Helpful foreigners. This is not me criticizing myself. I see quite a lot of places where a foreigner comes in and, we'll give you this and we'll do this for you, we'll set this up and we'll create the website and we'll set up. Well, that's fine, but the locals aren't involved. And when the foreigner leaves, everything stops. So it has to be the local who is going to do it. Local in plural. The foreigner has to be able to encourage the locals to keep meeting, keep doing. There was one that we tried late last year in the Pacific. The foreigners were, great, this, that, and we'll do this, set up a chat group and that, next thing. As soon as they left, it's all gone. So that doesn't work. It's got to be done by the locals. And then, the rigid, the NOG has to be run this way, and it's got to be done like that. Or they want to be like Apricot or Nanog. Apricot and Nanog are huge events, 1,000 people, complicated program and so forth. Don't try and do things like that. Just keep it nice and simple get-togethers. The community has to experiment what works. Every country is different. Every country is culturally different, language different, operational needs are different. So work out what works locally. And also, participants need to justify the time out of the office. Certainly here in Asia Pac, managers are very interested about what's your time being spent on? Why does this benefit me? And so here we fill the workshops because people are learning BGP or network management and monitoring, and so they can justify the time out, so they're encouraged to go, and the workshops here are packed. Online only. This is my learning lesson from the pandemic. I mean, it was kind of okay doing Apricot online in 2021, 2022. But as a permanent feature, unfortunately, there are a couple of NOGs I know that simply cannot meet in person. Here in this part of the world, the Afghanistan NOG cannot meet in person. So they are online. But hopefully in the future, there'll come a point where they can do. But we know it's in-person contact. Most people in our industry are really shy. They're introverts, they're shy. They're not going to jump onto a Zoom like this and try and meet people. They're, very, very direct one-to-one. And that's the only way that they can really meet. So the in-person is so important. I mean, I remember my early use of Cisco when the Cisco telepresence happened, and I got to put down at the end of the telepresence with, "Philip, it was nice to see your image. I want to meet you in person." And that was a major customer, and they just quit the call. So in person is so important, and so trying to meet in person is really essential. I feel very embarrassed that I'm sitting here telling you this online, but such as it is, it's we can't be everywhere at once. Final lesson, this is the last slide. It takes effort and persistence. But you need to bring the community along with you, encourage volunteers. People attend, but they come back if the experience is positive and the content is worth coming for. They're not going to listen to marketing talks or sales talks. You get them on YouTube anytime. They want to be able to meet colleagues. They want to see good technical content. And it's not just for ISPs. It's all sectors who are doing IP networking. And, I mentioned the example of, one of the MNO working in a mining company. All these companies using IP infrastructure, encourage them to take part. And watch the budget. You don't need big spend, but make sure you get money to pay the simple things that you need. And finally, avoid the bureaucracy until you get something actually going along. And so that's really my review of the last 30 years. I hope it was interesting and useful. I've probably missed plenty of suggestions that I could make, but I hope it provides some encouragement across AFNOG region for countries to consider starting their own NOGs. I know that I do, and the NSRC team, when they visit, they keep saying, you really need to look. We can't just, workshop this. You need to look at ways of having the community working together without outsiders trying to encourage you to do it. Anyway, I hope that was useful. Thank you very much. Sorry for overrunning.
Yes.
Nothing from online. Kindly, you can ask your question in the Q&A, and we'll read them in the room. I'm just allowing 2 questions. I've had first taker in the room. Anyone with a burning question, go to the mic. Okay, Alain, start.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Philip, for this wonderful presentation. Yes, we will try next time to bring you face to face. It costs business class ticket, but I think as a community we will make the effort to get you a business class ticket so that you can be with us face to face. So Philip, we had a problem, and you mentioned it, that the pool of instructors and the pool of the speakers are limited. But we've been trying to build this for 30 years. So what shall we do? You remember at AFNOG at some point, we even trying to open a track of a training of trainers. So how should we go about adding more people to this pool?
Alain, I mean, it's a rhetorical question I've been asking. I've asked it at PACNOG. We had a panel discussion at Apricot a couple of years ago about what to do. A lot of people, I suppose, do we have more attention span? The older guys like us, or more willingness, or is the younger generation not so interested anymore? I really don't know. I would love to know what the solution is, but as you say, we have been trying for years and years to introduce new instructors. We've done train the trainers. We've taught BGP workshops. We've got good participants to come and help us. I don't know. Maybe we should just stop doing it and then see what happens.
And Keith Mitchell and Lord helped us get connected to the internet. So as we are spending the 30th anniversary, it's only important that I thank you publicly for that support. So thank you very much for helping Ghana.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions online? Okay. So that first part of keynote addresses and keynote presentations allows us to go to a break so that we can have session number 2. Our break will be 20 minutes and we'll be back at 11. During the break, make sure you take your badges. For those who are on site, sorry. For those who are on site, make sure you pick your badges because today everyone has to be badged to enter the room. So kindly, if you don't have and haven't registered, kindly make sure you take your badge during the break. Otherwise, I wish us all a good coffee break. Thank you.
This is main one.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with the developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National Rents and their member institutions can access WACRN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national rent and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years,
can you check
users and beneficiaries of our network,
if Manzi is
services
online?
and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can just. Can somebody seek Madhvi, please? Madhvi, can you hear? Let me go grab her.
If we could all settle down so that we can start the next phase. Madhvi, you can come up. Bryce, if you could please help me ask the other guys who are outside to come in. Thank you. I would like the door closed, thanks. Okay, so we are back for session number 2 of the day. I would like to invite Jean Robert, he's already here, to moderate a session. He'll moderate 2 presentations. Yeah, welcome, Jean. 3 presentations.
Distinguished participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm Jean-Robert Ntomé, coordinator of the Africa Computer Security Incident Response Team Forum, and I have the pleasure of moderating this exciting second session, which will carry us through lunch. So we have 3 speakers who will engage us through technical presentation, each allow 40 minutes
to share insight and tackle pressing challenge in our field. So we have Kananura Manzi Justin, who will be online, if you can project him. Then we have Andre from Global Cyber Alliance, and we have Madhvi from Afrinic. So this is how we will proceed. Speakers, I will encourage you to reserve 5 minutes for Q&A. So at the end of 35 minutes mark, I will signal that you have 5 minutes left to wrap up your presentation. Audience, your role is important. After all presentation, we will take a series of 3 questions in a row. So please be ready, make them sharp, clear, and impactful, so we maximize the learning experience. And then at the end of the question row, I will ask speakers if they have closing remarks. So let's sit together and make the most of our times. On this note, Justin Manzi will have a presentation around enhancing Africa internet infrastructure security through intelligence-driven honeypot deployments. I will talk about a couple of things, but the whole picture is to build a kind of threat monitoring capabilities so that defenders can understand and anticipate various threats that we face on the continent. Manzi Justin is cybersecurity, data analysis, software developer, researcher associate from Carnegie Mellon University, Rwanda. Manzi, up to you.
Thank you, Jean-Albert. Am I audible enough?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. As Jean-Albert said, my name is Kananura Manzi Justin. I'm excited to be here presenting this project. We have been working in collaboration with the Africa CERT, and allow me to share my screen. Thank you. I was saying that I've been working on this project alongside the Africa CERT and the incredible team behind this project, Stan Gay, Trevor, and Junius. The project, as you can see, it's enhancing Africa's internet infrastructure through intelligence-driven honeypot deployment. Over the next few minutes, I'm going to walk through the journey, what's happening on the cyberspace, why reactive approaches aren't enough, and most important, how organization, institution can be part of the community-driven defense. So why this matter? Africa is growing fast, and the digital space as well. More businesses, services, and more people online are online, but their security is not as secure as they should be. So right now there is a global shortage. There's a global shortage. There is a shortage of 4 million cyber security professionals as per 2024, and you can feel that this gap is very huge. We don't have enough people trying to stop and even detect cyber threat. So, and the threat, they are not slowing down from, as you can see from the start, from early 2023 to late 2024, 89% of the cyber attacks in Africa were successful. 89%. Think about that. That's actually most of the attacks work if it's 89%. So there are many targeted organizations, as you can see to this diagram: government, banks, hospitals, telecommunication companies, and so on. So the HoneyNet is project, the threat intelligence project is here for three major purposes: security, measurement, and resilience. This is more like catching hackers. The project is all about we can use the honeypot to detect attacks in real time. These attacks, those honeypots expose a fake system that attract attackers and let us watch what they are doing online in real time. So by collecting the attacks, the logs, we can measure. We can measure the attacks. Can be which services are being targeted, where they are coming from, and often this can be by getting those information, you can build a clear picture of the landscape set on Africa. So this system is an open source which can be duplicated, repeatable by any organization. It can be applied to SOC, any CERT, university can join, and together we can build in Africa based on data. We can build a defense, Africa defense based on the real data. So the vision and goal for this project, we want to make Africa more resilient to cyber threats using proactive method, not just reactive, as most of the organization are just using reactive method instead of being proactive. If the attackers worldwide, they collaborate. So for African organization, we can collaborate as well to defend our organization. So we need to do the same. We are building this real threat sharing framework across Africa, which can help to do so if everyone join as well. So what is a honeypot? A honeypot is the ecosystem of services which intentionally deployed to attract cyber attackers. It simulates a vulnerable services, which is basically a fake system that looks like a real system to the attackers. So it could be a fake website, it could be a fake server, it could be a fake database. It can be any type of service. The goal is just to attract hackers, and then study how they attack, their IOC, their TTP, so you get insight from it. That one can help us by gaining the insights. We can work on the real system and defend the system more. So the purpose of the honeypot is to check the attackers are safe, the deception. So they found something. The attackers think they have found something valuable. Then we log everything they do. We get the alerts. We send them to the dashboard. That is the threat detection. We log everything they do. Then we get the alerts. So by getting the alerts and everything they do, the malwares they dropped on the systems, on the fake system, we gather intelligence, their behaviors. Then by that we can improve our organization security from those knowledge we gain. So here is the data pipeline. So there is a hacker which comes from the internet by seeing just a fake system exposed to the internet. So we deploy honeypot, which is HoneyNet is a combination. It's a multiple HoneyNet deployed. So they can share a server, ELK server. Then there is when the attacker gets this honeypot, they send we collect the logs. Then we send the logs to the ELK server, which is connecting different honeypots. It can be used to connect different honeypots alongside Africa. And then from the honeypots itself, from the logs we collect, we send malware samples to the malware sandbox. Currently, we are using Cape Sandbox, which help us to analyze the malware samples, extract the IOCs and the TTPs, the indicator of compromise, the techniques and procedures the hackers use. Then from the malware sandbox and the ELK, we send the IOC as well to the MIS server. MIS server, which is can be shared, and anyone can have access to it, and they gain insight as well. So for the ELK server, we have a security analyst who can have access to the dashboard. To the dashboard, they can have access to the logs that they are coming, so they can visualize them and analyze them in real time. So, and this intelligence is then shared. It can be shared with partners. Anyone can join the force and can have their own dashboard, because we worked on building a global dashboard or an Africa dashboard where everyone can join and see the attacks in real times. So as I was explaining, this shows the Africa's one, which can be this system is a honeynet. Those are the honeypots which can be deployed in different countries, and they can be connected, as I was saying, to the ELK server. Then from the server, as you can see, everyone is connected. This makes a honeynet. So from this honeynet, it's where we get the threat intelligence framework. So from each honeypot, we deploy available services, a honeypot. Currently, we have exposed the SSH services, Telnet, remote desktop, HTTP, SMB, HTTPS. So from the available services, it's where we collect the logs and send them to ELK. Then we visualize them. Then from the dashboard, we gain insights, so we can have a proactive defense instead of waiting to react after the attack. So when deploying the honeynet, as we saw that it's available services, we take into consideration that there is a need of security to be done while deploying the honeypot on your network. So we take into consideration that we need to do a network isolation. You can deploy, we deploy the honeypot in the DMZ, where it's isolated, or can create VLANs, and we never deploy it in a production network to avoid the lateral movement whenever the honeypot is compromised. So we contain them, we have control of them, we set traffic, where there's no outbound traffic from the honeypot. Then the attacker can interact, but cannot pivot into the internal system. So no real data is exposed on the honeypot. It's just a system which is there, which doesn't have the real data, which is not connected to the real infrastructure. So by that we monitor, then we see alerts. We continue monitoring in real time in case there is any breach. So this all about the strategies deployment for the honeypot. I was saying the DMZ, where you can see the honeypot is deployed outside in its DMZ. It's not in the internal network. It's isolated. This one is best used for the externals. But this one is the one which we use to attract the attackers from the external and observe them to see the pattern they use, what they target, which services and techniques they use. So the second one is to deploy to deploy it in the internal, where this one is useful to when you want to detect the sensitive internal data and catching lateral movement within the network whenever there is a breach. As I was saying, this help us to find the insiders, the people inside threats whenever there's one. So another one is to deploy the honeypot in cloud, which can mimic the cloud services. We can expose people, the organization which use the cloud services. They can use this approach to gain insight on the attacks going on. So by implementing this, the project initiated by the AfricaSat, we took into consideration the Global HoneyNet project, and we tried to mimic them. We tried to see how they work, if we can do the same to Africa. As you know, we are not the only one that we are using open sources tools. The ELK, they are open source FileBit. Everything we are using is it's open source tools. So those are the projects. There are many, but there's a few that I can show. There is LACNIC, which is a HoneyNet in Latin America. There is Sahar in Tunisia, and the current one we are trying to implement to invite everyone to join with the AfricaSat HG, which is this project we are currently working on with the UPANSI and the AfricaSat. So you can see the tools we are using. As you can see there is MISP, which is an open source. We have MHN. This was used by one of there's HoneyNet project. There is Suricata. There is a HoneyD, which is a honeypot as well. There is a ELK stack, which we are currently using in open source. Hive, Cortex, some of them use OpenVPN, FileBit to ship the logs from the honeypot to the ELK server. When we have Open Canary, Kauri, for us, we are using Open Canary and Kauri as a honeypots. We use them. Then Open Canary has we can expose many services. So depend on the one you choose. And this one, Kauri, it has SSH and Telnet. And this is the CAP sandbox we are currently using for the malware analysis from the one we collected from the honeypot. So what we are currently seeing, this is the dashboard, the current dashboard, real-time dashboard. This dashboard, you can see when the organization joined this is a global dashboard where the AfricaSat can monitor the event per organization. This is currently the honeypot deployed. As you can see, there is a one called Pansy, which has been collecting more than 660,000, and you can see that this one has a event as well, and you can see the AfricaSat. They can see the total events from all the organization, and we have customized dashboard that everyone can see what is going on in their organization, respective organization. So allow me to go through the demo to show you the real-time dashboards as the logs coming in. Can you see the dashboard? Hello, can you see the dashboard, or you're still seeing the slide?
Yes, we can see the dashboard.
Okay, thank you. So this is the dashboard that as you can see, I was trying to explain when this is a global dashboard, but we have customized a dashboard for each site or each country, each organization which want to join the course. Currently, these are the two on the dashboard, but we have space for everyone can join. This is last 90 days. As you can see, those are the event over time in the last 90 days. As you can see, some days there are many attacks. I can see the event coming in. So here we have the unique IP, which is trying to attack the hacker's IP. We have most targeted services as I was saying that we expose many services. Those are the ones we have. You can see from all the services from last 90 days, 62% of the attacks was targeting the remote desktop. 19 SSH, there is SQL, there is Telnet. Then we have this chart which is showing the bot status, but there is many attackers they use bots, but there are some who doesn't use bots to attack. As you can see on the chart, the blue one is they are not bots. Green they are bots. There are many, but a few of them are not bots. So we collect top attackers by countries. We can see the Netherlands on top, US, Hong Kong, Germany, Singapore, China. Those are the attacks in the last 90 days. We have this shows to this chart shows to the attacks per countries. Then we can see which country each country they are interested on the services. Each country has their interest on the services. As you can see, Netherlands and let's say German, they don't get the same services. Then we have top username and password. They often use. You can see from the password, you can see that most of them they are easy to guess. So from that one, you can even get an insight from this. Only you can get the insight that never use an easy password like 1 to up to 6 admin. They are easy to guess. This is the collected SMB. The SMB, as I was saying, the SMB is exposed as well on this honeypot. So those are the username. From the attacker, we collect this is the continuous username. Those are the files which has been shared exposed to the attackers. So sometimes they open it, sometimes they drop some files, then we collect the malware. Those are the commands they have been using on the honeypot. Those are the session duration, as we saw that most of them they are bots. And those are the URL to the malwares. We collect them as well. Then here we on the dashboard you can see the malware coming in, if they are new, or if they are the one if they are known. Then we have the upload names. We have hashes which is dropped to the honeypot. Then you have source countries, if they are like you can see the IP, you can see the data center, high count, the low count. We have the continent as well, top source continent, which try to attack the ISN organization. They are listed on the dashboard. Remember that this is the last 90 days. It's a rollout node. It's frequent abuser. It's connected to VirusTotal to know if this IP is a frequent abuser or not. We have it's a mobile. They use mobile, or so most of them it's not a mobile. All of them actually all of them they are not mobile or not. We have people using VPN. Most of them they use VPN, a proxy server. Then we have a map which just show the attacks where they are coming from on the map. So as you can see, you have many data which can be used to gain valuable insights. Even if you see today, you can select today to see what's going on today. You can see today only today they have 9,000 attacks events on this honeypots. You can see that the events you can see many events that many targets they are targeted. Then many attackers they try to attack use the night, and you can see 3:30 in the night, in 3:30 a.m. there was many events coming in, and they have been dropped beats during the day. As per now, it's just 54 unique IP as well. So you can see that we are getting insight, we are getting data, we are attracting the attackers in real time. Back to this is the malware we are collecting. This actually on the honeypot. You can see the malware and its malware samples dropped. You can see the script, the binaries. You can see the last time it was more than 200 malware dropped to the honeypot. So this is as we saw on the dashboard, there is significant benefit to the stakeholders. So they can gain the stakeholders. There is a lot for them to join. If you join the community, the HoneyNet community, this one are building for Africa, you can get the early detection through the dashboard. You can there is a share. There will be a shared intelligence, threat intelligence. For the SAT, they can join. They can the aspect they can help us as well, because they are the one who host who actively see the threat. If you host a honeypot on their network, they'll for sure they will see that there is something going on their network, so they can join. They can help. So together we can build a strong threat intelligence which can help Africa. So we learned some lessons and challenges as well during the project. Building a trust, as you can see, this is an exposed services. So you have to people trust the project. You have to building trust is hard. People ask what if the honeypot become a threat. So you are working on that so that there is security in deployment by strong resolution, as we saw the monitoring, the containment. We have we have solved we have had difficulty in passing the data, the logs that they are coming because they were coming in. There were many logs coming in few times, like you saw. Only today, more than 9,000 log collected. So there was challenge passing the logs and send them to the dashboard. But most importantly, we have proven that this model works. This can help us as an Africa threat intel. So the future roadmap is expanding the deployment. We need more people to join the cause. Partnering the main partner is Africa South, so all the South in Africa, we welcome them to join the ASP can help us. Then we'll try to do automation to help partners as we'll be collecting many logs, many data from different countries. We'll do a correlation from the logs and see we gain insight faster. So we can train people who want to train, we can train students, analysts. The more people who understand this, the stronger our network will become. So call to action, I was saying, host a sensor. It's just an open source honeypot. You can join the course and host a sensor or a honeypot and connect to our threat intel. You get the visibility of the dashboard in real time and share intelligence with the Africa, including the IOCs, the TTPs. You can join the MISP. So we want to collaborate together. We can build a strong community drive and handling it. Those are the references. Thank you for your time. This was it from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Manzi. Please stay online because we will take the question at the end. So this is a typical case of collaboration with universities and also a regional project that we have built to provide an African localized solution to African issue. Having said that, I would like to introduce Andrei Hobachevsky from Global Cyber Alliance. And Andrei will bring the perspective from strengthening routing security together. I think the title is Strengthening Routing Security Together, Mounts Progress and Opportunity for African Network Operators. So, Andrei, up to you.
Thank you very much, and hi, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present to the African Network Operators community this problem that we have with the routing system. And this is my first time in Ghana, but thankfully that's not my first engagement with the African Network Operators community. I was happy to feel this energy coming from this community, so that's very good. I'm very happy to be here. I'll be talking today about the routing system and issues we have and how can we improve, what are the opportunities lying in front of us, how can we make the system more robust and resilient. And in this presentation, I'll be focusing mostly on industry-led initiative called Mutually Agreed Norms for Routing Security, or MANAS, started 11 years ago by the Internet Society, and now it's being run by Global Cyber Alliance, and I follow the same path. I worked for the Internet Society before, and then I moved to the Global Cyber Alliance to continue this work. So thank you very much for your attention. Let's move to another slide. Should I point at something? Where should I point this at? Yeah, I'm trying. Oh, okay. Thank you. So this is how routing system or the interconnection system looks today, or rather how it looked. It was generated back in 2020 by the researcher SCADA. And you see how well interconnected the system is. So we have about 78,000 autonomous systems operating on the internet. We have more than 1 million destinations or prefixes announced in the routing system. And the whole system is underpinned by a protocol called BGP, as you all know, using this every day. And this well-interconnected system has one vulnerability. Okay. All right. It's the BGP itself. Because the BGP was developed last century, 30 years ago, and it was focused on performance and scalability. And those two features, they still the foundational for the performance of the internet. The same BGP with very little modification since that time continues to operate and offer performance of today's internet, which is orders of magnitude bigger. But at the same time, it misses some security controls. The protocol itself doesn't have built-in abilities to distinguish, to validate the announcements. And therefore, well, in the past, people relied on trust. Why would my peer announce a destination that it cannot deliver, right? Or destination it doesn't have, it doesn't operate. But as time went by, people had to implement some additional controls outside the BGP to control the policy, a routing policy, how this routing policy is implemented by other networks. But there's still a problem. Still, the routing system is pretty fragile. And it's not only fragile to sophisticated attacks, it is very fragile for misconfigurations. So a simple misconfiguration by one network can inflict pain on hundreds, if not thousands of other networks, can cause outages for big networks like Google or Verizon that will last for hours. All right, so yes, it's not theoretical. I mean, here in this table, I provide some incidents that hit the media headlines. But every day I show you, we observe incidents happening in the routing system. So there are two types of routing incidents, really. One is called misorigination. It's also called hijack. It's when a network announces prefixes that doesn't belong to it, doesn't operate. It pretends to operate this prefix, so impersonating the prefix. I mean, a very classic example of this you'll hear with YouTube hijack back in 2008 when Pakistan Telecom started announcing prefixes of YouTube for different reasons, but the internet believed, or half at least of the internet believed Pakistan Telecom, and therefore that caused a huge outage for YouTube at that time. But those attacks continued. I mean, only in June this year, several prefixes of root server operators were hijacked, which caused redirect to non-authoritative services for several hours. Route leak is a more subtle attack, which is a policy violation, right? It's when, well, typical example, when your customer, your BGP customer, starts announcing your some of the prefixes they learned from another transit provider, and therefore they're becoming your transit provider. Very damaging for both your customer in many cases and you as well as an operator, as a transit provider. But it can be used for more subtle attacks, because if you're not announcing like prefixes like Google, right, maybe a small prefix of a bank or some other important company which doesn't generate a lot of traffic, and it passes the traffic through you, and basically you connect in any place in the world, and you can hijack and pass through the traffic from any destination to any destination. That makes a perfect place for enabling man-in-the-middle attacks, or reconnaissance activities. You see what kind of traffic passing by. So very dangerous. And for completeness, we also provide anti-spoofing capabilities, because IP spoofing is the root source for amplification and reflection volumetric attacks, right? And although this is not per se a routing control, that's how routing works. Like in the postal system, the source address is not checked, right? The postal system will deliver on the destination address like your routers as well, only if something wrong is happening, or you need to respond. That's where this source address is used, and that's how volumetric and reflection attacks work. So we saw this interconnect system, and we knew about those problems for many decades. I mean, almost since the BGP was adopted, we realized, I mean, people realized, engineers realized the vulnerabilities of this protocol. And soon after the protocol was deployed, the first routing incident happened. So it's not news. And since then, many tools were provided. And since then, work was done to improve the protocol itself. But still, we're experiencing those incidents. I mean, I just mentioned to you, it was pretty easy to hijack root server operators' IP addresses. And many networks on the internet believe that. So how that's possible? Well, the thing is, if you look at those dots that I showed on the picture before, each networks operate independently. Each network has make to their own decisions how to protect themselves. But on another hand, if you protect yourself, if you implement routing security controls, it doesn't bring you so much protection. It benefits the overall system, but much less yourself. If you implement routing security controls, you can still be hijacked. If you implement anti-spoofing measures, you can still be a target of volumetric attack. So what's the incentive, right? On the other hand, if you wait and if you do nothing, but other networks improve their routing security, they will protect you. So in other words, your routing security is in the hands of other operators. That's what's called in social science and in our environment a collective action problem. We need to act together. It's a different concept. You cannot build a firewall, you can't build protective perimeter because your perimeter in this case is the whole internet. So how do we solve the collective action problem? In many cases, and when the problem is real on national level, regulators come into play because they create a level playing field for parties, different parties. I'm not talking about networking per se, in other areas as well. And they create requirements that everyone has to comply. This doesn't work in the internet. Well, because of the global span, because of it might cause fragmentation, because there is no, I mean, the coordination between the regulators will be probably even more challenging than coordination between network operators. So one of the promising approach is norm setting. You set the norm, which is acceptable behavior and non-acceptable behavior. And this is being adopted without sort of, disrespectful to national boundaries. It's real about the players in this particular field. So what is a norm? It's something that is widely accepted. It's not contentious. Norm cannot be contentious. It's not really a least not common denominator because then it doesn't make any difference, but it's not also a sort of bad current practice because then not many can adopt this norm. And it's visible and measurable. So if you translate to any other environment, that's how the norm manifests themselves. You can say whether someone or another party adheres to the norm or not. If you can't say that, it's very hard to control and spread the norm around. And that's what MANAS, the mutually agreed norms for routing security, is based on. It's really a collaborative approach that focuses on those fixes. It helps operators to improve their own routing security and also, not less importantly, contribute to the resilience and strengths and security of the global routing system. And it's based on two pillars. The first one, the norm itself. And this norm expressed by what we call actions. And the actions are minimum requirements that operators doing business on the internet have to implement. It's nothing unfeasible in implementing the MANAS norm, still not all of the operators implemented. And another important component here is that this norm, this commitment of the operators that adhere to MANAS is measured. not just declaration, like, oh, I think routing security is very important, here's my statement on that. No. We have a measurement framework that measures your compliance with Manus requirements, and therefore this visibility, I talked about this on the previous slide, that's very important, essential for the norms. It is present here as well. Okay. Okay, right. So I mentioned Manus actions, and the actions, they were first developed back in 2014 while at the Internet Society for the largest group of players in routing security system, in the routing system, which is network operators. And that's what the program was called, Network Operators Program. But then there were other parties that were also contributing to routing security in the system. And we worked together with these parties, and they create their own requirements. The next one were IXPs, how Internet exchange points can help routing security. Well, many Internet exchange points have this facility called route servers, right? And implementing controls on this route server can really clean up the peering sort of routing issues. So IXPs have a unique role in securing routing. Then there is CDN and cloud providers, right? Everyone wants to peer with them, especially with big ones, and therefore they can use this peering power to impose some of the requirements to motivate their operators, their peers, to implement routing controls and join Manus perhaps. And then last but not least, network operators, network equipment vendors, because if your equipment doesn't support necessary features, you probably can't implement them. So that's why one by one we launched together with the community, and by the community we launched those programs that now the backbone of the Manus initiative. I apologize, the clicker doesn't work all the time. Just to give you information, some idea what those actions look like. Those are the 4 actions of the Manus Network Operators Program, and the blue shading is the mandatory actions. So you have to prove when you join Manus, you have to prove that you implement these things. And there is an auditing process that will look and ask questions, but also a measurement process, and I'll talk about this in a minute, that measures how well you implement those actions. The first one, very important that you implement filtering. It doesn't tell you how, it looks at the outcomes. So you prevent incorrect routing announcements. So we're not saying, well, implement RPTI or clean up IRR. Those are important things, and probably that's what is required to implement this action. But we say, hey, use whatever means you have at your disposal to prevent incorrect routing announcements coming from your customers. Well, the same applies to other actions, just one example. IXPs, I mentioned IXPs, and I mentioned their unique role in this interconnection infrastructure. So again, filtering is a very important action. And we had a long discussion with the IXP community when this program was introduced, because they felt, well, is it not too risky to drop incorrect announcements on the route server? We should be neutral, transparent. And finally, they agreed that this is very important, and that's a mandatory action. If you want to join Manus, you have to ensure that your route server doesn't propagate, doesn't just tag, it just drops incorrect routing announcements at the routing server. So the peering system is clean from routing incidents. The Manus community. I mean, community is very important. It's not just paperwork. It's the community that proves that those actions work, and it's growing communities that has gravity and motivates others to join. So we start with 9 operators joining the Network Operators Program. Now we are more than 1,200 different entities in these 4 programs that I mentioned. It's a steady growth. The biggest part, of course, the network operators, followed by IXPs. While the numbers, they indicate also the groups are smaller, right, than network operators. But Manus continues to grow. I have to mention here that if you compare these numbers with the numbers I provide on the first slide when I was talking about routing system, when I said there are about 77,000 autonomous systems, and now we have 1,200, that's a big difference. But you don't have to secure all the networks. Each network that implements Manus, it protects itself, but also it serves as a guardian, preventing, to a certain extent, propagation of incorrect routing announcements. So it takes only so many, and the system will be already very secure. You don't need to secure 100% of all networks to make the routing system robust and resilient. It's a global effort. So dots here, they show Manus participants in different countries, and the size of the dot depicts the number of participants in the country. If you look at African continent, very good participation from the IXP side. We have 14 IXPs that are part of the Manus IXP program. I would say it could be better from the network operator side. And I hope my presentation today can inspire you to look at this effort once again and put your controls in order and try to join this initiative. Measuring Manus. Well, as I said, without measurements, it's all wishy-washy. I mean, what do you implement? How you implement this? And measurement provide a factual basis where you can say, yes, those networks are really demonstrating a commitment to routing security, and those networks do not. And to do this, we implemented what we call the Manus Observatory. You can see the URL here, well, on the previous slide, and you can visit the Manus Observatory. And as a casual user, you can see the state of routing security, and you can look at the routing security on a country level or on regional level. But Manus participants, they have access to more detailed data. What was very important for creating this system, that it was transparent. We have a measurement framework, and you can look. And we use open data sources. So in principle, you can reproduce the Manus Observatory. You can create the same measurements. You don't need to trust the Manus Observatory to measure network performance. It's passive. As much as possible, we use passive measurements, which allows us not only measure participating networks that require cooperation, but also all networks on the internet, and therefore compare how Manus networks perform compared to others. And that's evolving, so we always look what needs to change if we change the actions, how that affects the measurement system, and what needs to be changed there. That's a landing page of the observatory. It gives you a state of routing security from the Manus perspective. I mean, it's slightly different because Manus is, you can see this as a compliance effort, right? You measure compliance. But those metrics, they are characteristic from of the state of routing security on the internet. Now, here, those data I provide for the African region, right? So you can see African networks here. And you can get a more detailed info. Well, you can look at the history, and well, at least for the last year, you can see a decrease in routing incidents. And that's not only in Africa, you can see this globally, and hopefully that's the result of deploying more routing security controls. And we'd like to think that Manus contributed to this positive trend. You don't see a lot of trend, but that's mostly because of the graphs. I'll show a more detailed picture, but there is a good progress on IRR and RPKI side. And those information, those repositories need to be populated and maintained in order to operators to implement routing security controls, as you probably know. As I mentioned, for the participants, a more detailed view of it. They can look at particular scores, right? And this color scheme, it actually depicts the Manus compliant networks. That's the blue. It shows in amber aspiring that you're in between. You can improve and become fully Menace compliant. And red shows non-compliant or lagging networks that really need to put more effort into improving their situation. So 2,000 plus autonomous systems in Africa, in African region, that's the performance you can look. Participants themselves can look in more detailed info on their own autonomous system and see how those scores were calculated, what kind of incidents contributed to that score, and actually investigate those incidents as well. It's not a real-time monitoring tool, it's a compliance tool. As a participant, you will also get a monthly compliance report, but it helps you to improve and maintain your routing security in the long run. Okay, well, I picked RPKI adoption because RPKI is a hot topic, and looked how African networks are doing in this area. And I have to say, the African networks are not doing bad. I mean, a third of networks have implemented, have deployed RPKI. They have all the announcements registered in RPKI system with ROAS. I think the warning side is this 62%, they have zero RPKI deployment, they haven't even started. This, light red is 2%, they have started to register some of the routes, so they're on the wrong path, but 62% haven't even touched that point. That's a worrying side. Now, if you look at Menace participants in the African region, those 72 networks, you can see the difference in performance. Right? 2/3 have all the announcements fully registered in RPKI. Only 14% haven't touched that. You may say, well, they are not compliant, but in Menace Action 4, it requires registrations. It doesn't require RPKI yet. We are thinking of reviewing that stuff and making RPKI mandatory, but at the moment, it says either you use IRR or you use RPKI. That's why you can't say that 14% non-compliant in this case. But I think that's a positive picture, and it also shows that I think Menace stimulates this improvement. So please consider that. 11 years young, I think that's a long effort, right, for the internet. 11 years, well, I feel old myself when I look at this slide. But I think we as a community, let me click through. Okay, right. It's more than a decade of community action, and it's really community action. So I'm very proud to be part of this effort. And the community has accomplished a lot, from 9 operators to 1,200, from 1 program to 4 programs, from just some interesting project to a renowned effort that is recognized also by the governments, by policymakers. It's objective. We track the development by the Menace Observatory. It's not just a table where you submit and get a tick. And we start publishing the scores on the main Menace website, so you can look how Menace participants are actually performing. For some, that might even create negative publicity, and therefore that's an extra motivation to improve. This year, we introduced the Menace development process, so now it's fully transparent how the Menace documents are developed and how they are maintained. You can see how community contributed to the development of those documents, so it's not like, well, something is falling off the sky. Although all the documents that you see now in the Menace programs, they were developed by the community working groups. In 2014, the effort has been started, and 10 years later, Internet Society transferred operation responsibility as part of the partnership agreement to the Global Cyber Alliance, as I mentioned. And I was part of the start of this effort at the Internet Society and moved naturally to Global Cyber Alliance to continue working on it. Shameless plug on Global Cyber Alliance. It's a non-for-profit that looks at the infrastructural security, and it actually focuses on 3 areas. One is capacity building, and that's mainly concerns security of enterprises and end users. It also focuses on the overall health of non-for-profit acting in cybersecurity space. That's another collaborative cybersecurity program. And the one where Manus resides is the internet integrity that really focuses on the security of internet infrastructure, and in particular on DNS routing and unwanted traffic. So I think that's a very logical piece that was missing in GCA, which Manus filled. I want to talk a little bit about the evolution, about those 11 years. As I mentioned, it started in 2014 with 9 network operators. You can see the names of these operators that launched the Manus Network Operators Program and the Manus program initiative itself. On the way, as we developed, as I mentioned as well, we introduced new programs, IXP program, CDN Cloud program, Network Equipment program. And as we evolved, more and more formalization was happening in the community. 9 operators is not the community, but by the time we launched the Network Equipment Vendor program, there were already 1,000 participants. And it was a community, and we called this Manus community. At that time, we didn't distinguish between the Manus participants and Manus community. They were all the same. We introduced the steering committee. We introduced the charter for the community, so this effort has more transparency, has more formal requirements, they're more pronounced, how the Manus initiative operates. And at the time, Internet Society operated as the secretariat of this initiative. And then in 2024, it was transitioned to Global Cyber Alliance. And then in 2025, we introduced the Manus development process. And by thinking through development process, it also called for new changes in the Manus ecosystem. Because the Manus actions, the documents that Manus developed, cannot be just outcome of the Manus participants from a small group. They should be the outcome of global consensus. So the community that is involved in developing those actions should be really global. It should go well beyond and above just Manus participants. And you see this change. The Manus community, that's any network, any party that is interested in routing security and interested in Manus is part of this community. It's really open. It doesn't have any requirements. And like in other, standard setting bodies like IETF, anyone can contribute their expertise to the development of these documents. The Manus participants is the more formally defined group. You need to meet the requirements and need to demonstrate your commitment to become a Manus participant. And yeah, we have working groups now. They're more formally defined, how they participate in developing, updating those documents. We have steering committee, and Global Cyber Alliance now performs the function of the secretariat. So to reflect those changes, we ratified the new charter using this new Manus development process. It was adopted by voting with a good turnout, I think, with 18%. Well, in communities like this, 18% is a good number. So very happy with the new charter that reflected all these changes in the Manus ecosystem. Now, why to join Manus? I want to come to this question once again. Well, there are a few reasons. First of all, it signals your security posture. As any certification program, and you can consider Manus as a certification, a very soft certification and informal program, it helps you to signal your performance, right? Because otherwise, how people know that you have your backyard in order, you implement those controls? Well, they probably can measure, they can probably sort of implement Manus Observatory, but Manus gives this level of assurance that yes, and you can look at the scores in the measurement system and see to what extent they're committed to Manus. Implementing those controls, in many cases, benefits the network itself because it reduces the number of incidents, it streamlines the operations. Your customers, your BGP customers, if you have ones, will not become your transit providers if you implement those controls. Very important. And of course, it addresses many concerns of even policymakers about resilience, security, and how those issues are being addressed. It's important to say that Manus is not the solution. There is no one solution in this area. It's really a sum of collective effort, and Manus provides the base, provides the structure to guide and facilitate this community effort coming together in improving routing system. It's a stepping stone, but it's a very important one. So please take the first step. And, well, let me summarize this why. So, as I said, improve your own security posture. That's a clear business case for joining Manus. That's a very simple baseline, non-contentious. It's not a best current practice. It's a baseline, but it helps to improve your own security and improve security of the routing system globally. Meet the expectations of operators community. I think those controls that mentioned in Manus are becoming a norm in your peering practices. So if someone is not implementing this, if someone causing trouble for the peering community in, let's say, internet exchange points or private interconnects, that's not acceptable. That becomes less and less acceptable in network operations. And you can use Manus as a, competitive differentiator. You can be part of this 1,200 as opposed to 77,000 networks that actually can demonstrate and not afraid of demonstrating their good practices and their goodwill and their good netizenship. And with this is my call, join us. I mean, it's very simple. You submit a form, we'll review the form, we'll ask questions, provide information in the form how you implement those actions. Please read the actions document as well. Don't just look at the titles, because the titles sometimes misleading. Participate. You don't have to be a Manus member to become part of the governance structure of Manus. So steering committee elections are at the end of this month, of October, sorry. I should have said that tomorrow. So at the end of October, and if you're interested, you can nominate yourself or someone else can nominate you. So please go to the Manus website and look at the steering committee elections. And contact us if you have any questions. You can contact me here, I'm here this week, or you can approach and use the contact there. Right, and that's my last slide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andre. Now we'll give the floor to Madhvi. And her presentation is the role of the technical community in internet resource management. So, Madhvi, up to you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning to all the online participants as well. My thanks go to the AIS Program Committee for accepting this presentation and allowing me to address the AFNOC community today. The presentation is focused on the role of the technical community in internet number resource management. So I'm Madhvi Goku. I work for AFRINIC, the Regional Internet Registry. I currently hold the role of the Internet Resource Specialist and also the role of Policy Liaison. So without further ado, let's let me ask you some questions. A show of hands, who operates a network? Okay. Who work for an organization who provides internet connectivity to its customers? Who work for a university? Who work at a bank? Who work or volunteer at an internet exchange point? Right? Who works or operates or volunteers a research and education network? Wonderful. So it looks like we have quite a few of you who operate networks, or you work for an organization that has customers that connect to the internet, or you have your own corporate networks and services that you provide on the internet. Sorry, I have some drum noise in my back. So apologies if I... All right. So what are the internet number resources? Okay. These are the unique and public identifiers that are managed by an entity, right, which we call the Regional Internet Registry. If you're operating a network connected to the internet, you would know that the resources that you connect to the internet need to be unique. Otherwise, your customers will not be able to access the internet. So what are they? They are IPv4 addresses, IPv6 addresses, AS numbers. Okay. There are 5 regional internet registries in the world, and each cover a specific geographic location. Since most of you are from the African continent, we will focus on talking about internet number resource management for the African region. So the Internet Registry System has some goals, okay? One of them is uniqueness. So any organization, a university in Nigeria, or a university in Ghana, or a bank in Mauritius, if they are using public identifiers, they have unique identifiers, meaning that the Regional Internet Registry has to ensure that any IP address that it allocates to its member does not overlap with an IP address that it has allocated to another entity. The second goal is aggregation. That is to prevent, to keep the routing tables shorter. Okay, sorry. Then there is registration. So each block of resource that is delegated to an organization is registered in a public database that we call the WHOIS database. And the registration needs to be accurate, meaning that if the University of Ghana received a block of IP address, that IP address is registered under its name, under the name that University of Ghana, for example, that they requested for. Conservation. Conservation here means that the delegation of the resources are made on a needs basis. Stockpiling is not encouraged. And fairness. The management of the resources is done in such a way that there is no discrimination. That a small ISP or a big network of mobile operator, for example, a small university or a large university, they get the management is done in a fair and objective manner. So how does the management of these internet number resources how is it done, right? So there are what we call resource policies, okay, that act as guidelines, or sometimes we call them rules, okay, that enable the regional internet registry, AFRINIC in this case, to manage or distribute these resources to the network operators in the region. It is done, so the resource policies are brought about in a bottom-up process, which we call the policy development process. And this process was set in place in 2004-2005 when AFRINIC was being set up in compliance with the ICP2 document, which contains the criteria for the establishment of new RIRs. The policy development process has evolved since then, and over the years we have seen an evolution of the policies that govern how network operators in the AFRINIC service region are able to benefit from the resources. I'll give you more details later on. So what benefit does the resource policies bring? Okay. It engages, so the bottom-up process, it engages the AFRINIC community in developing these guidelines. It's a transparent approach, okay, meaning, and also open. So it's open to anyone who is interested in the resource management aspect, and there's no geographical boundaries for the involvement, and it enables the organization, the RIR, to manage the resources in a consistent manner. The policies are written and they are applied by the staff to all the organizations that come and request for the resources. It has also enabled a proactive management of the internet number resources. In 2008, 2009, when there was the scarcity of IPv4 was already forecasted, right? So the AFRINIC community, the community here, they catered for the soft landing policy, okay, in anticipation that the IPv4 pool of resources that the RIR holds will diminish, okay, will become scarce. So they came up with a soft lending policy after some years of discussion, okay, and that last /8 was only reached in 2017. Yet the soft lending policy was already discussed, reached consensus, and was waiting for implementation in 2010-2011. The scarcity of IPv4 in the world, okay, also prompted the community to come up with an intra-ORIR transfer policy for IPv4 addresses, meaning that organizations within the Afrinic service region could transfer the resources to each other in accordance with the policy as implemented. A section of the Afrinic community from the Internet Exchange Point Operators Group, they proposed a policy that required Afrinic to reserve 2 blocks of IPv4 addresses for the exchange points, as well as a block of small AS numbers to be used exclusively, to be delegated exclusively to the Internet exchange points. And even in the soft landing policy, when we reached the last /8, a /12 of IPv4 resources has been carved out for and reserved for future use. But then there has also been an evolution in that policy, in that the community has agreed that if by the time Afrinic reaches the last IPv4 resource that it has in its pool, and that /12 can then be brought back to the pool and also be delegated to those in need of the resources according to the phase 2 of the soft landing policy. The numbers speak for themselves. Since such policies were implemented, the community, those who are operating networks, have benefited from the policies. So the resource policies, especially for the IPv4, while the rest of the world have reached exhaustion, some ORIRs do not have very little IPv4 addresses to delegate to their members. In the Afrinic service region, the policy evolved so that there is a limit to the number of IPv4 addresses that can be given to a member. How many of you wanted, let's say, 4,000/20 of IPv4 last year, for example, and could not get it? Okay, we have at least one person here. Someone from MTN here? MTN Ghana? Okay. The big operators who are very large members of Afrinic, they used to come and request for quite a large number of IPv4 addresses to service their customers. But at the moment, there is a limit to what they can get in each request that they submit. This is done by the management of these IPv4 resources are done according to the policy that has already been implemented. The resource policies, they also allow for Afrinic resource members to come and request for more IPv4 addresses. It's on a needs basis, of course. It's written in the policy, and there are some conditions that Afrinic staff have to apply or make the members, ensure that the members comply with before they can delegate those resources to them. In regard to IPv6 prefixes, we have had an evolution in the IPv6 policies where some resource members, now that they are implementing IPv6 on their networks, they find that what they got from Afrinic years ago is not sufficient for their needs. There's a policy that allows them to extend the size of that allocation or assignment so that they can deploy their IPv6 properly. Can I have some help with the clicker, please? So the Internet Number Resource Management is managed through resource policies. And these resource policies are developed through what we call a policy development process. Okay? It is the policy development process involves consultation and discussion within the Afrinic community, which we also call the Policy Development Working Group. Okay? And all that is required is for an interested party with technical knowledge, of course, because it's about IP number resources, with an internet connection and access to a mailing list, all right, which we call the RPD mailing list, rpd@afrinic.net. Okay. That mailing list is open to the Afrinic community. We'll talk about who is part of the Afrinic community in detail later, and which involves you here as well. How many of you are subscribed to the RPD mailing list? All right. How many of you, those of you who have got resources from Afrinic, how many of you have read the policy manual? Okay. All right. So the RPD mailing list is open. All right. You don't need to be an Afrinic member. You don't need to pay a registration fee. There's nothing. There are no financial investment required for you to join it. Okay. So it is open to everyone, okay, with an internet connection. And like I said, it's transparent and open. All the discussions, all the policies that have been proposed since Afrinic started in 2005 are archived. On the Afrinic website, you will find the link to the mailing list archives. You will also find all the policies, what they contained, the different versions of the policies as well that reached consensus. So everything is documented. We've kept the archives for that. And Should you be interested, you can also consult the archives to see how the discussions evolved from inception towards implementation, or even what happened to some of the policies, why did they not go through. So what are the key steps of the policy development process? It all starts with a problem statement. Okay? Some problem statements based on the policies that have gone through this process here, from a problem statement to the implementation. For example, the IPv4 exhaustion. Okay, so the problem was that there would be a scarcity of IPv4 addresses. Another problem statement was, we have a replacement for IPv4 addresses, which is called IPv6, all right? What shall be the guidelines that shall guide the regional internet registry in managing the pool of IPv6 resources it will get from IANA or PTI? So for the ASN, the latest problem statement was some of the resource members were having issues to get their AS numbers because the policy wanted them to be multi-home or planning to be multi-home, and yet they only had one upstream provider who was telling them, give us your public AS number and then we will connect you. All right. So there were different problem statements, but the resource policies, they start with a problem statement, which gains traction as it gets discussed, okay, within the community, and then one person, one individual, or a group of individuals, they come together and author a proposal, a policy proposal that we call it, which will have the problem statement and also the solution to the problem. So that proposal then gets submitted to the AFRONIC Policy Development Group, Working Group, or the AFRONIC community, and where it will be discussed. It is discussed on the mailing list, okay, for a specific period of time, and then it gets discussed during a public policy meeting where there is a call for whether there is consensus within the community on this particular proposal. Should there be a consensus, the next step is last call before the policy gets submitted to the AFRONIC board for ratification, and upon ratification, it gets implemented by AFRONIC staff. So at different stages of the policy development process, we have different stakeholders. So when there's a problem, the problem is not a problem that is being faced by AFRONIC staff. Okay? The problem is a problem that is being experienced by the network operators, by your companies to whom you work for, your institutions to whom you work for, all right? And they are the ones who agree that there is, in fact, a problem, okay? Alain, for example, might find that there is a specific problem here. And Jean-Robert, he comes and when he looks at the problem statement, he finds, hey, I agree with you, but I think you've missed out a particular aspect from the network that I manage, I'm facing this problem as well, which is linked to this one. So there's traction within the community itself, right, around the problem statement, which they will refine, okay? And discussion, when it comes to the RPD mailing list, or where our other individuals, other people who are subscribed to that mailing list, then others may relate to the problem, or they may feel that, no, there's no problem at all. So there's a discussion, or some of them may bring in their insights and say, yes, we agree with the problem, but we would like to suggest a particular solution to it. So the proposal gains traction, discussion within the community, all right? And eventually, we have, the community has two chairs, okay? We call them chairs. They are selected by the Afronic community, who look at the discussions on the mailing list, who listen to the discussions during the public policy meeting, and then they try and determine whether there's consensus within the community on the particular proposal, okay? The ratification is done at the level of the board of directors. The board of directors of Afronic is usually elected by its resource members, okay? And then the policy comes to Afronic staff for implementation, okay? And once implemented, it goes in a manual that we call the Consolidated Policy Manual, CPM, okay? The CPM now is only one document instead of each policy that is implemented to be a single document. So we used to have multiple policies to consult. Now, all the implemented policies are consolidated in one document, which we call the CPM. So the technical community, it starts with you here, all right? You are attending the AFNOG event today, and you work for an organization who has customers or is connecting its users, its staff to the internet, and has a need of these public internet resources. You have some technical knowledge, all right? Why I say technical knowledge? Because these are technical resource policies, and it's important, and you will understand the challenges that these policies, the existing policies bring, okay, to your organization. They may be prohibitive, I don't know, but you as the user, your organization who is using these IP addresses, you represent these organizations. So you are part of the technical community, and which is a subset of the Afronic community as well. Right? And the Afronic community also consists of organizations, its resource members, okay? Because they are the ones who use these IP resources, okay? And other stakeholders as well. It is, like I said earlier, it is an open, the process is open to anyone, okay? Who is interested in how the Afronic manages its internet number resources, okay? There's no geographical limitation to any of the participants. But of course, we would like to see more organizations, more people from our region crafting these resource policies as we move forward. Because the policies, they evolve, they have to evolve, and also the policy development process. The policy development process is a policy on its own in the Afrinic region, okay? Which means that all these policies that we have documented in the manual, they can only be changed through a policy proposal, okay? As staff, we cannot touch that manual, all right? We document them, we document the manual based on the policies that have been implemented. So there is, I spoke about the consensus determination. So this is done by the Policy Development Working Group chairs, 2 individuals that serve staggered terms and that are selected by the Afrinic community. The selection usually happens during the public policy meetings. And they aim for rough consensus, okay? Then the rough consensus is a process in itself, okay? And there's no voting. It's not a voting mechanism. So the PDWG chairs will actually look at whether all the objections or concerns in regard to the policy proposal are adequately addressed, okay, throughout the policy development process. So if 100 people are for a policy proposal and only 5 people are against, okay, it might not be a rough consensus, okay? If a minority of the participants have a valid objection, that objection must be dealt with before rough consensus can be declared, right? Similarly, if a few people are for a policy and 100 people are against, there still might be rough consensus as long as there are no valid objections that have not been addressed. Okay. So there is, for those who have been part of the policy development process at Afrinic or who have attended the public policy meetings, you may have witnessed the discussions, the exchanges, okay? And we encourage you to, if you have not yet done, that you subscribe to our mailing list and start participating, all right? I spoke about the implemented policies. They are in the consolidated policy manual. Now, if you are connecting your organization's customers to the internet, this is an education phase for you. You need to know whether, or you can be the one who informs your employer, okay, about these public internet number resources, that you cannot just decide, oh, I want an ASN, and come to Afrinic and say, hi, Afrinic, I need an ASN. Staff will have to comply with the policies in the consolidated policy manual and will guide you through the process, and where you will have to justify the need for that resource, okay, because it's in accordance with an implemented policy. So you need to start educating yourself, right, on what are the implemented policies in the RIL service region, okay? And as you understand what those policies are, as you understand what are the conditions under which you can gain access to the resources, you can advise your employer, okay, as to how the process is, okay, so that you, at the time of going live with exchange points or connecting a research and education network or that small ISP going live with its operations, connecting its customers, by that date, it has already received the resources, and the only way they can get the resources is through compliance with those policies. It has happened that policies have had to be changed, okay, based on operational factors. Okay, there were some companies were informed by AFRINEC that the justification, you are eligible to get resources, but the way you're planning to deploy, it happened with the IPv6 policy, that at deployment level, they would not be complying with the IPv6 policy that was implemented at that time. And fortunately, I think for them, it was very close to an AFRINEC public policy meeting within the timelines prescribed by the PDP to submit a proposal. They authored a policy proposal which gained consensus. At the first time it was discussed within the community and got implemented, so then that organization could get its resources, its IPv6 resource from AFRINEC, and other organizations that would have faced a similar issue, they were able to benefit from that policy as well. So I encourage you to start educating yourself, go through the policies. Some stats here, we have 963 subscribers on the RPD mailing list. We have more than 2,400 members, if I'm not mistaken, and we have at least 100 people here, out of which I think 10 are subscribed to the RPD mailing list. There's still room, okay, and there's still an opportunity for you to start getting involved in the internet resource management by subscribing to the RPD mailing list. And and we only have 109 resource members, yet these policies, when they are implemented, they apply to any organization that is already a resource member or an organization that is planning to become a resource member. So the education starts by consulting the policy manual, okay? AFRINEC staff, I think for the past 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, has produced what we call the Policy Implementation Experience Report. These reports are also documented on the AFRINEC website to enable the community to consult them, right? And these reports also contain areas where some ambiguities have been observed in the policy manual, okay? These could be ideas for future problem statements, because some of the ambiguities have been reported back to the community multiple times already, but they have not been addressed. So the policy implementation reports can be a source of information for problem statements that are impacting the network operators in the service region at the moment. There are volunteer roles in the Policy Development Working Group. There are two chairs that serve staggered terms, we have the policy development process has a conflict resolution mechanism in it. It has an appeal committee, which is constituted from the community by people with individuals from the community itself. And we also have opportunities for some people from the community to be policy authors. We have experienced policy authors, I would say, in our midst today. Alain Aina is one of them. Jean-Robert is another person who has authored policies. And I'm sure there are others around. I think Nico is is a policy author as well. So there are some experienced policy authors with whom you can collaborate if you're feeling shy, or you can be innovative and courageous, if I can use that word, and be a policy author on your own. Afrinic staff are here to help you if you request for help regarding the nomenclature of the policy proposals, etc. But you can also consult with others in the community who will gladly help you to progress with a policy proposal. Last slide. Right. So the participation in Internet Number Resource Management is done through the RPD mailing list subscription. Okay. There are some guidelines for participating in discussions. One of them is you please adhere to the code of conduct. All right. Address the policy, not the individuals behind the policy. So work together to craft a policy that serves the interest of the network operators in our region. You can share your situations, whether you support the proposal or you oppose it, and also if you have some enhancements. On this, I would like to end my presentation. If you want to talk more about the policies, I'm here until the end of this week. For those who prefer to speak French, there's Bryce. Is Bryce around? There's also Bryce. So please feel free to talk to us, and we will guide you. If you don't find us here, we will be at the Afrinic booth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madhvi. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, participants online. We'll try to be very quick. Are there questions online? If there are questions online, do you have any question, reaction online? No. Okay. Are there questions in the audience? Oh, Alain, do you have a question? Okay. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe let me start with Madhvi, then I come to Andre. So, Madhvi, I have two questions. The 28 transfer you mentioned were all major or normal transfers, or can you make a breakdown?
They are policy transfers. So the transfer log is published on our website. It differentiates between the policy transfers and the M&As.
And then on the participation side, you mentioned that we only have around 100 resource members. So how did you get this number? Because, for example, I'm on the list, but I'm not using my corporate email address. So.
Yeah, so we had our software team look at the email addresses that are subscribed to the RPD mailing list and whether they are the corporate contact of a registered, of a member. All right, so those are the, what we call the resource members that are present on the mailing list using the corporate account, email account. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then let's stimulate the Anafreni public policy meeting. What you just said, I disagree.
No, I oppose because you didn't give a reason for disagreeing.
So you oppose? I oppose. Okay. Then I support what you said, Madhvi. Then we can. Okay, so Andre, so Andre, you look like for the miners, the norms, okay, it look like we fail following our BCPs and then we trying to go through the norms route. But are you not seeing that? It look like you're trying to be so nice to the people, trying to encourage that, you know. But you think doing so we can make the goal, we can make it?
Well, that's the hope, obviously. Well, the difference between the BCP and the norms in manners is that BCP is just a document. You don't know who implemented those BCPs, and that's the real power of a BCP, right? Yeah. Not the document itself. We know what's possible, but what's practically implemented, that's the difference. So manners being more humble effort than a BCP, because we are not shooting for the sky, we're defining a baseline. But at least this is something that is measured. And we know for sure that those 1,200 people or organizations that join manners, they implemented this baseline. There are many more. I mean, if you look at the observatory, you will see that those who haven't joined the manners, they implemented this baseline, right? But those who join manners, they also motivate others because they are courageous enough not only to implement those things, but to publicly state and publicly measure how they implement this stuff. Now, I think what you also imply that, and we heard about this, are there teeth in manners? I mean, just being nice and nice community effort and this good feeling that we all contribute, that's good, but is it enough? I think it's not enough. And of course, there might be some sort of, many, well, I wouldn't call it sanctions, but if you're not fulfilling the norms and you join manners, what's happening with you? Well, before it was a difficult discussion. Again, this is not for the Secretariat to discuss, this is for the community to agree, but there is no policy on expelling members from manners. But at least what we've done as a community, we publish the scores. So at least if you're not up to scratch, you join manners, and once you join manners, you were all okay. But you know how it happens sometimes. You implement the controls, you're not maintaining them, and they degrade, right? So when you join manners, you good network, but maybe 5 years later, you're not so good. Maybe your engineers left, and those who joined have no idea what kind of controls need to be implemented. At least you get this negative publicity, right? That might force you to, leave manners. Why are you staying there if you're all red? We also think of reviewing those actions, right? So that question might come up. I mean, do we need to be stronger, right? Do we need to do something else? I don't want to take more time here, but Alan, if you're interested, there is another effort we are working on, which is called Manners Plus, which has more teeth and more, push. Thank you.
Can I ask my 3 questions in one shot to help you? The first one is maybe Justin. I just read somewhere that honeypots themselves can be compromised. So I'd like you to, elaborate some more and give me some comfort. The second one is for Andre. Right now, you're sort of naming but not shaming norms. Do you have consideration of maybe getting the regulators or something to put the hammer, or for that matter, begin to fine, fine people for not doing the right thing. Where is the direction we'll go on that? And the last one for Madhvi, I'm anxious to, having listened to you, welcome back. Very good. But having listened, I'm anxious to know when we may have our next PDP, but you don't have to answer, but give me some sense of hope when I can attend a PDP meeting and insist that people give reasons for opposing, make sure people define a problem statement before they start conjuring solutions, because I also don't want to encourage solutions in search of problems. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, thank you. My name is Spoka from NCA. Just have a question for Manzi. So apart from the infrastructure cost that comes with the HoneyNet, I want to find out if there are any other hidden costs that maybe people who want to, or organizations who want to partake in this project will have to pay. For instance, you mentioned Virus Total integration, and I know that has a limit. So I want to find out if there are any other costs that come with it as well. Thank you.
Can we take the question online? You have a question. Can you read it? Then we wrap up. I don't have a list of questions. Oh, okay. Yeah, so let's take the question online and then we take it. You ready? Okay. So. Is the mic working?
It's okay. Okay, I have a question for the first presenter, but I will talk in French. Ok, je voudrais savoir comment DocNet garantit-elle la protection et la confidentialité des données recueillies, ok, notamment dans un environnement africain où les cadres réglementaires restent encore faibles ou à renforcer. La deuxième question, c'est quelle stratégie DocNet a-t-il mis en place pour s'adapter rapidement aux nouveaux types d'attaques et assurer une veille efficace sur les continents où la prise de conscience des menaces de cybersécurité est encore faible? Voilà, c'est les deux questions. C'est Amadou Hassan de l'ARCEP Niger. Merci.
C'est bon? Can you read the question? He wants to ask. Okay, go ahead. But quick. Okay.
I'm Mr. Somi. I have a question to Manzi. We speak about Onedot, but I want to speak in French. Alors, j'ai vu que dans votre démo, vous avez... Hein? Ok, j'ai vu que dans la partie démo, sur la partie ONESPOT, et les pays qui ont été présentés, la plupart, bon, moi personnellement, je n'ai pas vu de pays africains. Est-ce que ça dit que nous n'avons pas de données critiques qui intéressent les cybercriminels? Et quelles sont les raisons en fait, pour lesquelles en fait, il n'a pas pris de données en fait, pour les pays africains? Qu'est-ce qu'ils font, par exemple, au niveau de leur application, s'ils détectent une attaque vers un pays est-ce qu'ils ont la possibilité, ou bien est-ce qu'ils prennent des mesures afin d'informer ces pays ou bien de les assister? Telles sont mes questions.
Final? Online questions, because now time is gone and now I'm having 3 online questions.
Can we draft 15 minutes or we have a hard stop? Can we? Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I go ahead with online questions? Yep. Okay. The first one is from Gregoire Ehomi. How does Afrinic staff navigate new challenges or problems after a long period of non-policy development process? I think that one goes to Madhvi. The second one is from Duncan Biamukama. How is Afrinic helping address the low CDN presence that is one of the main technical barriers for why majority of ISPs desist from routing through local IXPs and rather go through Europe or other continents? Is this a policy issue that Afrinic can help address? And the last one, Benjamin here, my question. If you have IP address block already of /20 or /48, and you want to increase it to maybe /18 or 16 for IPv4 and /24 or 20 for IPv6, I don't see the question there. Maybe he will finish this question.
All right. My name is Frank Asifua. I'm with the Association of African Universities. And my question goes to Mamzi with regards to the honeypot. So in his presentation, he talked about how some universities have been able to work with other chapters of his institution in order to be able to deploy honeypots and sensors on systems. I wanted to know what the collaboration was with the universities, because we work with over 440 universities on the continent, and we are very interested in making sure their security is quite high. So if you could elaborate on how they worked with them, and then maybe that could be a way we could also work with them to be able to help the universities on the continent. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll talk to you. Oh, you have another question?
Yes.
But that would be, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Shehu Mohammed, and my question goes to Madhvi. I want to ask if there is a mechanism within the Afrinic policy development process that allows Afrinic staff to make contribution about what they notice in policies. Because I see policy development process as anybody, maybe any member of the community or otherwise, that notice something that needs improvement and make submission. So I feel if the policy development process did not give participation to everybody, Afrinic staff inclusive, there might be some problems that are noticed, and they will feel once they are not allowed to participate, they will keep silent. So I want to know if there's a room or mechanism that gives Afrinic staff opportunity to participate or submit what they notice about problem in policy.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll give 2 minutes to the speakers to respond if possible. Manzi, there are a couple of questions. I will let you answer the one in English. I will answer the one in French, but in English, so that both audience can understand. Okay, up to you, speakers. Manzi, do you want to respond to some of the questions very quickly? Are you still online?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The first question was how many I said that the honeypot can be compromised, and he wanted to be assured that he get more the security of his network. He wants to be comfortable. So that's why we're in the presentation. I was saying that it can be compromised if it's not deployed in a better way. So we deploy it in the DMZ, which is mostly secured. the containment first, that's what we take into consideration. We can segment the honeypot in a VLAN where there is no other production system. So we never deploy the honeypot in the production system. So that's where we control the honeypot and we see alerts. So in case there is a compromise, which cannot happen when it's isolated, so can be assured, you can be sure that there is no compromise because it's their own isolated network. So the second one was it was asking if there is a cost, another cost about the project, or to work on the project or to join the project. There is no cost at all because we are just using open sources tools, and you can reach out if interested for more explanation, but there is no cost at all. The third question was asked in French. I will let Jean-Robert answer the question. And the other one was someone asked about the collaboration with the university. For now, we haven't collaborated yet with them, but wish that's why we're welcoming people to join the project, so that you can have many people join the project. But yeah, we are ready to work with the universities and the organization. Thank you.
I'm not sure I memorized all the questions. Sorry. But, well, Dr. Nia, your question. We don't want to propose MANAS as a regulatory tool. It doesn't mean that regulators do not play a role here. I think we are raising awareness of MANAS for regulators, and they can stimulate by encouraging networks in their jurisdiction, for instance, participate in this effort. Another thing is also because we believe that, you know, business relationships are a much better way of sort of imposing requirements, and that's why I mentioned MANAS Plus, but MANAS applies here as well. I think for a regulator to stimulate some of the critical industries when they select their connectivity provider to look at specific requirements of their connectivity provider that can impose requirements in a more natural way. So we're working on both fronts, MANAS Plus and raising awareness among regulators and the governments. And of course for the governments, again, as we say, lead by example. So we work with some governments so they can include MANAS requirements for the procurement of their public services, right? And that is a clear signal to the industry what industry should do. But I wouldn't go for a direct sort of copy MANAS in your regulation and you are safe. Regulation is rigid. It doesn't cover all the efforts, and sometimes it counter-incentivized regulators go beyond MANAS because they just follow the regulatory compliance and that's it. So it's a sort of fine balance.
All right. Well, Afrinic staff have tried to keep the lights on for some years now, since 2022. And hopefully we will have a public policy meeting soon. How will you know whether we will be organizing one? Is be subscribed to our mailing list. So if there will be a public policy meeting, the first place where we'll announce it would be on the RPD mailing list. But that doesn't prevent this community here to start looking at problem statements. You have been proactive in the past. So what are the areas in the policy landscape that can be improved? Okay, has the policy development process, for example, the last version was in 2010, all right, 15 years ago. Is it still beneficial? Okay, or does it need improvement? So you don't need the date of a public policy meeting to start discussing about these problems, all right? So come together. My advice would be the mailing list is open. There is no, we did not close it for any reason. There was no reason for us to close it. So the community, okay, you can still use the mailing list and throw around the problem statements. See, there may be many, but narrow down the key issues that you would want to address as soon as AFRINIC is able to organize a public policy meeting. Remember, the discussions happen on the mailing list first before they can be put forward in a PPM. Now, for the resource member who wants to grow its pool of resources, if it's IPv4 or IPv6, well, the policy for the IPv4 allows for growth at the moment. You need to know how you can comply with the policy, all right? It's in the policy manual, but if you want us to explain it to you, catch us outside the session and we'll do that. Even for the IPv6 policy, you want to grow the size of your initial allocation. It's already been implemented on what we call the MyAfriNIC portal, so you can request for it. You will be asked for some justification, you provide it, and the member services team will do the needful for you. All right, so thank you. You have further questions?
No, so I would like to respond to a few questions very quickly. So yes, Prof, Honeypot do get compromised. So when we started the project, we started with a very limited group of people to ensure that we understand the full picture of that research project, and that we put in place protection mechanisms, but also an incident response plan to take when we suspect, after continuous audit, that one of the honeypots or a couple of them have been compromised. There was a question about observation between African and network compromission or etc. Yes, through this mechanism, but also, and I will present that tomorrow, through our capability to monitor the dark web, and one of the victim notification services that we have that connect to AFRINIC, because I had a couple of questions for AFRINIC about the accuracy of the WHOIS database. We have the capability, and we have been doing that, to notify victims when they are affected. We do it directly, we do it through the national CSIRT or CSIRT partners, or some defenders that are partners, but we need to work more closely with AFRINIC because we still have some issues with the accuracy of the WHOIS database. Something else. Andrew, we will take a couple of things offline, but I had a question about some idea of putting some identifier to track routing incident, so that from the policy perspective side, couple of idea to ensure more effectiveness can be put in place, and I will explain that to you. You didn't mention key stakeholders and the incident responders that can help you, and then you talk about Manners Plus, and something that I would be interested to see is some collaboration with incident response team so that they can help you drive certain aspects. As you know, routing is one of the critical functions. Routing security is one of the critical functions in addition to the other security of the IT sector. And in that perspective, we would like to see more collaboration with initiative and Global Cyber Alliance in general. Yes, there are some policy discussion, I think there was a question in French about policy discussion. There are some policy discussion around some of the services that we are offering to the community. But the good thing is that those discussions happen within regional framework. And from the African perspective, we are trying to reach out to some entities. And whenever we meet people that discuss policy perspective, and whenever they raise challenges, we try to, and you have seen that also in Philip's presentation, we try to talk to them and sensitize them in what we are doing. It's a research project. Our goal is to study attack pattern and translate that into proactive steps that can go into training, capacity building initiative, but also some observability of what is happening in the ecosystem so that defender can be prepared and can take action when they recognize some patterns in the infrastructure and in the network. Can we close? Any more questions? Thank you very much. Sorry, we have taken 30 minutes in your lunch. Mr. Aina, what do we do? Okay, so the lunch, we short the lunch to 30 minutes, or we extend the lunch 30 minutes? Okay, we extend the lunch 30 minutes, and we reconvene at 2:30. Oh, she's not happy about it. Okay, madam. Thank you.
Hello once again. Good afternoon, and we have spent a lot of time into our lunch break, so I am agreeing to have lunch for 45 minutes. Okay, so I will expect all of us here at exactly quarter past 2. Lunch will be served in 2 places. Today, the Britannia lobby and the Prince Hall. The Britannia is upstairs and the Prince Hall is straightforward. The ladies will give you your lunch vouchers from that door, and you will eat wherever your lunch voucher is indicated, okay? And also there is that aspect where I asked that everyone is badged, because now without a badge you don't get lunch, eh? That means you've not registered and we do not know you. So I would like us to abide by that. I see everyone has a badge. So all of us are going to eat, right? So bon appetit, see you in 45 minutes. Thank you.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with three key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, Federated Identity Services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with three key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase projects. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, Federated Identity Services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase projects. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, Federated Identity Services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with the developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase projects. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancement of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, could we settle down? Could we settle down so that we can start? We have far much spent on time. Thank you. Alain, kindly ask those guys who are outside to come in. Thank you. Okay. I would like to request that door to be closed, please. All those in the room, kindly settle down. I think we are all doing poorly on time, and I would like you guys to help me keep time. I request for your attention, please. Shh. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch and you have enjoyed the Ghanaian hospitality and the food. I hope the lunch was good. Okay. We are going into another session of presentations, and Jean-Robert will take us through 2 presentations, one on measuring the impact of infrastructure changes in Africa, and session 2 will be about how RIPE Atlas hosts help build resilience and performance. The first presentation, I think, will be online, but I think Jean-Robert will take us through that. So, Jean-Robert, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have Dr. Amesh, who will take us through the measuring the impact of infrastructure change in Africa. And Madame Leah Esnia from RIPE NCC will take us through how RIPE NCC hosts help build resilience and performance. Same strategy.
we take the two presentations. We ask the speaker to give us 5 minutes each, and then we have 10 minutes to go through the questions. Leah, can you come to the podium, please? Is Amresh ready? We can see you, but we cannot hear you. Yeah. Up to you.
Share my screen. All right. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to present this study at AFNOG AIS in Ghana. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it because of personal commitment, but I'm there with you in spirit, and I say hello to my big number of friends and colleagues that could make it on site. So if you have any question or if you have any gift for me, please reach out to my the ISOC colleagues and hand them over to them. But I'm there with you in spirit. So my name is Amrish Fokia. I work for the Internet Society. I mainly focus on internet measurements. And today, actually, the talk is about measuring the impact of infrastructure changes in Africa. And we look at, over the past 6-7 years, what have been the main infrastructure changes. But then, can we actually measure using data and using statistics those changes, and can we see the improvements? This is what the talk is about. So, as you know, our continent has been experiencing rapid growth in many sectors, and this has been enabled by a lot of connectivity solutions that has been helping our internet ecosystem to grow and flourish. Today, we are being able to connect to multiple places around the world and also connect multiple to other countries around the continent. It's thanks to the infrastructure that had been put in place. So whether it is submarine cables or terrestrial fiber and all the data centers that are also helping to help us host our content locally. So when we are here, when I'm talking about the internet ecosystem, I'm talking about what is in between the end user and the final content that they have to reach out to and they have to consume. So normally they would go through terrestrial fiber, and if they are lucky, they would also go through an IXP. If they are not lucky, then they would go directly to where the content is hosted, so on a cloud provider or in a data center. And for this, they would have to use submarine cables. In this particular work, we are going to look at the impact of two main components, I would say, of the internet ecosystem, especially here in Africa. It's IXPs and submarine cables. So needless to say that over the last couple of years, there has been tremendous investment in submarine cables. And as you see, Africa is quite well connected, even if we want to see more cables coming and connecting our countries and make the connections more redundant. We have seen that in the last year when there were submarine cable cuts in West Africa and also on the eastern coast of Africa, how this impacted many countries. And those that are suffering the most are landlocked countries because they need access to those submarine cables, but they also have to rely on terrestrial fiber to have access to those submarine cables. So we have seen those changes over time. As you can see, many more cables came to Africa, and this increased connectivity both within the continent and also outside. Peering has also evolved, and we have seen, for example, in 2018, there were 48 active IXPs in 42 cities in 33 countries. And as of 2025, we have 57 active IXPs in 48 cities and 36 countries. So things are improving. And investment that we are doing in building the internet edge points around the continents are paying slowly, and but we need to do more. We need to have more IXPs to allow internet service providers to exchange traffic locally and therefore reduce their reliance on submarine cables, which could be expensive. So in this particular work, in this particular presentation, I will focus on the SAX cable. So it is a cable between Brazil and Angola that was deployed in 2018. Why we chose this this particular cable? Because it provides a lot of evidence, and it is a very simple example to show how things has improved once a cable has been laid between two continents. So the measurement study that we have worked on over the last couple of months, so basically we were looking at critical infrastructure deployment. So I mentioned about IXPs and submarine cables. So we looked at it over the last 6 years, from 2018 to 2023. And the two platforms that we use to collect the data is RIPE Atlas. So RIPE Atlas is a internet measurement platform that is hosted by the RIPE NCC, and KIDA Arc is another platform that is hosted by KIDA. And what they do is they send trace route from one probe to another. And basically, we collected more than 180 million trace route records. And we also look at almost 8 million DNS hookups. We studied basically 9 new submarine cables deployments, so between 2018 and 2023, and the establishment of new membership. So new membership means ASNs connecting to IXPs in Africa. So around more than 2,000 ASNs were newly connected to IXPs in Africa during that time. And we are talking about 69 IXPs in 32 countries here. So the data sets are varied. So submarine cables data is coming from telegeography, IXP and peering data is coming from PeeringDB, and trace route and DNS measurement, as I mentioned, is coming from RIPE Atlas and KIDA. So the two questions that we asked in this study is, first, when do new cables provide performance benefits? So once they're laid, after how much time do we actually see the improvement in latency in between continents and countries? And whether those benefits are also helping neighboring countries. So I talked about landlocked countries in Africa, which are not directly connected to submarine cables, but they are also benefiting collaterally because they are also connecting to those submarine cables through their neighboring countries. So we measured the latency 3 months before deployment and 3 months after the deployment. And looking at, again, the SAX cable between Brazil and Angola, we saw a majority, in majority of the cases that we looked at, there was a 20% improvement overall. And average improvement was around 12%, and the biggest improvement we have seen, so if we took from 3 months before and 3 months after, the biggest improvement that we've seen in latency is 80%. So this shows that overall there has been an improvement between latency between Brazil and Angola. So we'll also look at what are the indirect improvement and then the direct improvement. So to better understand the results, we inspect path, the path taken. The path is when we run a trace route, we have the different number of hops, and these show the different paths that a packet takes from one place to another. So we discovered that a submarine cable connecting two countries that initially were not linked showed greater improvement. So for example, again, the Brazil-Angola connection via SAX cable and between Portugal and Namibia as well, a connection via the Equiano demonstrate the biggest improvement. For such cases, we also observe an average of 31.8% of improvement in latency, with the highest cases exceeding sometimes 100%. So this explains why the first submarine cable connection between the two countries tend to bring the great improvement. We have another two scenarios where we see the improvement of 6.9% from direct to direct connections, where there is a direct connectivity, and 2.4% for indirect and indirect connectivity. So countries that are not directly connected, so they are indirectly connected, we indeed also see an improvement. As I was to summarize this on aggregate, so if we need to have an indirect connection to a direct connection, so in that case, for example, Brazil is connecting through South Africa to Angola. In that case, we do see an improvement of 31.8%. And in the case of a direct connection, so between Brazil and Angola, we saw an improvement of almost 7% of improvement. And as I was mentioning, indirect and indirect, so two countries that are not directly connected through a submarine cable, there is, so in that case, landlocked countries, there is a slight improvement of 2.4%. So in addition to benefiting landing countries, we look at whether a submarine cable may also bring advantages to other African countries, so the neighbors. And to evaluate this, we focus on two metrics: the increased traffic transiting through the landing country, measured by the proportion of trace route. And we look at the improved latency, which is therefore benefiting, resulting in better latency improvement. That's another cable that we have looked at, which is also the Peace cable. So in that case, we see an increased proportion of trace route transiting between Kenya and other African countries. So which shows also that there is more connectivity because of the fact that there's a new cable that is being laid. There's more connectivity between those countries where initially there were no connectivity. Back to the SAX cable, as I was mentioning, we also saw latency improvement. So landing a submarine cable in one African country does enhance the RTT for other African countries. So this is an important point because sometimes as a landlocked country, you might think that, okay, you are not benefiting from those investments, but you are indeed to some extent. But we also see that these benefits are primarily delivered by more developed countries, usually with a higher development index or GDP, like South Africa. And the distribution to the other countries is there, but is not as much as those that are directly connected or those countries that are higher up in the GDP ranking are actually benefiting. So that's more of a policy angle analysis that we try to make here. Now let's look at latency. We have been talking a lot the last couple of years about the importance of internet exchange points, how this is helping to strengthen the local ecosystem and help internet service providers to interconnect and exchange traffic. But then someone might ask, what are the benefits? What are the actual benefits of actually connecting to those IXPs? So we look at peering. So again, our methodology is to look at before peering happens and after peering happens. So we are talking about more than 300,000 trace routes. And these are, as you see on the graphs, for example, in Accra, for the Accra IX, within Ghana, there has been an improvement. So between the different internet service providers and ASNs in in Ghana, there has been an improvement of more than 150% in RTT. So this is great. This is great data that we want to show the policymakers that investing in internet exchange points can help create a better environment and reduce latency for operators. This results in better quality of service and experience for users. So improve localization. So with the help of IXPs means that we see a reduction in the number of trace routes that are going through Europe and then coming back to Africa. So remember, when we talked about IXPs, we say that, okay, this is also helping to reduce what we call traffic detours, so going outside of Africa and coming back. So we have seen that through that study that it reduces dependency on the submarine cables by around 13%. So we could highlight also the inter-country peering, and this often yields larger gains, so around 30% compared to intra-country connectivity, so which is around 6%. But first-time peering provides the biggest improvement, which is around 14%, while repeated peering shows diminishing returns. If we look at the market maturity, we want to explain the difference between a developed market and an emerging market. So in South Africa, gains are modest, also around 5.5%, but in Nigeria, improvement are quite dramatic. We have seen 47% of improvement. So this shows that peering benefits are quite disproportionate in less, disproportionately higher in less mature markets. So which means the impact even bigger in some markets, which is interesting to see. So what are now the impact of path length? So path length means like, what is the number of hops that you have between point A and point B? Usually by reducing the number of hops between point A and point B, you will also increase connectivity metrics. You will have a faster connection, etc. And so we also look at whether the deployment of IXPs and the fact that people are connecting locally, does it reduce the path, for example? So we have seen that transit through European countries decreased by 13% for intra-African trace route, indicating a quite good level of improvement. So what we have also seen is that before, the number of countries in the trace route generally were 3, and this was reduced to 2 after the IXP, after the membership or at the IXP. So, however, this impact is not universally positive. So in the case of Cloudflare, so Cloudflare as a content provider, we see a negative effect is observed in 41% of peering. So further investigation shows that there's a substantial decrease because of inter-country peerings, and for example, Cloudflare is not as connected as it is in all African countries. So this shows a little bit of disparity as well. But generally, what we have seen is that there are better latency to those content providers, which is also important because these content providers, whether we like it or not, is posting the majority of content that we consume. So in better latency, in that case, we are looking at DNS response time is better for users. So we want to look at DNS response time at a regional, from a regional perspective, and the intra-country peering is good, and it is actually providing the highest DNS resolution time gain of about 13% compared to inter-country, which is around 1%. So it means that resolvers are able to connect to to servers that are closer. And this is, again, helping to reduce overall latency and improve quality of experience for end users. Now, let's look into our findings in terms of whether the new submarine cables are helping improvement. So policy should actively encourage local peering, possibly through universal service funds. So we have seen that IXPs as well as submarine cables are improving latency significantly. And also DNS performance is also being improved. So the policy ecosystem should also follow, like create the right enabling environment for those new investments to come, but for also helping on the ground, the underground ecosystem to flourish as well. So I'm here referring to internet exchange points and also local hosting facilities to help make the ecosystem better. Mentioned about how IXP is also improving latency, and even better if the IX is local. So the recommendation is that we need to incentivize and fund growth of IXPs. We have seen in some cases that we have started to talk about regional IXPs. The regional IXPs probably is not the solution. What you need to focus on is really the local ecosystem itself. So focus on your own country peering ecosystem. You don't need to think now about having regional connectivity. Regional connectivity will come by itself when the local ecosystem is strengthened. So we need to invest into new infrastructure on resilience. So this comes with, again, having a strong peering ecosystem, which is going to attract, for example, carrier neutral data centers in which we will go and place root server copies, contents delivery network, so on and so forth. And this will strengthen the local ecosystem. And then, of course, we need to investigate what are the future, especially the emerging technologies. What could that bring us impact? Because we are still relying a lot on our home breed data centers to help improve connectivity. But is AI and all those new technologies and going to come and disrupt this ecosystem? So we need to be able to understand and study that. That was my last slide. So I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any question that you might have.
Thank you very much, Amresh. Please stay online. We'll take the question after Leah's presentation. So, Leah, up to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'a? I was just checking how to say good afternoon in Ghana. Apparently, there are 70 languages in Ghana, so I don't think I'm going to remember all of them. But at least I remember one of them, right? Uh-huh. Go. All right. Now it's time for quiz, I think. Let's see if you all heard what Amrish was talking about just now. Who can tell me what tools Amrish used in order to do his analysis? Raise your hand. Nobody listen? Okay, you're not for you, Jean-Baptiste. Okay. Uh-huh. Good, thank you. You listen. Well done. You can give some present to Amrish. Anyway, enough of the jokes. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here, my first time in Ghana. So in today's presentation, I'm going to talk about how we use RIPE Atlas, how RIPE Atlas hosts, like people like you, all over the world who host RIPE Atlas, play an important role in helping keeping the network resilience and monitor the performance of the internet. And this is about an analysis that one of our colleagues did based on RIPE Atlas data. If Amrish just mentioned about a use case that shows how a new deployment of submarine cable improved the performance. This time, I'm going to talk about slightly different, if I can, if I can take control out of this clicker. Okay, so this talk is about comparing two classes of submarine cable outages. This use case, like the first one is about the one in Baltic Sea outage. This happened last year. It may sound a bit old, but this use case is still valid. We can still learn from it. And so from this Baltic Sea outage, we learned that the network was quite resilient. This is what we observed, and it has low impact. I'm just going to give you a short summary about what I'm going to talk to you about. I'm going to talk about it in detail later. And what we also noticed in the Baltic Sea outage is that there's enough redundancy, and we have enough vantage point, which make it easier for us to see what happened. The other use case that we have seen is the one that happened in Ivory Coast and also in the Red Sea outage that happened last month. So this is a bit slightly different. In this case, we observed that the internet resilience is actually not guaranteed, and it has higher impact on the user. And the impact is having increase in the latency and also some packet loss. I'm going to go through this in detail after this. So, short introduction, my name is Lia Estina. I work for the RIPE NCC, and RIPE NCC, for those of you who don't know what RIPE NCC is, RIPE NCC is one of the 5 internet registry. Our region is in Europe, Middle East, and a bit of Central Asia. So next to being a registry at the RIPE NCC, we build cool tools to measure the internet. One of these tools is RIPE Atlas. There's also what we call routing information service and some DNS services like KRoot and authoritative DNS. So this talk is based on 2 articles that our colleague has written about the Baltic Sea outage that happened last year. There's also a podcast that you can listen to. Emil explained his findings in detail in this podcast. I highly recommend you to listen to the podcast from Emil. This is Emil, my dear colleague. He's the data scientist. He's the brain behind this analysis. And later, at the end of this presentation, in case you have very technical question that I wouldn't be able to answer, I will be happy to connect you to him. So, last year, when this Baltic Sea outage happened, there were a lot of media coverage. There were some speculations, there were some theories flying around, but I just want to make it clear where RIPE NCC stands. So in this kind of situation, RIPE NCC, we stay neutral. We do not make any speculations. We do not play simulations. What we care about when this kind of things happen, what kind of impact it has on the internet, what kind of impact it has on the user. So here's another example of article that you can read from The Guardian that walk you through in detail about what happened with the Baltic Sea outage. And now let's go into the timeline of what happened. So this happened last year, right? It was on the 17th of November, a sunny day, I guess. No, it must be cold, I think, in November. So the BCS East-West cable that runs from Sweden to Lithuania, it was reported went down. And the next day, another one was reported down. That was the Sea Lion 1. And Sea Lion 1 runs from Germany to Finland. So these two cables, they were restored within 10 days. So you can imagine, 10 days is quite fast, right? And then only on the 25th of December, the Sea Lion was reported down again. It was restored on the 6th of January. And after that, there was a third cable that was reported down. That was the LVRTC. And this cable was restored within 32 days. So that's quite a while. So where do we go from here? At the RIPE Institute, normally we always go to the RIPE Atlas, of course, because that's our RIPE Atlas is an internet measurement platform. It's a global network of probes that are connected in many networks out there in the world. And right now we have more than 13,000 probes or vantage point, you can call that, around the world. And we also have what we call RIPE Atlas anchors. So RIPE Atlas anchor is also a probe, but it's a much more powerful probe. It's a superpower probe. I'm going to talk about RIPE Atlas anchor in detail after this slide. And this map shows where the probes are located, so the deployment. People like Ambrish use the data from RIPE Atlas to do analysis and research. My role here is making sure that the deployment of RIPE Atlas increase and diverse around the world. So working with communities, with you people, in order to have more deployment. Just to give you an idea of what RIPE Atlas does on a regular basis, there are around, well, approximately more than 35,000 measurements on a daily basis. This is including both measurements that user created themselves and also the built-in measurements. So now let's talk about RIPE Atlas anchor. So RIPE Atlas anchor is the data that we are using, that my colleague Emil Aben used in order to build this analysis. What makes RIPE Atlas anchor special? So we have around 900 anchors right now connected around the world, right? So each and every anchors run measurements towards each other every 4 minutes. So it runs ping, traceroute, and also DNS measurement. So it runs some performance measurements. So you can imagine there's a bunch of data. With this data, you will be able to spot any latency change. If there's an incident like a submarine cable outage somewhere, you will be able to see from RIPE Atlas anchoring mesh. We call it anchoring mesh data. Of course, only if we have vantage point in that area. So going back to the submarine cable on the Baltic Sea outage. So when this thing happened, it affected 4 countries, right? And the good thing is that from in these 4 countries, we have enough vantage points. We have enough RIPE Atlas anchors connected there. And that's why we were able to get some meaningful data from it. Okay, let's take a look at what we see in the data. So Emil took the data 12 hours prior to the incident and 12 hours after the incident. So in this heat chart, I was going to say heat map, it's heat chart. So on the y-axis on the left, this is a pair of anchor. So remember I told you that we were using anchors that we have in Sweden and Lithuania. So each pair is shown here, and the pale color, so the pale color show the normal latency, like the happy latency. The orange color shows the increase in the latency. So the darker the orange, the higher the latency. And the black line, it shows the packet loss. So now we can see clearly that during, this is the event when it happens, 8 a.m. in the morning. Well, 8 a.m. is always in the morning. On the 17th of November, there's clearly a shift in the latency, and it's around 10 to 20 milliseconds. So remember that, it's around 10 to 20 milliseconds. But what we are, the interesting part here is not this one. Let's take a look at closer on the top chart, which is this. So we did see an increase, right, in the latency. But what we see here is the packet loss. So based on this picture, the increase in the latency is not followed by a concurrent packet loss. So it means that the packet was still delivered, so it goes through, which is good. Here's another example that happened the next day on the Sea Lion 1. It's a similar situation. We've seen an increase in the latency, but the good thing, it's not followed by packet loss. And this is the time when the Sea Lion 1 was being repaired. We do see something a bit, out of place. I don't know what you call that. This is something, right before it was reported that it was repaired, there's a jump in the latency, which is followed by the packet loss. It's just that for us, it's unclear of what it is, because we only show what we see in the data that we have. So we don't know what it is. This is just the data that we have. We only measure on layer 3 level, no layer 2 magic. So summing up, there was indeed relatively minor but visible shift in the latency of around 20 to 30% of the paths that we observe from the anchors that we have. But there's no concurrent increase in the packet loss, which is good. It means that the internet routed around the damage. It did what it was meant to do. Here's another example. I'm not going to go through this one, but let me show you another example. So we have seen one example about that the internet was quite resilient in the Baltic Sea outage, but Emil would like to see not only on the latency data, but also on the traceroute data. How was the internet rerouted? Let's see. Ooh. Okay. I'm trying to click further. Yeah. Am I? Wait, no. So this is his observation. After looking at the data that we have, his observation was that he found that there are 3 levels of rerouting. So the first one is the between domain rerouting. It means that the traffic was rerouted through another domain and through an IXP. And then the second one is the intra-domain rerouting. This is still using within the same network, so it's like there's a backup path that it's taking. And the last one is the circuit level rerouting. So this one is using an alternative physical links, still using the same routers and the same IP address, even with the same IP address. And that was based on the paths that we observed. So out of the 2,100 41 parts between the anchors that we have observed in Germany and Finland, there are 637 of the parts was using interdomain rerouting, and we only see around 25% of the parts saw latency increase of more than 3 milliseconds. So it's not much. And then there are 1,044 parts that use intra-domain rerouting, and this is affecting 38% of the parts that saw an increase in the latency of more than 3 milliseconds. And the last one is using the circuit level. There were only 460 parts, and 5.2% of those parts saw increase in the latency of more than 3 milliseconds. Now we've seen one example. Let's take a look at another example. This is everyone knows this happened last year. That happened in Ivory Coast, and it affected 4 major submarine cables. And if you take a look at the map, this is the map where the submarine cables connection shown, and also the location of RIPE Atlas anchor. So we don't have that many RIPE Atlas anchors connected in Africa, and that's also the reason why I'm here. So this is another, a different look, a different visualization of what we've seen before. There's a lot going on here. We've seen right after the incident, there's a significant increase in the latency, which is around 20 to 30 milliseconds. But what is shown here is the packet loss. It's followed by a packet loss. And then this is the recent one. This is from the Red Sea outage that happened last month. So we have pretty good vantage point, pretty good coverage. We use the one that we have in India and also the one in France. As you can see, where it happens in the red area, and where the cable starts and where it ends. So we use the anchor pairs that we have in France and India. And here we see clearly, right after when it happens, there's a significant increase in the latency, which is around 100 milliseconds. This is quite a lot. It means that the user really feel the impact in this incident. And if you take a look at the heat map on top, it's the packet loss is quite high. So it's up to 50% of packet loss at the time of the initial cable outage, and it's followed within the next 24 hours after that. So that's quite a lot. So, and the conclusion, let's talk about the conclusion. What does all this rerouting tells us, right? If we take a look at it from the bigger picture, the internet did route around the damage, but being able to see what happened and understand what's going on, it requires a global collaboration. It requires shared data and deployment of vantage point. Because without this vantage point, it means that we don't have visibility. We don't have measurements running. And if we don't have visibility, then we don't know what we measure, right? Then it will be just guesswork. So if you take a look at it, if you look at it from the network operator point of view, it's a reminder for all of us that redundancy works. We have seen in this analysis that traffic gets routed across networks, between networks, and even at circuit level. And then if we take a look at it on, if you're an infrastructure planner, for example, it shows that redundancy works. That when you build, the infrastructure, you need to have a multiple level of backups. You can't just rely on one providers or it needs to be, redundancy works. You need to have redundancy. Yesterday, one of the speaker from the minister said that when you want to build an infrastructure in Ghana, one of the requirements was building. You need to have redundancy in the route, right? So that's a very good thing. And you know, because when the last one that I want to mention here is if you are a decision maker, it shows the importance of having infrastructure diversity and also a measurement platform is important. We have seen from this analysis that regions and countries with good visibility and diverse paths and diverse routes has less impact when something went down or something happened, has less disruption. So, and how far can we see? We want to have more deployment. We need to have more deployment so that we can see, so that everyone can benefit from it and work together to improve. You know, like with this kind of data, we have seen the presentation of Amrish just now, the impact of, you know, laying down a new submarine cable. And because we have this data, we're able to spot where is the best place to put the data, or to put the submarine cable. And this is what my colleague created to help us map where would be the best place to put all these anchors. So the ideal situation would be making this table all green. How do we do that? The goal is to have, in each country, we have 5 anchors distributed in 3 ASN and 3 cities, at least. That's the bare minimum, so that we have enough vantage point to make a more meaningful data. Do you think we can do that in Ghana? We only have, down below it's Ghana, we only have 1 anchor. Anyone will be able to, you know, to install RapidAtlas anchor in Ghana? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so we will have 4 after this. Thank you, thank you. All right, so yeah, this is just to let you know what makes RapidAtlas stand out. You know, RapidAtlas has a global reach. It's not just cloud server. We also have Vantage Point, the tiny devices that, you know, RapidAtlas ambassador like Jean-Baptiste, Cedric distributed among you. They are put in end-user network, in schools, in offices, so that not only you have a vantage point from core network, but also how your customer reaches your network or any network that you are interested to monitor or to measure. It has, you can run your own measurement, of course, and it's community different, vendor neutral, it's fully transparent. You don't have to, you know, you don't have to invest a lot of money in it. Well, you don't need to invest any money on it. You just need to spend time on it and install the probes. It's a fair use. We are using a credits model to protect the system and to make it fair for everyone. We only measure the level 3 only. So. And if you're interested to see the infrastructure of RapidAtlas, the user will never talk to the probe directly. It will always go through first the web user interface or the API. If you're if you're more, you know, if you prefer to use API or CLI tool. So whenever someone wants to create a measurement, they will talk to the web interface, API or CLI tool. And it will talk to our controller, and then the controller will tell the probes to run the measurement that you want to run, and the probe will start running the measurement and report back the result to the controller, and with the same initial method to you. This is to make it easy for you to see the difference between the tiny probes, which is also available as a software, and also the RapidAtlas Anchor, which is available as a VM. And if you're going to host a RapidAtlas Anchor VM, this is the network requirements. And I'm showing also the application process so that you have a bit of idea where you're at when you apply to host RAP Atlas Anchor. I'm at the end of my presentation. Any question? Go back.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think there's a question online, right? Is there any question in the room? We are under pressure by Mrs. Susan. Yeah.
Can I be heard? Okay. I will ask the question that came online in as much as time is far much spent. I think this is for Leah. This is a question for you, Leah. Would you recommend, it comes from DKAA online. Would you recommend that regulatory authorities craft policies to intentionally target regional traffic exchange, for example, between West African countries? That is regulatory authorities to enforce waiver of high CLS cross-connects charges for traffic exchange between major IXPs on the continent.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Would you recommend that the regulatory... Oh, this was for Amrish.
Oh, good.
I hope he's online. Okay, he's... Hello, Amrish. Okay, this is a question for you. Would you recommend that regulatory authorities craft policies to intentionally target regional traffic exchange, for example, between West African countries, that is, regulatory authorities to enforce waiver of high CLS cross-connects charges for traffic exchange between major IXPs on the continent?
Thanks, Suzanne. You always tend to put the most difficult question to me. With much appreciation. That's a very good question, and I see my friend Cedric is online. I'm sure he will be able to provide you some more insights. So, or if you can catch up with Jean-Baptiste on site, he will also provide you some insights and perspective. But the research and from what we have observed throughout our different interactions with different regions around the world, highly regulating internet exchange is not recommended because once you try to regulate that, it breaks the cycle of diversity and competitivity and how the ecosystem builds by itself to make it to become more efficient and productive. So we have seen cases, for example, in Kazakhstan, where there is an IXP where it is mandatory for ASNs to peer. What we have seen in that in most of the cases, ASNs would prefer not to actually go to this IX, but rather go to privately run IXs. So our recommendation would be let the ecosystem work by itself in terms of the community around the IX can decide whether they would put a port fee or they would charge cross-connect, etc. And this can, the fact that there is a community around it, the decisions can be more collegial, and therefore this would reflect what the community needs. We haven't seen any case where governments and regulators try to dictate or regulate prices with regards to cross-connect and port fees, and we would not recommend this to happen in any of the African countries.
Last question.
Hi, good afternoon. So it's not really a question, but more or less like a contribution. So you know that thing where you go for an event and there's souvenirs being shared and you are so happy and excited to go for one. I think back in 2017 or 2018, that was when I first met JB in Burkina Faso. And then I think there was the Atlas probe, which was being distributed, and I was so excited. I thought it was a souvenir. So, so I just approached him, and I took one. I filled the details and everything, and then I got one. It was later I realized that this is what it actually meant for, but unfortunately I couldn't find it. And till today, I still get the notification in my emails that please activate your Atlas probe. So please change the email. Yes, so I'm Silas. I'm Silas Pepra, the Executive Director for Accra Internet Exchange. I think we appeared in your presentation, and I'm happy to see ourselves up there. It tells you clearly that Ghana, we are doing something good. And then I think that I will again use this medium to encourage everyone to leverage the various internet exchange points in the countries or in the regions. This is good. It's solving it's solving a lot of problems in the ecosystem. I recall when we had the blackout in March last year, accumulated sleep for 3 days was less than 10 hours. That was at the point where people realized that internet exchanges was the new driving force for our connectivity within the region. When, after 3 days, when everything was okay, I mean, we found a remedy, everybody went to sleep, and I'm sure they are waiting for the next one to happen. But let us not wait for the next cable cut. Let's take the opportunity now. Let's take advantage of the infrastructures we have in place now, and let's get ourselves and our platforms connected to the various internet exchanges we have in our countries. And again, as we discussed, I'm happy and available to support you with the anchors. Thank you.
I think let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Mr. Allen, do you have a question? Okay. Mrs. Susan, we are on time. 2 minutes left. Give a round of applause to the speakers, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon again. I hope that session was very enlightening, right? So we move into the next part. This setting is a little bit different. It's going to be a panel discussion that will be moderated by Alain Aina. And I know he will want me to announce if we can have David Carrena in the... Over to you, Alain. Mukom is online? Online. Confirm, please. Okay. Could I please have mics? 2, please. Just 2. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming.
Okay. So I think this time we will need your attention. And maybe I will ask this to just cut the network or cut the connectivity so that you can pay attention to. No. The people outside can stay outside. We can decide here. No, we want to talk about IPv6. I think IPv6 is our future. And we've been saying this for 2 decades now, but we've not been doing very, very well. So we need to look at where we are and maybe take responsibility. And I think it was great to see the excitement and the support we gave to Afrinic, but I think supporting Afrinic will also mean we deploy and we use the resources to show that we as a continent, we really need the resources. And I think the same thing applies also when we see the slogan of African digital sovereignty. But if we are not using the resources, we are not building, we are not making our network ready, it looks like we are more in the slogans mode than doing the real thing. So I'll moderate this panel. I have 2 panelists. David is here, Mukom will be online, and we will give you the opportunity to react, because we have to, I want us to be honest to ourselves and see what we can do. So please give us your attention. When? Can I have the slides? I put a few slides to just show where we are, and then we will ask the panelists to react, and probably I will also give you the opportunity to react. I think we will go step by step, discuss where we are and why are we where we are, and then we will move on to what we've been doing and how we can improve or what we could do better. So, okay, while we are waiting for the slide, you have the mic. So I would like my panelists to introduce themselves. Okay, we have the slide, so we can come back. Okay. So, Wayne, can you help me next? Okay, this is the global. So this is where the world stands in terms of adoption of IPv6. Almost, the world has passed 40%. This data is coming from Google. Next. And this is the distributions, okay, country-based. So you can see where Africa stands. We have a couple of countries where IPv6 is deployed, but they have an issue, latency issue between V4 and V6. I think this is where the red you saw probably, which is Congo Brazzaville, but I don't know, maybe David will explain why do we see that red. But you can, if you look at Africa in the global, next. So the same data from different perspective. This is from Epinic Labs. Then if you look at the global, then you see where Africa stands. Are you proud? No. Wait, why are you on hurry? You want to hide something? When you want to hide something, no, don't be on hurry. Do you see where you are? Where we are? 40%? No, 4%. If you compare to the other region. Then if you go down, then you look at the distribution per regions. So look at your regions. Me, I'm from West Africa. Nico, look at your regions. Are you from West Africa or you are from Southern Africa, Nico? But you look like Central Africa and West Africa, we seem to be doing very well. Then we should look for the people from the Eastern and the Southern Africa. I see my Kenny friend laughing. So you can see that, honestly, it's not very encouraging. Next. So then here I trying to show again how things are. Okay, then the global, we may not look at the global, but then if you look at downside, it shows the countries there, but it has two data. It shows the countries with the biggest numbers. Then it shows also, the colors also show in terms of percentage. Then you could see that Nigeria and Egypt seem to have the biggest numbers of IPv6 users, but if you compare to the percentage of the global internet users, they are not doing well. A country like Togo, like Gabon seem to be doing well in terms of percentage of internet users who are using IPv6. So this is where we are. So, David, we go in French or English? English.
Let's go English.
So this is where we are. So do you agree, disagree with this statistic? So what are your thoughts?
Okay, thank you, Alain. Good afternoon, everybody.
But first introduce yourself.
Yes, of course. Good afternoon. I'm David Carreno. I'm the regional CTO of GVA Canal Box in West Africa. About GVA, GVA is a fiber to the home internet service provider present in 9 countries in Africa. In West Africa, we are present in Benin, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Togo. In Central Africa, we are present in Congo, DRC, and Gabon. And in Eastern Africa, we are present in Rwanda and Uganda. GVA started his operation in 2017 by the launch of the first subsidiary in Gabon. About the IPv6 adoption, it's clear here that we are at an embryonic phase now because the IPv6 deployment is not done at all in most of the countries and operators. We just noticed several months ago that the different bodies, like the different regulator and telco, started to encourage people to deploy IPv6, maybe because of the shortage of IPv4 and the different challenges we had with our resource management body here in Africa. But it's clear that it is not deployed at all, and we have to work on it. And I think during this panel that we will discuss and have some insight and know how to move forward on this. Thank you.
Okay, I'm told that Mokom is online now.
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Mokom, please introduce yourself. And I hope you saw my introductions on where we stand in terms of IPv6 deployment. And I would like to hear your opinion on the data. And yes, and then we will now move on and interact with the audience. So please, Mokom, proceed.
Thank you so much. My name is Mokom. I'm the head of capacity. I have the misfortune of having been the person who's been around tons and tons, lots of countries training people how to deploy IPv6. And so the data speaks for itself. You can't deny it. The progress that we're seeing isn't where we want it to be. And we might discuss the reasons later, but the assumption seems to have been that all you need to do to promote IPv6 deployment is to just train people how to do that. That's not true, right? All the training in the world isn't going to deploy IPv6. And so over the years in Africa, we've evolved to different phases. We've done the training. I mean, some of these countries, you and I were there, like for example in Togo, Chad, for example, we were there together. And it got to a point when we will go to a country and see people who are attending their 3rd or 4th IPv6 training. So we now moved to one of the other things we started doing at AFNIC to say, we don't really care about training. We want how people actually start deploying things, which is why we literally invented and declared an event where people can come in, and by the time they leave, they would have turned on something that everyone can see, whether it is, if they don't have a prefix, you get a prefix. If you get a prefix, we help them announce it. If you got a prefix that is announced, we can turn it on and test VLAN. And through that, over the years, we've been able to bring some operators, and then they will start something that you can see, announce prefixes, IPv6 and test VLANs. But then there's still that last bit. It does not scale. And I'm not surprised at this, because if you go to most of the large IPv6 deployments in the world, they either happen because the executive of the company, make a decision that we want to start greenfield and start with this thing called IPv6.
So,
yeah.
Yeah,
Can you
okay,
hear
I
me?
think we'll come back. We'll come back that. I don't want the executive in a room to run away. So let them stay. Let's pose at this. Then we will now discuss the reason. So I want to hear from the audience. What happened to us? Because we had the first Afrinic IPv6 meeting in Cairo in 2003. And we've been having things. So what happened to us? You have people online?
Yes, a comment came online. This is from Francis Kwabena Boachi. He says, well, the issue of IPv6 is about demand. Africa seems to have a lot more IPv6 not used, and this may have affected the urge to move to IPv6. No, sorry, let me take that again.
We have V4. We have still enough V4.
Yes.
That's why we are not moving
using
to
V6, yes.
Okay.
However, as other connectivities go up, IPv6 will increase.
Okay.
Should I give you a question from online?
No. We are not yet in the questions for now. So, yes, I've noted the point that it's because we still have V4. That's why we are not moving into IPv. We are not moving into IPv6. This is something we used to hear, we used to discuss. Okay. So, yes, I mean, why is that we have this kind of IPv6 penetration why we have people like you pulling fiber all over Nigeria, etc. So why are you not putting IPv6 everywhere?
Okay, IPv6 also is it's the future of connectivity. Let me put it this way, because AI, 5G, 6G, any fintech, any future technology that we are talking about, we need IPv6 for it. We're no longer discussing about IPv4. Now, the problem relies with the service providers, with the upstream, because you have a major challenge with some of the upstreams. They don't provide peer on IPv6, and I have personally experienced this in my company in Nigeria. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Nico, is that the same? You concur with Amin? Okay, who else? So are you saying that it's the upstream provider? I know them, they are my friends, so I can report you to them. Man. They are my friends. No, I think there must be other reason. Okay, we hear one other reason why, we like V4 too much that we do not want to go for V6. Where are the ladies? The future of your kid are now at stake. Please speak up. But okay, so I hear two things. You love V4, and you are reluctant for V6. Then the second point is that we have some bottleneck in the ecosystem. Okay? So, David, do you agree? Or do you want to add something to this?
I agree. I will say regarding the upstream provider, if I take our example in GVA, we don't have such issue. All our upstream provider used to peer in V4 and V6. So this is not an issue, and especially even a part of the upstream provider, if you take the internet exchange points, the main we have in Africa, they peer in V6. So it's just for me those are not the main reason about this lack of IPv6 traffic in Africa.
So yes, okay, thank you. Mokom, you were trying to elaborate on the reason why we are in this situation. Can you please elaborate now? Or
Okay, thank you. So almost every time you speak to someone who's an executive, they're always hearing this thing. It started with, we're looking for a killer 10 years ago, right? And when you speak to executives, I have spoken to lots and lots of executives, both in regulators, saying, what's the business case? What's the killer application? And that has led me to the realization that to deploy IPv6 is a technical problem, but to start it is a business problem. If you're today, if you are the executive who has to make decisions between 5G and rolling fiber and SR, all of that stuff, plus this thing called IPv6 that literally no one is asking about it. Let's not forget, there is no country where the customers are asking for something called IPv6, none at all, right? Almost always, you are going to make decisions that have some kind of clear return on investment in the next few years. So until the people who run networks from the ISPs and the enterprises start saying, we want to design and run our networks for the next 10 years, for the next 15 years, for the next 25, 50 years. And we can't do that with IPv4. So let's start asking for IPv6 now, step by step. This isn't going to change. So we've got a couple of things that we are trying to do at AFNIC, and I will share it later.
Later, okay. Thank you. Prof, you want to say something? Okay.
Sometimes we say things to stimulate, so don't take me as going away.
Okay.
I don't believe any customer ever asks for any particular identifier. I don't believe when I ever joined, I asked for V4. I joined, you gave me what was available, and I took both. Okay. But it's possible,
yes,
that the brokers pushed you this way. The people who wanted to come for your V4 kept telling you that you don't need V4, do V6. In so doing, you took your V4. And so you stayed there. You see? Okay. If you had been left, this is the example of the external control, external questions that you heard in the morning from the seniors. If you had been left to organically acquire these things, when you gave it to everyone, they would have tried some and so on. But because there was a pent-up pressure that you don't need your V4, give it to us, the natural reaction, in my opinion, would have been, you want this, me too, I'll take it. So since we are trying to heal, I want to bring it there that, we should go back to the normal organic growth in the use of our things, and people try both of them. I think here you have V6, right?
Yes. No, we are still working on it.
They're still working on it. So you see, that also begins to support your provider, not focusing on it sufficiently. I mean, I'm just trying to bring these things so that we, as a community, we see what exactly we have to do. But I hope I've added something.
Yeah, you really added that. So because when we saw the battle for IPv4 and people were trying to grab IPv4, it makes sense that the people say, let me protect my V4, and maybe V4 still have a life, I should, etc., etc. So, yes, and speaking for the providers, we've been trying since Saturday to get IPv6 on this network. It has not been easy, but I'm pressuring the team that before we close Friday, we should have IPv6. But like Prof said, it's an example that IPv6 is not easy everywhere. So we still have issue at some places. So, okay, so let's see. I will now go through some of the initiative or what we're trying to do, because yes, we've tried things. So as I said, we had the first IPv6 meeting in 2003. So, and then since AFRINIC has the IPv6 program, and AFRINIC has the new program certification, IPv6 certifications, IPv6 forums. ITU and AFRINIC has deployed some IPv6 test bed. I remember we had test bed in Cote d'Ivoire, in Kampala. So then we even had some IPv6 project in the past. Prof, you may remember 6 Mandela. We tried 6 Mandela at Afrinic. And when you look at the statistics, okay, it shows at Afrinic, in terms of IPv6 deployment, it shows that only Eritrea, Mayotte, and Central Republic has no IPv6 issue. So it means that in terms of IPv6 allocation from Afrinic to the country, only these 3 countries has no IPv6 from Afrinic. And it shows that 56% of Afrinic members are dual. They have both from Afrinic, 56. And we only have 0.51 IPv6 only members at Afrinic. So we do have some people IPv6 only members. Afrinic fees has remained the same, I think, for the last 15 years. Then Afrinic still give discount. So first, these days, when you come for Afrinic IPv6, it does not change your membership category. So Afrinic is not counting the IPv6. For you, they give you discount. If you are IPv6 only, they still give discount, 100% first year. So we are still, Afrinic is still applying the old scheme of funding, which was meant to encourage IPv6 deployment. We had IPv4 soft landing policy, Madvi mentioned today, which is meant also to guarantee that the newcomers get V4 so that they can implement. We extended the IPv6 assignment policy, IPv6 to end user. Some of you may remember that at the beginning, the was only allocation to the RIR because we did not want the fragmentations. But at some point, we allow IPv6s to be assigned to end users. So if you are enterprise, banking, you can also get IPv6 directly from Afrinic. This was supposed to facilitate because people were complaining that the upstream or the providers were not IPv6 ready. So in November 2022, African Telecommunication Union launched the IPv6 deployment white paper. So it was meant to also explain how you can deploy IPv6. By the way, we are supposed to have Isaac Boateng from ATU in the panel, but he will be here on Thursday during the ICANN Day to talk about the ITU IPv6 initiative. And in June this year, ATU, the African Telecommunication Union, got a grant from ICANN to also help improve the IPv6 deployment in Africa. So this is just to give an idea of the effort we'll be making. Okay, the result, the outcome seems to not match our effort. But now let's see concrete example. So David, it's happened that GVA has been able to deploy IPv6 everywhere in this country. So can you share some light on your business case? Because I hear that you must have a business case. So what was your business case and how did it go?
Okay, thank you, Alain. Yes, in GVA Canal Box, we do deploy IPv6 from day 0 when starting our operation in a country. And since 2017, in all our network, we deploy IPv6. Prior to that deployment, we used to work with our R&D team and our engineer team to check in all the value chain and integrate IPv6 deployment before we go live. We are a new network, less than 10 years, so this is possible with us. But the key element here is to test everything before you put it in production. And with what you see with APNIC, in all our region, we are leading the deployment in IPv6. And when you take the top 10 countries in Africa, you will have the first and 5 of our operation deploying IPv6. And you can notice also in the percentage of device using IPv6, like between 80 and 90% of devices doing IPv6. And I will remember that we are doing fiber to the home, and our end users use IPv6 seamlessly. This is something that is true for IPv6 and IPv4. The user don't mind if it is 4 or 6. He just wants the service. And when you provide the service, it uses it seamlessly. And this is one of our key points also, trying to get it done without any interaction and no complication.
Thank you, David. I confirm that in Lomé, I'm one of your customers, and then I enjoy the IPv6. And I even use IPv6 to impress my colleagues from the other countries. But one takeaway from what you just said is that it looks like your network is young. So it looks like you build a new network which probably allow you to have these facilities probably.
Yes, but not only because it's new, we do test everything before.
Before you go.
Yes.
And then speaking for the upstream provider, just to make sure that, can you explain a bit about your links so that we know who are your providers? Because you seem to have good providers.
Yes, we. I think it is the same providers. It's just we used to push them, and this is mandatory for us to have V6. Everybody knows here that with V4 and the shortage, we need to use NAT boxes if our network is big, and we know the issue with NAT. And we know also that the main content providers in the world are using V6. And if you can avoid having to do some expense, CAPEX and OPEX on NAT boxes because you are using V6, I think for your business model, it is also better to go with V6.
Yeah. Okay. I got something. You said that for you, when you go negotiate transit or peering, IPv6 is mandatory. So if they want your business, they should have IPv6. And I see Nico agreeing with me. So Mukom, what has Afrinim been doing, and what shall we expect?
So, first of all, let me just share a story with you. Almost more than 10 years ago, where I lived in Mauritius. My team, we worked with one of the operators here to do a proof of concept of IPv6. So we demonstrated, we did what we call IPv6 launch. What we demonstrated a call, a void call, over an IPv6 network end-to-end on the island. That was successful. Guess what happened 3 days later? This operator bought a huge batch of CPEs for their fiber network. Those CPEs do not support IPv6. No path to supporting IPv6. So you can train all the engineers who work in that country. The CFO of that country is simply of that company is simply not going to release money to replace all of it. Now that's why it's important that just as you train the engineers, you need to train the executives to understand that there are certain decisions that you make at the level of the executive, right? What you purchase, right? That affect the ability of the network to transition to IPv6. This is just one example, and there's tons of them. I've been to countries where there's IPv6 working. Some of you, if you remember, the Kigali airport, like you go one way it's working, like 6 months later it just wasn't working. Now, what is happening? Yes, we do understand that for us to have scalable IPv6 deployment, it needs to be a business case. And so one of the programs that we're launching, we started with some prototypes, early adopters. It's what we call the Government Accelerator Program. So I'll explain what it means. the traditional thing that when regulators talk about IPv6, they want to talk about mandates. We're not doing that, right? Mandates are never going to move IPv6 anywhere in the world. In fact, the country, the government on this planet that has the highest government capacity is probably China. Even they were not able to get IPv6 through mandates. But what can government do? In every country on this continent, the largest supplier, the largest consumer of IT services is the government. Whether they're buying servers, or buying computers, or buying network, or just paying for IT services. So the idea behind the government accelerator program is, how about we get government to stop trying to use the power of mandate and regulation, and instead using economic incentives of them being the largest consumer of ICT services in the country. Because I can tell you, if the government simply says, you don't need to do anything, they say, starting next year, if you don't have IPv6 in your website, you are not going to be eligible for certain government contracts. Suddenly, you have a business case. And so at FNIC, we have a complete set of solutions for training for engineers, training for managers, the deployment support of tools to make sure that the government services, the government starts using IPv6 and therefore create the economic incentive for operators in the country.
Okay, thank you. I think I will open again for the floor, and I would like to see if there are government representative here. So yes, please go to the mic. Please go to, there is a mic here, and then.
If you don't mind, I'll try to entertain you some more. I heard a beautiful business case.
Mm-hmm.
What I heard was that the content providers are running V6.
Yes.
That's the case. Yeah. What I'm not sure is whether it's the executives who specify the CPEs or is the engineers who specify CPEs. You know, I'm trying to catch something, eh? Yeah. Yeah, because normally, a executive doesn't just go by himself to order engineering things. They are specified, you know, by the team who are supposed to be authoritative on what is to be acquired. Right? So this rather reveals that the engineers did not specify, and so a random set of CPEs were obtained. That was just an example, but I'm using it to stir thinking. The issue of government contracts scares me, okay, because you used to tell me, don't tell me how to run your network, right? That was a normal mantra, right? So the NIC would not tell you how to run your network. That was classic. Okay, now you've gone beyond the NIC, and you are saying that the policy authority should tell you how to run your network. I worry. Okay? Mm-hmm. Because, you know, my network is my network. Yeah, you can give me guidelines and all those to help me. You can give me training. You can even give me technical assistance. It's fine. But as to put it in government contracts, I'll say it's unfair. Yeah, I'll say it's unfair.
It's unfair. Okay. I think, yes, the panelists will try to address, but you were in the queue, right? Okay, before we go for the online, he was in the queue.
Thank you. So, my name is Asari. For me, I think we need to understand the real benefit of deploying IPv6, because just as the resource person said that, okay, they are no longer buying NAT boxes and all those sort of stuff. So if we get to know that, okay, when you deploy IPv6, these are the things organizations stand to gain. Maybe, let's say, I'm just giving an example. There wouldn't be anything like loop prevention, that sort of thing. You won't buy network device where you'll be running out of processing power because of your NAT policies you've created in them and all those sort of stuff. And then many other things. So if we get to know the benefit, it's actually going to push us to be able to deploy IP version 6. Otherwise, if IP version 4 is not broken, why fix it?
Okay. Yes. Susan.
Okay, the first one is a question. The second one will be a comment.
Okay.
The first one comes from Lucky Masilela. He says, why do we see low uptake of IPv6 in Africa broadly? Why do we see a low uptake of IPv6 in Africa broadly? And then Success Bridge comments and says, Alain, we also need to look at policies that do not mandate African government to discourage the dumping of tech gadgets without IPv6.
Okay. Thank you. I think we will. Let me see in the room. Okay. I think, as Mukoma has said, and Mukoma will speak again, we've been doing training, and from this gentleman, we've been explaining this IPv6, the benefit, and we even at some point we even change the gear. We even trying to teach people or to explain to people what are the costs for not deploying IPv6. At the beginning, we started explaining what are the benefits. But because it was not taken up, we changed and said, now what are the costs for you for not deploying IPv6? We try, we explain, okay? But yes, but it didn't really quite well work. So, but then probably to wrap up, I will allow the panelists, starting from David, to just, okay, you heard the questions, so choose the one you want to address and then maybe add your final recommendations.
Yes, thank you, Alain. About the question, I just want to come back on the content provider. We have many of all of them, I will say, they are using IPv6. If I take especially in our network, we have around 30 to 40% of the traffic on IPv6. That is not something we can ignore. It is huge. And we can do more if locally, between operators in the same country, we are exchanging prefix in IPv6 using our small exchange point. This is not the case in many of the countries. And locally, at least, end users can have communication using only IPv6. About the benefits, I think we have technical benefits that we have to map with business benefits. When talking and saying that content provider, most of them use IPv6, what will be the impact on the business perspective? We talk about NAT boxes. We can talk about the quality of service, because without NAT, you have better quality of service. And this has to be measured, and this has to be shown on business perspective, not only technical perspective. Because like everywhere, I don't think that it's executive who will select the CP or something. It's all the time engineers and technical team. And I can tell you in some countries, when I was working, 10 years ago, they had strategy to deploy IPv6. We started doing it in the internal network for the management, etc. But it stopped there. Why it stopped there? For me, my small idea is that maybe we don't have enough, test beds, local test bed, where engineer can sit without thinking to have an impact on the live network and putting things together, testing everything before coming with confidence and tell the management, I have the thing, I can do it, and I have tested everything. This is something missing, and if you go in Europe and other countries in the north, almost every network have a test bed, like same with what is in production. I think this is very, very important to have something like that. And if only one network cannot have a test bed, maybe they can work together to have one and deploy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, David. You questions? Because I want more comes to. Okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, you've made me lose it. Okay, Sheun Ojedeji is asking, putting it on government contract, especially for ministries, related contract should be fair enough since it is their contract for their parastatals and not a policy for everyone. That said, this needs to go beyond government-based contracts. Regulatory bodies should add IPv6 awareness in their engagement with service providers. They could give some incentives, maybe some licensing discount, or to provide to the provider for running IPv6. More of a comment.
Okay, thank you. But I think this morning I hear that we hear somebody from NCA. So I think these things is about the regulators using IPv6, okay, or using license discount, okay, to promote IPv6. But I don't know if NCA is in the room to share their experience. Is this something they have considered? Have you any regulators in the room? No. Okay, so okay, one from Niger. From. Okay, Gabon. Okay.
Alors, je vais essayer de répondre, mais en français.
D'accord.
Bon, par rapport à la question, je pense que c'est une bonne idée. Ça va être analysé, mais concrètement, à l'état actuel des choses, il n'y a pas de discount, il n'y a pas de remise par rapport à ce genre d'action. Et moi, je pense que à partir de cet instant, Afrinic peut s'approcher soit à travers Smart Africa pour proposer ce genre d'idées-là, et puis voir avec les ministères et les régulateurs, parce qu'il y a un point de rencontre là-bas. Ils vont analyser la situation et puis promouvoir l'usage de ces adresses IP, IPv6. Parce que franchement, c'est vrai qu'on parle tout le temps des fournisseurs d'accès. Nous avons beaucoup de fournisseurs d'accès ici. Malheureusement, ils ne se prononcent pas. Donc on ne sait pas concrètement est-ce que le problème c'est à leur niveau ou tout simplement c'est à notre niveau. Voilà ce que j'ai ajouté. Merci.
D'accord, ok. Le Gabon voulait parler. Non, je pense que au moins ici on a un accord. Le problème est au niveau de l'infrastructure. Et aujourd'hui, on sait aussi que le problème est au niveau du cœur du réseau et de l'accès. Au niveau du contenu, ça va mieux. Au niveau des points d'échange, je pense que Nico, au niveau des points d'échange, ils ont tous du 6. C'est au niveau des réseaux, du cœur de la distribution de l'accès. Et je pense qu'une grosse part du problème vient surtout de nos opérateurs, ce qu'on appelle les opérateurs historiques ou les opérateurs mobiles, parce qu'une bonne partie de notre Internet est mobile. Et je suis sûr que, comme David l'a dit, ces réseaux-là n'ont pas forcément l'environnement de test, l'environnement, comme on le dit, de staging, pour vraiment faire un certain nombre de tests grandeur nature avant de passer en production. Et je pense que ça doit être aussi un des éléments qui, voilà, surtout que le bénéfice n'est pas immédiat comparé au risque que cela peut leur apporter. So if you have not heard this is your business, okay? You are still on V4. French is IPv6. English is IPv4. So if you upgrade to IPv6, then you can speak English, French as well. So Mukom,
Yes.
You hear the question, the comment, so yes, please
So
go
there's a
ahead.
context. So first of all, let me first disagree with the assertion that Prof made, saying that the governments are telling people, don't tell me how to run the network. I completely agree with that. That is why I am against mandates. However, if you've chosen not to deploy IPv6, you do not have the right to impose your technology choices on how the government runs its own infrastructure. We are not saying government should do mandates. We are saying government is saying, on our services, on our network infrastructure, in our data center, we only want to do IPv6. So if you're not capable, we will find someone else who is capable. And the other reason I believe in this is that the internet as we have today, there is no government in the world that could have created it. We know that AT&T, when given the opportunity to run the internet, turned it down because there was no business case. So particularly for Africa, if a government is ambitious enough, it needs to see IPv6 deployment as a core part of laying a strong digital foundation for the next 50 years. It is one of those things that you do because you cannot get a return on investment for the next 5 or 10 years. Only governments can comfortably make that kind of a choice. Now, someone also mentioned maybe we should do discounts for licenses. It's a simple math. Just ask the CFO of any big organization. The discount that you can get for a license is never going to be worth the value of being the provider of internet services to the whole government infrastructure for 1 year. So that argument just goes down the drain. So it is use the power, the economic power of the government as a consumer of ICT services. Because look, broadband internet, the kind of always on that is more than, let's say, 7 Mbps. The most likely place you're going to get it is what? On government network infrastructure and on universities. Those are not mobile networks. You have lots of laptops and desktops and servers that are already IPv6 capable. And if there's enough demand, they're big enough customers that if they ask, if the CTOs or the CIOs ask the operator, we want this, our internet service to be V4 and V6, there's going to be a significant amount of traffic that comes just from doing that. And then let's say, the final say, now, when I say users don't care about IPv6, they also don't care about IPv4. They care about the internet being faster. They care about being able to say maybe host some video services in their homes. It is the job of product management to translate these things that users obviously care about to, the best way, the most cost-efficient way to deliver this is through IPv6. And that is why, for example, our IPv6 strategy and planning training tries to get people into the product management sense so that when we have the executives and the managers thinking strategically about the benefits of IPv6 and competence from the engineer part, then we can have some kind of traction.
Okay, so I think Susan has been moving up and down, so I think we should wrap up. I think then nobody disagree with the statistic on where we are. Okay, so we all take the responsibility for what we've done. Okay, what we've done. So then they look like, I just heard what we've been hearing 2 decades ago. What are the benefits for IPv6? What is the business case for it? We want the government must take the lead. Government must lead by example. Okay, so it looks like we are still back to where we started from. But I see Prof in the queue, so we will pause for.
Okay, just one quick. Please be careful getting governments in identifiers. The last time I heard, there was the third identifier proposed through a government scheme. So be careful.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are again, and then we are now involving in government, and sometimes we call government to help, and then later on we start crying and say, etc., etc. Because me too, I work for government, so So again, we have to just be careful. But anyway, I think we collectively need to get together again. And but can we agree? Can we set timeline? We move to 10% by next AIS. You think it's doable? Susan, you think we can get 10%? Oh, okay, so Susan said we can get to 10%. So thank you all. Thank you, Dan.
Okay. Now, with that, I'll give us a break. And Alain has clearly chewed into our break by 5 minutes. So we can have a quick 10 minutes break. While at it, I would like you guys to interact with the exhibitors out there and get to know them, exchange business cards and network. I think that's the whole purpose of us being here. Otherwise, we meet in 10 minutes. Thank you.
This is main one.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with the developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. national rents and their member institutions can access Wakren security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national rents and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. Wakren has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. Wakren has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, Federated Identity Services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could all settle in. If we could all settle in the room so that we can be able to begin this session. Thank you. I would like to call Jean-Baptiste up. He is taking us through a lightning presentation. He will be the moderator for the lightning presentations. We will have 3 presentations. I would like to request your attention, please, for all those in the room. I would like your attention, please. Those in the middle row at the back, kindly look at me. Please, I'd like your attention. Okay, Alain, welcome. Close the door kindly. We are going on with lightning presentations. I'd like to welcome Jean-Baptiste. He'll take us through 3 presentations, and he will introduce the speakers. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I know that you are all maybe tired, but you are not tired. Okay. This is great. So we'll make it quick but strong, and we hope that you will enjoy this session. We call it lightning presentation. It means that it's several quick things. So, and even if someone in the room have some inspiration, so we can see if it's possible to onboard you. So for this session, I will have 3 speakers. The first one is Dorcas Motoni. Yeah, okay, from AFCHICS. So Dorcas will talk about Women in Technology Leadership Program. To make it quick, how we can maybe identify or empower future champions. So welcome, Dorcas. And the second one is Semebia Hura. I have a privilege today. So, now the ladies, yeah. Oh, this is planning, design planning. So, Semebia will talk about another interesting subject. We have here from Amrish, we have here from Leah talking about measurement tool, measurement impact. So she will present a detour in Africa Internet, AXI, subsea cable, and path to resilience. And as you may know, we still need a lot of strategy to be more resilient in the whole Africa. And the third speaker will join us from remote. Abdullah Tamba Lebi, are you online? Abdullah? So tech team, is Abdullah online? So it's just a routing issue. It means that the traffic is trying to find the good path before coming here. So Abdullah will talk about secure and automated router onboarding for African Community Network and small ISP. As you may know, we still have a lot of unconnected people in our region, so we need to find a way to address them. So, I will just, as I say, we'll make it quick. So I will give, I will say, 15 to 20 minutes to each speaker to present, and we'll take questions at the end. For those who will have questions, make it quick and clear, and because I know that I need to leave to let everyone maybe go to the next level of the day. So with that, Dorcas, are you ready? Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak a bit about a program that we're working on. I will please request that you screen. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm here to speak a bit about AFCHICS. For anybody who's not familiar with AFCHICS, we've been part of, where is the controller? Okay. Yes, so our goal is to create an organization and a network of women in computing. We've been working within the AFSTAR organization network for a long time. Actually, AFCHICS has really its birth around also a lot of AFNOG work, and the goal is to ensure that we have increased women taking up the opportunities like this, which create exposure, mentorship, capacity building, so that we can be able to have a strong pipeline of technical women who then participate in our internet ecosystem. So we carry out different activities which touch on either transitioning girls from primary to secondary to take up maths and science by just creating exposure, high schools as well, college, to make sure that they are aware of the requirements for early career in terms of how to transition, and also lots of hands-on workshops that help women to be competent, because we know that technical skills, are really fundamental to really effectively benefit from being part of the workforce. So I think I did the wrong one. Yeah, so we've been around doing this since 2004, and we've had a chance to connect with at least 25 chapters, and out of these we managed to impact up to 17,000 plus women and girls in this programming. So we want to continue doing this, and we want to continue doing this with the AAF STAR organizations, and that is in partnering to become a thematic partner, because we now have very specialized lines. Before, we can't generalize anymore. There's a lot of, interest areas, specialization areas in terms of how the internet ecosystem has morphed. And we look ourselves as a gender equality thematic partner to help navigate those pipelines and also help women to understand what the opportunities that come. So what what is needed for these females to really thrive in the ecosystem is lots of trainings and workshops to improve in terms of technical capacity. We all need that. This is what we do every day. A lot of mentorship. One of the challenges that comes with getting technical skills, but not really knowing how to get around things, is that mentorship really makes a big difference. So that's one of the biggest things that we do. And then collaborations, outreach programs, and incubating good ideas and activities. So I want to introduce to you a program that we are running currently with very strong support from ISOC, the Internet Society, and that's the Women in Tech Leadership Program, which targets to look at the leaky pipeline. And, when I came into this room, I just came from Nairobi, I just arrived. I looked and I started to count the number of women, which is the first way, that's how I joined AFNOG the first time many years ago in Nairobi. I found the same formula, like just very few women, and we keep on wondering why are they not there or what happened. So the idea is to, create interventions through this program so that we begin to reduce the rate of leakage that's happening within the pipeline. We cannot seal completely, perhaps, but together we can collaborate so that then we begin to leak. We start to encourage more girls to take up, maths and science and related subjects, because we know along the way your college admission will look at some of these subjects. Again, how to stick into these subjects even when they appear very hard through high school. And at the same time, once you opt into these programs at the university, how to just navigate yourself through the programs, and then early career all the way to senior leadership, because I think at the senior leadership level across the world, really, but more adversely within the continent, we are speaking about drops once in a while in terms of who is available to really transition that. So this can happen, especially because this denies young girls role models. But I like to say that the men in the room are really essential, because most girls in technology were inspired by their own fathers. So I want you to play that role every time you have access to these girls. We were inspired by our fathers. So when you play that role as a mentor to the young girls, it really makes a big difference. The kind of activities we are doing is encouraging lots of professional education, outreach, mentorship, skills training, projects, fellowships. We have lots of interventions that we are doing across, the different levels of interest in terms of developing these skills and really creating a pipeline, because it's all about how people come in. We are very lucky because through the education system, everybody is going to study maths and science. But the question is, how do we end up getting very few at the end? And so those are the reasons why we are talking about the leaky pipeline and activities that we can do. And so we can collaborate, and we are here to seek opportunities for collaboration. Universities, colleges that want to increase the intake of women into these programs, we can collaborate. Training providers who want to provide programs, whether they are free or paid or discounted. We just want to make sure that we can be able to help women navigate and find proper opportunities to skill up correctly, and then media to create awareness, industry collaboration partners like the AF Star organizations, and different funders and corporates that want to be part of this equation of the gender equality plan, but just increasing the pipeline, because we know the future will never be different. It will only be more and more totally dependent on technology, and the question is, what do we do about this? So I think it's just by collaboration that we can be able to do more. So in terms of the females, we encourage them to form, birds of a feather special interest groups, whether you are in a specific geography, country, or in an organization. So we have programs to, we have ways to actually help you organize yourself in groups, because people have to have support groups. And then females really find this valuable, because then there's, when you're too few, you might feel like you're alone. And when you meet these other ladies, then this helps to create community. So you can join our program either as a partner, or you can become a member institution to help us working with upskilling staff members, creating gender equality plans where you want to address a gap, that we can guide on that. We are able to support you with that, mentorship and sponsorship opportunities, but also to work on funding and policy changes, because at the end of the day, sometimes some of these interventions really need some policy changes. So we hope to also find partners who like to do that. Right now in 2025, we are working to train at least 500 technical women in technical skills. If I was to think about the women who may have benefited from the program that has happened in the last 2 weeks, or is going to happen within these 2 weeks, I don't know how many there are, but here we're talking about people who will then feel very confident and can be acceptable within organizations when they come in for your interviews. And this is because we have identified, and the target group for this is early career, like just post universities, that there's a big university industry gap, and so there's a lot of low confidence for fresh graduates coming to look for technical roles. So this is the target for this group. So we want to increase the number of women who then have the right competency and proficiency to be able to, confidently attend your interviews if you're recruiting, and also to create a robust network of skilled women who can mentor and support future trainees. So in terms of who can participate in this program, we are looking at NRENs, or even regional RENs, because there are women working in the NREN community. It's a very different kind of environment, and there are special skills because of the nature of the sector, domain registries, women community networks, and digital infrastructure operators. Whether you're running an ISP or data center, we are able to collaborate and network. The whole idea is to make sure that women who want to opt into these career paths can find community and can find the early support. In terms of the kind of partnerships we have, ISOC, NSRC, AFNOG, DIPLO are working with us to provide most of these trainings. And you can see the topics there. From privacy to campus network design to BGP, cybersecurity, AI, all the things that make you strong and confident to be able to really come from school or in early career, just pick up to be able to see how you can move from one role to the other, especially because most people are leaving degree programs with just very academic approach to the job environment, but these are all things that give them hands-on skills. So to anybody who wants to join this program can scan this QR code and be able to register on a form, so feel free to scan. I'm hoping to see a few phones up scanning because we are seeking partnership. Feel free to share with your colleagues even who are not here. Just pick the link and drop it, where there could be females who could benefit from this program. Share with your colleagues, share with your children, mentees, anybody who can really get access to this, so that then during this process, we can be able to add additional women with technical skills. So tomorrow we will have a side event from 2 p.m. At the Asante room. So if there are females here who want to attend, or friends of progress in terms of gender equality, we want to welcome you. to join us tomorrow at 2 p.m. and we'll be having a specific forum just to talk about this and provide mentorship during this AIS week. So thank you very much, moderator. I don't know if I used my time effectively, and I hope my message was home, and I hope to collaborate. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
So thanks a lot, Dorcas. Please write down your question because we have space for more conversation at the end of all the presentation. Thanks a lot, Dorcas, and thanks for presenting this opportunity. And I hope that you will have a lot of questions for you. And so the next presentation will be delivered by Semebia Ura. So please come and introduce yourself and let us know how we can build better.
Okay. My name is Semebia Ura. A research associate in Carnegie Mellon University, working with an amazing team. Our project has a goal to shed light on internet connectivity in Africa with statistically meaningful analysis and characterizing the internet ecosystem as a whole. So I think I'm lucky to be in a generation that witnessed the time that internet was slow, very slow. Yesterday, I heard pioneers talking about kilobits and all that. I experienced a little bit of it. And now I have the guts to get mad when my Netflix is buffering for like three seconds. But I also understand and acknowledge that the region is evolving digitally, and we need to catch up. So in as much as I appreciate the growth, and we've all spoken about the growth, and we pat ourselves on the back on that, I think we should also look at the bad side, which is the detour. So I bring bad news.
We need support of or backup.
Okay, thank you. So, as I said, the region or the continent is evolving digitally, and it is projected that by 2050, the workforce will double to about 2.5 billion, and this comes with a lot of digitalization. And as I mentioned, with my generation and what is coming after, we really understand what digitalization is, and we want it perfect. So by then, are we ready for that, for the e-commerce, the fintech, e-medicine, so on and so forth? Are we ready for that? In Africa, estimated round-trip time is 73% more than North America, Europe, and South America. And internet penetration is at 38%, which is far below what is in the global average. And then we still have over 40% of detours happening in Africa, and that's what I'm going to emphasize on. So, sorry. So as I mentioned before, there have been some developments of infrastructure, and I'm happy that I'm presenting after early presenters who have, like Amrish, who have emphasized on the growth of infrastructure and the impact it has had on the continent. And it is evident that infrastructures like AS networks or autonomous systems, subsea cables, IXPs have increased about 6-fold, but then we still have detours happening in the continent. So when we look at this in 2015, by a study done by Professor Hassan, whom I still work with, we had detours over 70% in the continent, and 10 years after, we are still having detours affecting the continent. Over 40% of traffic are still affected by detours. 10 years ago, the traffic would go through about 3.5 or more than 3 countries in Europe and other countries before they boomerang back to the continent. But now we have 2. It's been a reduction, but then it's still not good, and we could do better. Now, why do we care so much about detours? Detours add more latency, for one, and averagely it adds 23 milliseconds to 56 milliseconds to our traffic. And you wouldn't really care about this until you start thinking about telemedicine, when every millisecond counts. Those who do stock trading, every millisecond counts. When you're at the airport in a very long queue and you need your e-gate to validate you or to verify you before you go through, every millisecond counts. So some regions are more affected than others. Also, that could be due to physical, where they are located. Imagine Southern Africa traffic going all the way from South Africa at the bottom to Europe, and Western Africa doing the same, Eastern Africa doing the same. But then the effect all runs through, that is high latency. And then it also creates security risk. So traffic going through other countries with different rules and regulations on their traffic poses a security risk to any traffic that is coming from any country going through. I mean, interceptions and all the things that we hold high esteem in our country or in our countries in Africa may not be applied in the countries that the traffic is going through. For example, in Kenya, 20% of traffic from Kenya Education Network goes through Europe. And then we have the cost. The cost doesn't want to be shown, but
Effective.
Is it battery?
Backup. Can you run this slide from your desk, please? Next.
Or is it obstruction? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You tell them next.
Okay. Thank you. So we talk about the cost finally here. And when ISPs or when networks pay for transit outside the continent for local content or for local traffic, we the subscribers suffer for it. Me as a Ghanaian, there have been a lot of uproar on Twitter about how our data is expensive, the government is doing something about it, and we are still complaining. But one thing that can contribute to that is the cost of transit of local traffic, when from where I stand shouldn't be the case. And outages also far away from the continent, like cable cuts, also affect local traffic. Let's think about passports, making passports, certificates, and I'm thinking as a Ghanaian, all the things that you would be in a town trying to get done, but then because of a cable cut that is somewhere outside the continent, we are not able to do, or because of detours. So these are 3 problems that come with detour, and there are more. However, we'll go to why detours persist. And the reasons for detours are these 2 standard among many reasons, which is ISPs rely on Tier 1 and Tier 2 in Europe for transit. And also, from our data sets, we've seen that IXPs go through exchange points or IXPs in Europe and other countries for transit. So what can be done to prevent detours? We talk about having more IXPs, which I know that there are governmental bodies, non-governmental bodies doing a lot more or pushing for these to happen, and government incentivizing the ISPs or the networks to peer more at the IXPs or even to show up at the IXPs, and then encouraging remote peering. But all of these will not be possible if the IXPs don't show up at the exchange point in the first place. 12.5% of African countries have 50% of their AS population at the IXP, and this is only around Southern Africa, and even in Southern Africa, just South Africa, and then East Africa, and a little of Central Africa. The remaining either do not have any participation, the IXP is there, but then it's not really active, or they are between 10 to 25% of their ISPs or their networks showing up at the IXP or the exchange point. So, although before I said we should push for more IXPs, the government should lend in their voice and remote peering. If the members do not show up at the IXP, there wouldn't be any attraction to peer because you would be there, and then the tier 1 and the tier 2 in the continent that would help for your traffic transit wouldn't be there, so there wouldn't be any need to go to the IXP. 10 years ago, it looked more reasonable when ISPs or networks went outside the continent to peer at foreign IXPs because you would meet all the networks there or you meet all the ASs there. But now, when we look at Southern Africa, following the transition or following the growth, following the growth of the graph at the left, which shows traffic from South Africa to South Africa, South Africa to Kenya, and South Africa to Tunisia 10 years ago, you would see that it had a lot of foreign IXPs going to Amsterdam, going to Equinix, going to London. But now, after 10 years, we see that from South Africa to South Africa, we don't have any foreign IXP or any European IXP. From South Africa to Kenya, we don't have much European IXPs. However, from South Africa to Northern Africa, in Northern Africa, we still have the same thing. However, there's no foreign IXP or European IXP, but there's no IXP participation either. When we look at the graph at the right, when we look at the graph at the right, we see that, and this is now, we see that Northern Africa barely uses IXPs, and they detour most of the time, more than 50%, more than 60% even. Western Africa, over 80%. Central Africa, it's over 60%. But one important thing that we also notice is that they are also going through, for Central Africa and Eastern Africa, they are also utilizing inter-region transit. And that is because Central Africa and Eastern Africa goes to NAP Africa, which now serves as a regional hub for the traffic. So when we look at these regions, Eastern, Southern, and Central, Southern still struggling there, but Eastern has reduced this foreign transit so much, especially if you compare it to 10 years ago. And when we look at the graph down there, which shows clearly the detours, we would see that Eastern Africa detours, but then it's I won't say barely, but we also acknowledge that it's a little there. But Southern Africa barely detours anymore, and Eastern Africa, because it depends on the regional IXPs, it has reduced its detours drastically. So this is the last slide, and I would like us to have this in mind and think about it, because I work with data, and this data is from trace routes, from RIPE Atlas, from all the 215 vantage points on RIPE Atlas. And these measurements show this data, but then we have industry experts who could explain or who could tell more about why ISPs or why networks are not showing up at the exchange points or at the IXPs. and why the region is the way it is, even after 10 years. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Semebia. I think we have a clear picture from 10 years to now, and we have also the potential impact. So write down your question. I think in the room we have all stakeholders. So we have provider, we have regulator, we have users. So I think we should have normally a lot of questions, just to have a clarification. To go quick to our last presentation from Adulai Online. Adulai, are you ready? Adulai?
Hello.
Hello. So welcome and introduce yourself, and so I'll try to present in, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes. Over to you. Come again, please. Yeah, yes. Sure.
Greetings, everyone. It is an honor for me to be here. I am Letter Malini, but I'm based in Italy, pursuing my master's in AI and cybersecurity. My main focus is in network security and artificial intelligence, and I'm leveraging the tools and technologies of AI to enhance network security and protect institutions against known signatures attacks. So I'll be presenting today on Zero Trust First Boot, which is more like a solution to one of the urgent digital threats in Africa at the moment. The presentation will detail the device that poses this attack, and also how Zero Trust First Boot serves as a solution to this particular problem. We've seen over the years how Africa has grown, and the statistics you are seeing is from statistics.com, and the bars you are seeing are in the millions. And we've seen how countries are being segmented and denoting the millions of people that are leveraging the internet in Africa as a whole. And with this huge innovation, we can be certain that it has transformed Africa in a way that it has never been seen before. We're experiencing personal growth. It has impacted us in the government sector, in business sector, in the educational sector, and also in the economic boost. And with all of these, we want to ensure that what we are building is more sustainable. And because of that sustainability, we want to ensure that the foundation that we are building this growth on, it is more protected against vulnerabilities that are happening across the globe. With this, it is of concern that the device that we are currently using, and I'm sure we are using the device now in this conference center, and we're using it in our homes, in our offices, and also in public places. This particular device poses a lot of risk to the African market, and it is of high intent that we understand this device and understand the risk that it poses. And I name the device the visible threat, which is the router. And I'm sure everyone knows the router. We are using it. It plays a key role in ensuring that it maintains network communication between devices internally and also in the external interface. But with this particular device, it has posed a lot of problems and is more susceptible to attack now than it has ever been in the history of router. The attack surface that router poses is that of its default credential that is being shipped with. And studies have shown that in Africa and in other places, it has never been seen that people usually change their default credentials. We usually leave them by default. And I'm pretty sure that most of us in this room knows the default credentials that most of these routers are shipped with. I'll give one, which is admin. This is by far the most general default credentials being shipped with routers. And there's another one, which is admin password. It is also a known default credentials that have been shipped with routers. And the last one is this, which is admin with no password at all. So with this gives an attacker a dictionary attack surface in which attacker has already known these credentials. So when they want to attack your device, they just put these credentials in a dictionary format and just map it and create a botnet against your infrastructure, which will devoid the basis of information security in protecting the CIA trade. This is a statistics by IBM, which states that over 86% of home routers never have their password changed. It has always been like that. People usually just believe in the concept that because it's from the box, it's secure by default, which is totally wrong. This is the admin dashboard that is usually shown on different routers. This is from pfSense. We have this one and we have this one. All these have default credentials, and we are never forced as consumers to change these default credentials, which exposes our network in a way that becomes a problem. Let me give you a short simulation on how this particular router works, so you are able to see its core functions. So I take, for an example, a home setting, and I take for also that of the business setting. So this is the home setting. We see the router, it performs critical function here. So you see all of your devices are connected to it. It ensures that it's disseminating information across these devices. This is for home router, your TV, your kids' phone, your kids' tablet, all their network are being simulated by the router. If you move to the business setting, you have your printer, you have your computer, your colleague's computer, the CCTV, all these other devices are also connected to the router. But because the router usually lives with default credential, it can be easily spoofed. And because it can be easily spoofed, attacker can now have access to communicate to the router and make changes to these credentials and make changes to what you are communicating. So by default of its settings, it compromises the CIA trade that information should have. This is from the home setting and this is from the business settings. So it poses a lot of risk that we are exposed to. Non-technical people do not understand the gravity that this thing poses to them. So let's move a bit further. We try to look at some of the possible attacks that have been done if an attacker have access to your router. One, it redirects users to malicious web pages. So with your home router, you want to access your bank, you want to access your bank website. It spoofs the DNS and redirect your request to his own vulnerable sites. Because you are non-technical, you wouldn't know the difference between the two, and you will be tempted to put your credential, assuming that it is your actual bank website. DDoS attack as part of large botnet. So once the brain, which is the router, has been attacked, it can spoof and it can send viruses to all related devices connected to it. And we have man-in-the-middle attack, which can perform data exfiltration. So if you are sending email to your colleague, the attacker can stand in the middle and make changes to this email, which devoid and which goes against non-repudiation as part of the authorization and the authentication mechanisms. And monitoring user behaviors with IoT devices. Of course, you have your kids at home, they are using your home routers. But because this router is being spoofed and is being attacked, this attacker can send adult content to your kid, which is uncontrollable, which might be uncontrollable by you, and it exposes kids to several dangers. As I'm speaking now, I did just a 30 seconds research. I will show you some real-world statistics now. What I'm showing you is, this is for my country, Sierra Leone. At the moment speaking, we have about 1,006 devices now in Sierra Leone that are up and running that uses default credentials. And these devices belong to institutions, they belong to homes, they belong to government agencies. They are up and running now as I'm speaking to you. And we move a bit further, this is for Nigeria. We have 3,295 devices, and all of these devices are currently vulnerable to attacks because they are all using default credentials. And I'm sure these institutions that are using these routers are not aware. They've been using it for years without even having the urge or a way of making change to these credentials. I move a bit further to scan the region, in which I include Ghana, Nigeria, and other countries. We see we have 23,000 devices that are currently up using default credential to provide internet access to consumers. This is for Ghana. I checked on the routers that have current login interface currently active. We have about 2,038 currently on that are providing access to users. And we asked the question, why does it persist? Why has this been happening over the years? It has always been like this. We try to examine the gap, and the gap is this. Manufacturers prioritize plug and play experience. They wouldn't want you to suffer that much. So they want, when they provide you the device, you just plug it and you have access to internet immediately without any overhead. They wouldn't want you to suffer that much. And the user themselves, they always cherish the least resistance. They don't want anything extra. Once I buy my router or my modem, I want to have access to the internet and I'm safe. I don't want anything else. So because of this problem, we notice that now security becomes optional instead of fundamental, which has a big question mark, because security has to be fundamental, not optional. Give me a moment to look at this simulation, as it helps you to understand better how devices are shipped directly. So when you buy your router from a start on box, it's new. This is your router, you've bought it, it's new. When you turn it on, it powers on, it loads its default credential automatically without them pushing you or making some, asking users to put some cryptographic parameters. By default, they just load these default credentials and your device is connected to the internet automatically, because users don't want that. Users may not want to push to make these credentials applicable. Then you get connected to the internet and you are good. You don't care anymore about what's next. I am good. I can use my internet anywhere I go. And suddenly there comes an attack, because an attacker have already known the manufacturer of the device that you are using, and he knows that this manufacturer uses these default credentials, which are normally deterministic, because the algorithms that are used to develop these credentials can be reverse engineered. So what is the solution? So I designed this solution, which I call the zero trust boot, by asking this question: what if security wasn't optional and we find a way to make it fundamental, required? So for any device, for you to have access to the internet, you are required to enter these credentials by default. If you don't enter this credential, you will not have access to the internet. And this is the solution, just a simulation of it, so it can help non-technical people to understand what the solution gravitates towards. So you have your internet, so you have your router by default, and you cannot have access to the internet even if you buy it new, until when you connect to the internet, it asks you by default to set up your default admin username and password, and it's a must that you should do it. So this is different from the one that you see after you've connected to the internet, because if you connect to the internet and you have that dashboard, it has already opened vectors of attacks. But this is from the very start. So once you enter some credentials, you enter your admin password, you set your Wi-Fi name password, you apply the changes, now you can get access to the internet. Then you are safe. Then you make the complexity hard enough for an attacker to be able to attack your system, because now it is your credential. It is not depend on the credential of the manufacturer. So the technical implementation, what are the things that I use to design this solution? Are these: I use QEMU, which is a KVM hypervisor. I use OpenWrite, which I demonstrated it on an 86 architecture, and IP version 4 focused, but it's device and it's protocol agnostic. So it's also applicable for IP version 6. I use Ubuntu server, and I use an isolated network just to simulate the entire environment to make it more clear for people to see how it works. So this is a visual implementation of the Zero Trust Boot service that we are looking forward to. So now we have the internet, we have the OpenWrite, and we have the Ubuntu server, which I am using. And with this simulation, we ensure that after a device has boot up, we created a cryptographic binding. So even if an attacker happens to reset your router, it forces them to enter this credential. You cannot just reset your router and bypass this setup wizard. It does not work like that. After setting all of these credentials in place, then you can have access to the internet, and you are sure that your kit, your network, and everything else you are using to simulate or to communicate within a network interface or a network setting are all protected. All your emails, all business data, all government information are all protected. So I give a visual comparison between what has been out there, which is the old vulnerable flow, and the new solution that I'm proposing. For the old one, once you power on your router, you have default credential active and you are good. For this new one, you're asked to make some mandatory required steps. And once you make those mandatory required steps, you have access to the internet and you are good to perform your normal communication flow. I would like to do a demo of this entire architecture. It won't take.
Hello, Adulai, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you try to summarize?
Yeah, sure. Just to. I think the.
In 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes, please. Okay. So I will skip the demo because it will take a bit time, and we look at the benefits that this project will bring to Africa as a whole. For home users, you know that your kits are safe, you know that your information and everything you are doing and you're accessing on the internet are safe. And for businesses, you know that communication between corporate informations are safe and CIA trade is being protected. For national security, it's more essential for governance as well. And this is the phase that we are looking forward to. One is proof of concept, still trying to have it on the GUI platform. And after that, looking forward to engage with manufacturer for partnership agreements and see how we can able to have a workable version with less overhead cost. And then we move on to wide deployment and make it standard for router users in Africa as a whole. This is my presentation, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Adulai, for this theoretical and practical session and demo. So for those who was there in the morning from Philip Smith, we learned that NOGS has opportunity to interact in a room, but only also during the coffee break and until the end of the week. So that's I will propose that we take one question online and maybe 1 or 2 in the room, because a lot of have been said here.
Is it okay if I have 1, 2, 3, 4 questions from? Okay.
I will suggest that if you can combine them.
Okay,
yeah.
Actually, okay, I can reduce them to 2, okay?
Okay.
DKAA asks, I believe regulatory authorities should craft policies to target exchange of traffic between the IXPs in countries on our continent. For example, GIXA and IXPN are in talks to procure multiple 100G to 100 gigs, I think, to interconnect Ghana and Nigeria. I would want to see policy direction to waive high cross-connect charges at cable landing stations to support such initiative. Such connections encourage traffic exchange and provide equity for smaller ISPs. It will interest you to know that cross-connects at CLS are expensive than wet segments. I think that's just a comment.
Yeah, thank you.
And then Ramaskeb Cobson asks, what lessons can Africa learn from past large-scale internet detour to build a more robust digital infrastructure?
Thank you. So I think this question is for Sebemia. Is there any question for another speakers? So one more online, and that is
it.
They are welcome to our next coffee break for conversation. Yeah.
Okay, we are not going for another coffee break, but one
Not
question.
today. One question in the
From
room.
online,
Yeah, we
okay?
have one for
From Ibrahim Hamata, he says, does anti-digital attack router have 100% guarantee to prevent cyber criminal attacks?
Thank you. This is for Abdullah, and so I think Omo, please.
Thank you. You were trying to deprive me.
No, it's like a kind of balance. So I'm trying to have a balance, and I hope that your question will be in the remain direction.
I'm starting with Dorcas. So, thank you, Dorcas, for your nice presentation. You might be aware that we run a women's initiative called Women in Wakren. So unfortunately, the coordinator isn't here. She's a bit ill today. But we are looking in a new phase of our development to partner with organizations like yourself. So I was very happy to see that. But we want to do that in a structured way. We're a regional network ourselves. We have countries that are members. So I'd like you to think about the way we can actually work closer together. And for the lady with the details, I just thought this opportunity that we have here is a good time to announce that, for the first time, regional research networks in Africa are being interconnected. So Wakren has established what we call a global exchange point in Lagos, and now it is connected to Cape Town. So at least the research connectivity and research traffic between our different regions in the south and in the west will no longer go through Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think for each speaker, we have at least one question. So come on the stage. Feel free to reply, I think, in 1 or 2 minutes, and maybe if you have a closing remark.
Okay, so the question is about what we've learned from the detours, especially as I showed from 10 years ago. And I think the digitalization lagging that is happening, for example, automated vehicles, mentioning automated vehicles in Ghana like Waymo is laughable. And I think that is sad because there are a whole lot of things that can be done digitally that the continent has become very used to because of the latencies and because of the cost and all of the effects of detours that we deal with. So my answer is that we should learn from how we are lagging digitally and not get comfortable in what we're experiencing now. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will invite Abdullah to maybe reply to the question addressed to him and also to wrap up in 1 minute. Thank you. Abdullah?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the question was the solution to some prevent routers from cyber attack. The question is interesting and it's truly no, but what the solution does is that it enhances the complexity for attackers to be able to attack routers at random. So for me to summarize, I would like to make this point that in as much as you've been using your routers for quite a while, I would like you to take this form of presentation today, that once you get home, find a way to access your admin portal and make changes to your default credentials, because there are automated AI botnets that are being deployed every day to violate and target these routers, and you don't want to be part of that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. So the last question for Dorcas. I think you received some comment from Congo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I was looking forward to meeting Wakren on this tour. So I'm very delighted that you're equally interested. And my colleague here, Barbara, and I will look out for you, because we have actually a structured process. And I must say that we are also exploring working with Ubuntu Net Alliance in a similar fashion. So thank you very much. And anybody else who is interested will be available to support structured engagement. Thank you.
So thanks to all the speakers in the room or in line, and also for the attendee online. So that's all for us. Thanks for listening. So over to you, Madame. It's not you, Alain. So thank you. Yeah, it's done. Thank you.
I know time is far much spent, but the icing on the cake is next. Should we eat the icing? Should we? You're all quiet, should we? Should we go ahead? Or nothing at all? The icing is really, really nice. It's going to be really, really nice, because we're going to have an open mic session. And this one is going to be moderated by Alain, but it's going to be Alain and Prof up here. And the mics are going to be on for you to ask questions, to challenge, to comment, both on site and online, including all those who are joining us even on YouTube. So I'd like to invite Alain and Prof up here. Oh, you want roaming mics? You can, no, I would like the young gentleman to sit comfortably. Young man, the young gentleman. Yes. Okay, so you will like roving mics? Okay, I will have them, not this one. I'll have them bring you mics. Mics for them, please, as I hand over. Alain, wait, because our people joining us are not. We are waiting for the microphones, please. Thank you. 2 of them.
Thank you.
Okay, you can proceed now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so as I was saying, this is our open mic sessions, and you notice that it is very important, an important part of the day. We need to hear from you. What will you see next year? How can we do better about the AFNOG Day? Okay, it happened that this is our AFNOG Technical Day, but we hear more about policy, about government, than routing and moving packet. But I think this is how Africa operates. We have to accept it. So now the queue are open. You have to go French, Arabic, Portuguese, Please tell us, at least tell us your feeling after the day. Allez au micro maintenant. Oui. D'accord. So name and affiliation.
I'm Jean-Baptiste Milogo. I'm from Internet Society. It's maybe not a question, but maybe to see how we can manage. I have seen this morning when Philippe was presenting that there is a need of a lot of interaction between community members to be able to continue supporting the technical community grow, but the network grow in the region. And when checking on, I would say, Asia-Pacific region, I have seen that there is at least 2 sessions per year. And is there any plan to manage that we met twice a year instead of one time per year? I know that there is many logistic concern, but there are also some alternative to build around national technical community, national NOCs. So just to know what are your thoughts on this as the father of internet in Africa. Thank you.
Okay, well, we are supposed to listen to you, so we've heard you, and your suggestion is that we try and do it twice a year or more, but at the same time, you're also encouraging the national NOGs. We accept that as well. So let's see how we go next year.
And maybe to add that if Afrinic, Afrinic is back anyway.
Yes.
So with Afrinic, you remember Afrinic used to have a meeting in November or December, the second meeting. It can also give us opportunity to meet and interact. Okay. So you remember we used to have the AIS in May, June, and then around the end of the year, then Afrinic hold a policy meeting. So also we use that opportunity to also get together and discuss.
Thank you very much. My name is Elliot Hammond, and this is my first time of participating in an AFNOC program, although I've been under the leadership of Dr. Nina Kwekwenu for over 20 years now. I remember during my time 20 years ago, each year he used to sponsor people under NCS to attend AFNOC. I looked forward to it over the years, but we were so many, it never reached my turn until I left for another opportunity. And I said, no, as for this one, I'll never let it go, because there should have been an opportunity that I should have gone, but I never took part of it. But once it's here, I'll take part of it. And I'm so grateful to you, and I must admit that for the past 2 days, I've learned a lot. And if I were to join the train somewhere 20 years ago, I wouldn't have known what I would have applied now. But once I'm in, I know within the shortest possible time, I'll catch up. And I say kudos to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for endorsing the NOG, and we'll continue to have more activities and get more ideas from you.
Bonsoir, je m'appelle Ibrahim Amata, je viens de l'ARCEP Niger. Je vous remercie. En tout cas, depuis 2 ans, je suis vraiment les activités de AFRINOC. Depuis l'île Maurice, j'ai appris beaucoup de cette session. Malgré que je ne suis pas du domaine, j'ai appris beaucoup de choses. Seulement, j'ai constaté qu'il y a une différence entre l'année passée et cette année. L'année passée, il y avait beaucoup d'ateliers, de sessions, de formations sur beaucoup de domaines. Mais cette année, je n'ai pas pu constater cela. Ensuite, deuxième chose, l'année passée, on a eu à discuter beaucoup sur le point d'échange. Il y avait eu beaucoup de recommandations où on disait que si l'État gère, il y a toujours une réticence des opérateurs, des autres acteurs. Mais j'ai constaté que cette année, c'est presque le même problème qui revient. est-ce qu'il y a un système de suivi des recommandations, de ce qui a été discuté, trouver des solutions, peut-être des recommandations? Est-ce qu'il y a un mécanisme de suivi pour les sessions à venir? Je vous remercie.
OK, merci. Je vais répondre en français. Et peut-être, Jean-Baptiste, sur les points d'échange, peut-être que tu vas intervenir. Oui, effectivement, il n'y a pas un mécanisme formel de suivi des recommandations. C'est vrai que quand vous venez des régulateurs, je sais que vous êtes habitués à cette façon de travailler. On a des recommandations et on doit faire le suivi. On va désigner des pays pour... Exactement. Ici, ça ne se fait pas comme ça. Ici, c'est beaucoup plus définir les bonnes pratiques et encourager les gens à les mettre en place. Donc, ce qui fait que c'est vrai, vous avez l'impression que les mêmes discussions reviennent, comme si on ne fait pas de progrès. Mais dedans, quand même, il y a un peu, vous avez vu quand même, il y a des choses qui bougent. Mais c'est vrai, on a l'impression de tourner en rond, de tourner en rond, de tourner en rond. Mais c'est un peu ça. Donc, ce qu'on souhaite, c'est que vous, en tant que régulateur, que vous puissiez, de votre côté, prendre ces bonnes pratiques et essayer dans les pays, mais ne pas toujours taper sur les gens, parce que l'expérience est que quand vous forcez, les gens ils vont résister. Donc, c'est ça. Jean-Baptiste, sur les points d'échange, est-ce que vous avez, au niveau de points d'échange, suivi des recommandations?
Merci pour la question, merci Alain. Ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que il n'y a pas, je vais dire, de recette, une seule recette pour faire marcher les points d'échange. Ce que nous essayons de faire, c'est de montrer les différents modèles de fonctionnement. Un point d'échange totalement communautaire, un point d'échange, il y en a qui sont commerciaux, et il y a des points d'échange, je dirais, sectoriels, comme par exemple les réseaux d'éducation et de recherche, les NREN. Et on essaie de présenter les bonnes pratiques, ce qui est bien dans chaque cas que vous prenez. Mais après, la communauté qui va se lancer dans le point d'échange va mesurer le pour et les contre parce qu'on les présente. Et ça vous permet de choisir le modèle qui va marcher le mieux et puis être le plus ouvert à l'ensemble de la communauté. Donc, c'est déjà apprendre de ce qui se passe ailleurs et puis l'appliquer. Et voilà, donc c'est les bonnes pratiques. Donc, il y a des bonnes pratiques qu'on présente, mais il n'y a pas un modèle fini. Peut-être que si vous prenez un chemin aujourd'hui, pour plusieurs raisons, au bout d'un certain nombre de temps, vous allez peut-être vous rendre compte dans la pratique pourquoi beaucoup encouragent le modèle communautaire. Voilà, voilà. Donc, c'est ce que je peux dire. Alain? Merci.
Yeah, any comment? Sure. Once again, thank you for pointing at some of the values of the NOG, the community work, and so on. But in particular, it appears, Philip Smith, something that the exchange point is actually a form of a NOG activity. And so what we take from you is that at our next event, we'll try and invite more of exchange point participation so we can, together develop these recommendations that you are seeking.
I told you, this man, the French, if you speak French around him, he will catch you. Can we take the online?
Sorry. Can I go on?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. I think this is my first time of attending the internet. I mean, the app NOG event in this platform. My name is Charles from ISPN Nigeria. And my interest has always been on one particular area. It has been, I must confess, it has been a robust and insightful session since Monday. But one thing I would like us to consider maybe next year is the level of internet usage in the country. For instance, one of the presentations highlighted Nigeria being the highest internet users in Africa. But we should ask the question on what platform. You know, over 99.99% of internet users are on the MNOs, not on the fixed wireless, you know. And these MNOs, the MTN, the Glo, in terms of Nigeria, they have a lot of, do I say, disadvantage regarding to cost, the capping and all of that things. But the fixed wireless are more accessible, more affordable, and have a lot of advantage for the populace. And of course, to encourage, it also encourages the local ISP, the network, to spring up and provide penetration to the hinterlands. Of course, the backbone must also be available. So there's a need for us, like JB said, the ISP will need to be part of parcel the next year to talk about the internet, the internet penetration via the fixed wireless or fixed wired platforms, so that it can be affordable to most populace in this country. The MNOs have not been easy for most of us. Thank you very much.
Any comment? We will take one online, Success Bridge online.
Thank you very much. Dr. Adebumi Adeola Kimbo for the record, founder of the DNS Africa Media and Communications. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I want to appreciate first of all the mentors in the house. Me, Alan, well done. And also to quickly share this in the house. I may be Ghanaian by affiliation, Nigerian by birth. And of course, we all know that in America, the defense ministry has now become the war ministry. So they will even get love fries in the battle today. But coming to the main core, in that I've been here since the morning, I've enjoyed every single discussion. I've also had to ask myself, are we doing well? Can we do better? What do we need to do? So I look forward to ensuring that whatever resolution we are pushing forward today can also be used by media channels such as I to inform the average African, especially my brother, in the area that we need to do more. And I want to appreciate this particular event in September, that we should, like my brother said, probably have two of it, or probably look forward to Afrinic having its own, and then we modulate it by this, and then more of this would ensure that we get to the promised land. Although we are in the promised land already, we just need to do more. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
One comment from online.
From Gregoire Ehomi, he says, what is the role of AFSTAR in Afrinic issues and how to improve?
I think tomorrow we will have a long discussion on Afrinic. Okay, so maybe I will take the opportunity to, maybe it's time to wrap up. So tomorrow gonna be our AFSTAR Day. So and I'm taking the opportunity to invite all of us to be here tomorrow from 9 a.m. We will use the first section in the morning to discuss, get update from our AFSTAR institutions, but we will have a very important topic tomorrow, a panel on how to safeguard our internet governance institution. So it's going to be very important, and we have some senior panelists. So please be with us tomorrow morning. Then after break, we will switch to the Afrinic Community Forum, where we'll have deep discussions around Afrinic, but also look at the ICP2 V2, because we seem to focus on elections. So the elections now are over, but we have other issues like ICP2. How do we comply to ICP2 V2? So there are issues there for us, and so tomorrow is going to be really the AFSTAR and Afrinic days, and we would like to have you. It's a unique opportunity to have your say. Okay, so this is what I will say. So Gregoire, tomorrow we will be able to not address, but learn more about where we are and what we shall expect from now. So.
Okay, I guess we should be closing. So what I can say is we've listened to you. We've had many good ideas, and we'll do our best when we plan the next event to bring in some of the content to stimulate discussions on the topics that you've raised. So I thank you very much for being open with us and telling us what you are looking for from us. Thank you very much.
AFNOR, success.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Alain, for that. Just quick announcements before we call it a day. So tomorrow we will be having the AF Star. And as Alain has explained, all the AF Stars will be here. A big and nice program is planned ahead. Now, I would like you all, before you leave the room, make sure that you leave your headset in the room. And then going onwards, the Afrinic booth is open for any member consultation. I understand that there are members who are invited in Ghana for any consultation, so the Afrinic booth is open for this. I'm also asked to announce that you watch out for ICANN Day on 2nd of October and make sure you participate. Also, the pictures and images that were taken throughout the whole event are available for your download at your own convenience in our Flickr account. Flickr is FLICKR. That is our account. The handle is Africa Internet Summit. So make sure you check that. Also, remember to follow us on X. Our handle is AIS_Africa. Also note that all presentations will be made available on the website at the end of AIS 25. Otherwise, I wish us all a good evening and see you all tomorrow. Thank you.